Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Hope and let them die with hope. Those guys shouldn't be alive in this world. Originally, I admired you very much. You killed them in the chaotic night in New York at that time. You were like God's vengeful spirit in the world. You helped God solve all the evils in the world. But after that was over, you seem to have changed. You started not to kill those guys, you just caught them. Sent them in front of the police. Sent them to the dock of the court, let them go to jail. Let them live in this world. This is wrong and they should be killed. You should not continue to maintain your so-called beliefs. You should pick up the butcher knife again and swing the butcher knife at each of their heads. If you can't do it, let me do it. I have testified that whoever sins will surely die. Ezekiel 18:4. Jehovah was still speaking. But the next moment Bruce rushed in front of him and swung out a heavy punch, directly breaking his nose bone and even knocking off one of his front teeth. In this way, Jehovah is completely unbelievable. He is extremely confident in everything he does. Even if he is facing that bat, he is confident that he can beat the bat completely. But God demonstrates his own love toward us, in that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. Romans 5:8. What you have done does not conform to the so-called name of Jehovah. You are just exercising your right to judge in the name of religion. The bat looked condescendingly at the so-called Jehovah. The NYPD's dispatch speed is quite acceptable. After Bruce discovered this place, he informed them of everything and sent them the incriminating evidence he found. Jefferson even rushed here with his own police officers. What they saw when they came here was Jehovah, who had been controlled by Bruce. This man was currently hanging by Bruce at the entrance of the subway station, unable to move at all. It wasn't until a police officer saw the familiar face that he said the man's name in disbelief. Hubble Fagan in the Batcave, Jessica also exclaimed. Because for people who often follow financial news or financial magazines, this name is not a thunderous one, but his father is something that everyone has heard. Howard Fagan, the New York financial tycoon, is also a famous wealthy investor. Howard once boasted about his son in front of the media, saying that his son was already comparable to Tony Stark at a young age. Of course, only the financial aspect. And he is quite confident in his education model. He believes that there are no so-called losers in this world. There are just children who cannot use their hard work. As long as they understand that with a hard heart, they can learn everything in this world, even if they go to comparable to those unique geniuses. His son is the best example. The media once tried to interview the teachers who educated Hubble Fagan, hoping to see whether Howard's son was a financial genius. If so, it would prove that Howard's so-called educational philosophy was wrong. But almost all the teachers said that Howard's son was not a genius in finance. His talent in finance was not even as good as that of ordinary people. He was just a super genius in science and engineering. But that was all in the past, later for some reason. Howard kept silent about his son and stopped talking about his son's financial problems at all. Even when asked by reporters, he just kept silent and answered, "That guy hates domestic violence criminals so much. Does that mean that his father has also abused him?" Jessica couldn't help but feel a chill down her back when she thought of this. A guy who talked a lot about his education in front of the news media would actually do something to his own children behind his back. But thinking about the wealth that Howard and the others have, there may be nothing hard to explain. Even the American Child Protection Agency is sometimes helpless when facing rich people like them. After all, the place where these guys live is really difficult. It's too secretive, moreover. The pure of these rich people towards their children can be said to be deeply rooted. And there is no way to raise any issues about domestic violence from their mouths. Not to mention that rich people pay great attention to the image of their children. And they often leave no trace in front of their children. Especially it won't leave marks on children's faces. This also makes it extremely difficult for them to collect evidence. Hubble Fagan was obviously a mentally disturbed guy after suffering domestic violence. And based on his psychological state, Howard's domestic violence against him was definitely continuous. It's such a scary world, Jessica slumped in her seat. She couldn't imagine how those seemingly amiable rich people were willing to do anything to their children. Because of acquired abuse and neglected childhood, these guys slowly developed into antisocial personalities. Bruce is very clear about what kind of psychological state a child will develop in such a high-pressure environment. He will constantly question himself and then the world. But he is different. He seems to be more revengeful towards a certain person. His antisocial personality is not obvious. Bruce can see that Hubble Fagan has actually always had good grades. But antisocial personalities often have poor grades at a young age. But Hubble Fagan has always been the top student in the class. Forget it, don't read it. The more I see this kind of thing, the more uncomfortable I feel. Jessica had already stood up and did not intend to continue to look here. What was the reason that made Hubble Fagan make such a concession? Unbelievable things, but Bruce didn't get up. He just stared at the screen in front of him carefully. The picture on the screen is the interrogation room of the New York Police Department, where Hubble Fagan, who calls himself Jehovah, is being interrogated. He confessed everything he had done, and even acted extremely calmly. He did not take this kind of thing seriously at all. In his eyes, the death of those people was not as valuable as the death of a bug. This scene made the police officers interrogating him extremely anxious and angry. But they can't do anything because there are still a dozen homeless people who haven't been found yet. They needed Hubble Fagan to confess it all. Hubble Fagan just raised his head and looked at the flashing red light of the camera. Showing a rather ferocious smile, "Why don't we play a game?" Hubble Fagan suddenly spoke, which surprised the police officers. "This is the NYPD, not your playground." No, officers. I'm not talking about playing games with you. I'm talking to that bat." Hubble Fagan tried to raise his hand, but because of his handcuffs, he couldn't point it completely at the camera. But the officers already knew what he meant, you know. Sometimes those homeless people are easy to control. As long as you give them a few leaves, they can work hard for you. Not to mention that I have become their spiritual support. Hubble Fagan laughed, and this smile seemed simply creepy to the police officers. Boom! The next moment, a huge noise echoed throughout the New York Police Department. A guy drove a school bus and rushed directly into the New York Police Department. The police originally planned to shoot the driver, but they took a closer look and saw that there were children in the school bus. Just when he was stunned, the driver had already stood up from his seat, and the police were able to see clearly what the driver was wearing. The driver was wearing something that was too familiar to the police officers: suicide attack attire. The driver was holding the detonator in his hand. The police officers in the interrogation room had already rushed out. Hubble Fagan had no chance of escaping in the interrogation room. He was chained there, even his feet were shackled. What's more important now is to find out what's going on outside. Hubble Fagan didn't care at all about what was happening outside the police station. He looked up at the camera. "I know you are watching me. And I also know that you will catch me sooner or later." Hubble Fagan spoke to the camera quite naturally, even if the camera did not respond to him. "I said a guy like you will never punish those evil people. But I will, and I haven't finished my work yet. How can I wait here quietly?" Hubble Fagan used his hand to make the shape of a pistol and put it against his chin, then smiled at Bruce and made a shooting motion. It was as if a bullet had really penetrated his brain. He leaned back as if he was dead. But he soon started laughing again at this moment. He laughed so loudly that it echoed throughout the interrogation room. He seemed to be mocking Bruce. And he seemed to be mocking the world, actually. "I was quite happy when I saw you appear. especially when I saw you killing them. I really felt that the world might get better. He stared at the camera closely. Although Bruce has no longer responded to his thoughts, he is still gushing to the camera. But why didn't you continue? Why didn't you continue your order? He seemed to be talking to himself and began to criticize the world. You know, in this world, money is of little use now. There are superhuman beings everywhere. Everything that humans can do is just a joke in their eyes. But you did what those guys couldn't do. You brought order to New York. There is an order that suits you. You even ask those officials to comply with your order. Otherwise, they will become victims of New York. He raised his head at this moment, his eyes full of madness. A safe and peaceful New York is something that countless superhumans have failed to achieve. Divkles equals contented when you stop killing people. I will know that your order no longer applies. Because this shitty place doesn't need a dark night. What he needs is a cruel god. But on the other end of the cameras, wherever Bruce was still there had already disappeared. Taking the Batwing with him. The most important thing now is not to listen to a madman talking about his grand plan, but to rescue the children who have been kidnapped. At this moment in the lobby of the New York Police Department, the crazy driver was roaring at all the police officers. Let the Lord go. Otherwise, I will blow this place up to the sky. The Lord will understand me and he will let me ascend to heaven. You are preventing me from ascending to heaven. Obviously, the guy in front of him is already a madman. He has no sense. There were many scratches left on that face, which was bloody. The children had already been frightened by the sudden incident and cried loudly. But this kind of crying would only make this madman even more crazy. He kept roaring behind him, I want the child to shut up. But how can a child stop crying after being scolded by someone? The child's crying became louder. The man's mood became increasingly unstable. Give me the Lord. What he wants now is to let Jehovah come out and he can take Jehovah out of here. In this way, he will be able to obtain holy water and gain a chance to go to heaven. In the underground prison of the New York Police Department, Duran, who was originally confidently, became manic. He started scratching his face continuously. And even though there were blood stains on his face, he still didn't stop what Duran shouted in pain, feeling as if something in his body was igniting his blood. Only when the blood flowed out could he regain some sense. He understood that what he needed was holy water, instead of the current scratching that quenches thirst by drinking poison. He started hitting the wall and started calling out to the prison guards. Hubble Fagan calmed down in the interrogation room, waiting for everything quietly. The police officers are really sweating now. None of them knew when that guy would suddenly detonate the bomb. When I'm on duties, what I'm most afraid of is dealing with this kind of guy who seems to be high. Because you can't predict his next move. He may directly press the detonator in his hand at any time. What should we do now? Listening to his police officer's words, Jefferson really couldn't make his own judgment now. What he can do now is get most of the people in the police station to leave through the back door. If something goes wrong, avoid casualties to the greatest extent possible. Bring that lunatic over here. Jefferson could only grit his teeth and let his police officers take Hubble Fagan out of the interrogation room. This is the best solution. He is also the guy who can best comfort the current madman. But the police were unwilling to bring the guy over. They needed to give answers to many citizens. Questions about the murders of those homeless people. They want everyone to know that in New York, even the murder of a homeless man must be solved. Especially this is also their contribution. Go. Jefferson just yelled at the police officer next to him. Before the police officer could leave, a figure had already landed on the roof of the school bus. Strangely, there was no sound. That's exactly what bats are. The bat controlled the nanometal on his body to slowly spread out and penetrate into the interior of the school bus. At the same time, the police officer assigned by Jefferson was also asked to go to the interrogation room. However, it is not to let him go. but to let him understand that the cruel god will only make more and more people take the road of cruelty. Take the bloody muddy paths. Why haven't you brought him here yet? The driver was still yelling in the school bus. But he didn't realize that Bruce's nanometal had already invaded his homemade bomb vest. The next second a figure kicked open the window flue and pushed him to the ground. The driver also pressed his detonator at this time. But nothing happened. Nanometal had already secretly banned the device in the detonator. Facing such a guy, Bruce had no nonsense at all and knocked him unconscious with one punch. At the same time, he also used nanometal to take a blood sample from his body. He could tell that this guy was simply a drug addict who was high on drugs. He obviously had no sense of his own. He might have been controlled by some drug used by Hubble Fagan. But the problem is that Bruce did not find any addictive drugs in Duran's blood samples. Hubble Fagan may have discovered a new addictive drug. At this moment, Hubble Fagan was also taken out of the interrogation room by the police. He watched the scene quietly, didn't show any emotion. He looked at Bruce Yuho was now stepping out of the school bus. And he smiled. It seems that you didn't hear anything I said after that. Bruce grabbed the driver with one hand and walked in front of the officers. The explosives on his body have been resolved. But I think you need to send them to a rehabilitation center. What Bruce is sure of is that these guys can be regarded as drug addicts of another kind. Hubble Fagan was visibly unhappy that Bruce was ignoring him. He stared at Bruce's figure coldly, you know. It was only then that the bat turned around and walked up to the madman. He looked into Hubble Fagan's eyes and said, I know many madmen and you are just one of them. And also the most inconspicuous among them. One of. Hubble Fagan said nothing, just stared at Bruce. It seemed like he could cut Bruce into pieces with his eyes. It's a pity that the bat didn't pay any attention to this guy's gaze. Chief, the homeless man detained seems to be addicted. A prison guard rushed into the hall anxiously. Look. They will suffer the most unbearable feeling in the world and die in this situation. Hubble Fagan laughed at this time. In order for those guys to achieve the situation they described, they were completely unprepared for what they gave them. Only then can he let those things enter their bodies. After Alan Hubble Fagan's eyes, those guys were not human beings at all. They were just mice for his experiments. Maybe not even a guinea pig can catch up. Just some guys who should be dead a long time ago. Unfortunately, those laws only imprisoned them for a period of time before letting them back into the world. This is not right. Did you see that guy over there? Hubble Fagan looked at the driver in the police officer's hands, and at the same time motioned for Bruce to look over kill him. And you will be able to stop the pain of the rest of the people. Even save them. It's just a simple thing that can save those guys you think are innocent. Jefferson has put his hands on his waist at this moment. Although they are now in a cooperative relationship with the bat, they still have no way of knowing whether the bat will do such a thing. The bat did move in the next moment, but it didn't attack the guy instead. He attacked Hubble Fagan and punched Hubble Fagan in the abdomen. I believe that some guys will welcome your arrival very much. Bruce spoke close to Hubble Fagan's ear. Prison is not your destination. You are going to another place. As soon as Bruce finished speaking, a figure appeared at the door. The SHIELD guys are here. Black Widow Monica was looking at the mess in this place with some surprise. But this emotion was quickly eliminated by her. How can I say that I am now one of the commanders of SHIELD? Not to mention that I have seen too many magical or weird things. Apparently, this is the guy you were talking about. Monica walked to Bruce's side and looked at Hubble Fagan, who was retching now. Bruce's punch was too heavy for such a pretentious guy. Even now he has not calmed down. All he could do was stare at Bruce with his own ferocious eyes. It's just that Bat no longer wants to accompany this guy anymore. Don't be so fierce. You will have plenty of time to stare in the future. Maybe it won't be long. Monica walked up to Hubble Fagan. Don't you use order and law to punish evildoers? Hubble Fagan had just calmed down a little now, and he spoke with a sneer on his face. Bruce ignored his thoughts at all and just turned around and left quietly. Monica smiled and pinched Hubble Fagan's chin. I think you may not be aware that the United States is still in a state of war and has not yet been lifted. All applicable laws are wartime laws. And S.H.I.E.L.D. has the right to interpret all crimes to a certain extent. Monica looked at Hubble Fagan with a smile, and then let go of her hand. Several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had already arrived and took Hubble Fagan away from the New York Police Department. Looking at Hubble Fagan's state like a dead dog, Monica suddenly stopped the agents escorting Hubble Fagan away. He deliberately walked to Hubble Fagan and spoke in his ear. By the way, I forgot to tell you. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s final right of interpretation is given by that bat. What Monica said almost made the current Hubble Fagan jealous. But now he can't do anything. He has been gagged and controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Bruce now began to search for traces of homeless people throughout New York. Judging from the drugs Hubble Fagan gave them, they should be more or less experiencing withdrawal reactions now. The results of Hubble Fagan's arrest have been made public, and they also know that they have no source of that kind of thing now. All they can do is take the risk and go to the abandoned subway station to see if there are any remaining things from before. Can help them alleviate this situation. Bruce was right. There were many people who came here to take risks, and there is only one fate for them, and that is to be taken to where they should be by Bruce. When Bruce returned to the Batcave, he saw the food that Jessica had brought back for him. Bruce opened the things Jessica brought back quite naturally. Looking at the familiar things inside, Bruce could already tell where his assistant had gone to eat. Red date bread is so familiar. But none of this is a problem for Bruce. Now he no longer needs to deliberately control his diet. The symbiote metal and the nanomachines on his body are stimulating his body almost all the time. Keep his body in top shape. And now he needs to do something small. My own equipment still needs to be improved. Nanomachines are indeed a very useful tool, but not everything can be solved with nanometers. After the spider incident, although Bruce made his own shuttle machine through the collider, it was only incomplete. You also need a bracelet to stabilize your body when traveling to other universes. But looking at the situation inside the Spider Legion, they don't use bracelets to stabilize their bodies like they do. This means that there must be a correct way to travel between multiverses. The same technology can also allow Bruce to have more coping methods when facing some guys. It's just that this time may be relatively long. Bruce used symbiote metal to swallow Spider Silk's shuttle bracelet, not only to prevent Spider Silk from making its own decisions, but also to obtain the specific blueprint of that thing. Able to reproduce myself again. Of course, you have to make some improvements of your own. Div class equals contentadv. The blueprint of the shuttle bracelet was displayed in front of Bruce, and he carefully looked at this bracelet that seemed to be full of technology. It wasn't long before Bruce discovered that this thing was not just made of technology. Energy shuttle devices Bruce can all be made. The only thing that can be considered a problem is the positioning. The shuttle bracelet owned by Spider Silk uses the spider web nodes of the Master Weaver to judge the universe. Bruce took a deep breath. He also had his own solution to this matter. Each universe has its own frequency. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reject outsiders. The shuttle bracelet adjusts the shuttle's body frequency to the frequency of the target universe to a certain extent, ensuring the stability of the body. Just like Peter Parker from Earth 616 came here before. When he passed through the transmission device, his body had already changed the frequency, allowing him to survive in this universe. The technology that Bruce now possesses can barely be reproduced, but it may not be certain in terms of stability. He now needs technology that is at least 100 years ahead of the current era. It just so happens that there is such a place in this world. City. Today's city is quite stable without Reed Richards' crazy expansion plan. And the children of tomorrow are living their own lives in the huge size of the city. There was absolutely no thought of doing anything outside. But they also refuse almost all outsiders to visit. When Bruce arrived here driving the Batwing, several children of tomorrow were already here waiting for the Bat's arrival. Cities don't welcome visitors right now. Bruce just jumped down from the bat wings and slowly landed in front of them with the help of his cloak. He looked up at the current children of tomorrow. Trust me, I'm an invited visitor. As soon as Bruce finished speaking, the artificial intelligence in the city had already let the children of tomorrow go. He was indeed invited when he arrived here. Bruce had already sent his request to the city's intelligence center, along with what he wanted to build. It was what Bruce wanted to build that allowed the city to let Bruce go, because that is the direction that the city once gave up. But now Bruce's arrival is likely to prove that that direction must be correct. But they didn't go on, sorry. The children of tomorrow bowed their heads to Bruce and apologized. They also moved their bodies so that the current Bruce could enter the city. As a world far ahead of its time as soon as Bruce stood there, a floating disc came over for Bruce to stand on. That thing will lead Bruce to his final destination. And it can ensure that this bat will not go to other places in the city to do other things. Bruce Yuho had just stepped onto the floating disc. Had already received Jessica's communication. I'm talking about boss. You didn't run away to hide from someone, did you? Even the Batwing has been taken away. Jessica's tone was obviously teasing. Bruce didn't speak. He knew that according to Jessica's temperament, she would definitely explain it to him next. Listening to the completely silent voice on the other end, Jessica could only sit in the Batcave boredly and turned 180 degrees on her chair. Only when Bruce was not around could she sit so comfortably in Bruce's chair. It's just that there is a kid who seems to have traveled thousands of miles to find you. Jessica's eyes were fixed on the white figure not far away who was curiously looking at the Batcave. Bruce frowned. He didn't think anyone would come to him at this time. But listening to what Jessica said, it seemed that Jessica knew the guy who came to see him. I can't get away now. Bruce hung up his communication directly. Sure enough, a heartless man, Jessica shrugged, and then set her sights on the figure who was sitting on the Batmobile and looking at the Batcave. When the boss comes back, things will get interesting. At this moment, Bruce has also arrived in front of the current urban smart hub. The city had prepared everything Bruce needed. And he looked at Bruce's figure quietly. We have done deductions and found that multiverses do exist. But it is difficult for us to resolve the barriers between multiverses. And there is no way to determine what the universe we are transmitting looks like. The shuttle bracelet you sent is indeed quite eye-opening. But there are some things in it, such as positioning coordinates, that we may not be able to figure out. The city is telling the truth completely. When Bruce sent him the design blueprints and production principles, he had already started trying to manufacture it. We have even arranged for manpower to conduct experiments. And I have to say that there is no problem with Bruce's stuff. But they lacked the most important thing of all, the means to break down the barriers between universes. There is also positioning. Although this kind of thing can be filled with human lives, each of the children of tomorrow is a precious resource. It cannot be wasted casually. Not to mention that they have reached a peace treaty with the outside world. And they cannot use outsiders to conduct this test experiment. They can only wait for Bruce to come and show them. Bruce nodded. He naturally knew this. Energy is actually more troublesome for Bruce. But he does have that thing as long as it can be used. Traveling through the multiverse is no problem. Looking at the tools at hand, Bruce has started doing his own debugging. While Bruce was working, something quite dramatic was happening outside. Iron Man was attacked. And it was attacked by Aegis satellite. Saying this kind of thing can make all enemies of S.H.I.E.L.D. laugh out loud. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some of those guys were responsible for this incident. It seems that the war between us and some guys is not over yet. Monica has returned to Sanfei building at this moment. She knows very well that as a member of the Ultimate Team, she even wears Patriot armor now. Tony Stark would not do anything that would make the Aegis satellite feel dangerous. It can only be said that there are quite deep spies hidden in Aegis. What do we need to do now? Captain America asked, looking at the current S.H.I.E.L.D. commander Monica. After the last schism incident, Nick Fury had already loosened his power, allowing Monica to take over the command of S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the position of President of the United States, due to the wartime situation, Bruce's resignation directly turned Carol, who was originally the Vice President, into the President. America simply cannot afford the turmoil that another large-scale election could bring. After Carol came to power, there was really no strategy to change the general direction. Everything was almost carried out in accordance with the previous policies when Bruce was in office. Ensure that there are no problems with America's fundamentals. Although Bruce's previous policies were entirely left to Carol's judgment. At that time, as long as the face of the Bat appeared on the TV screen, it was enough to appease people's hearts. Carol just wanted to make sure there was no chaos. She also continued Bruce's previous promise to S.H.I.E.L.D. to maximize their power. Listening to Captain America's words, Monica knew very well that if they attacked rashly now, the only possibility would be for that guy to get the news and then escape or lurk again. Stand still. What we need to do now is to let that guy reveal his true potential. Monica looked at the screen in front of her and took a deep breath. So what does the Bat want to do to find you? Captain America was a little curious that the Bat would come to them. Under normal circumstances, the Bat is almost synonymous with the Lone Ranger. Asking them to intervene is simply a fantasy. Even though Captain America is a guy who just emerged from the ice, he still knows something about Batman comics. In the comics, no one can touch Gotham where Bat lives. Although the Bat now appearing in front of them has not reached that level. He is indeed close to making New York his own. It just hasn't arrived yet. And other superheroes are not allowed to come to their world and do anything extraordinary. But getting Monica to help him is beyond Captain America's imagination. Help him deal with a madman who wants to kill all the domestic violence men in New York. Although I agree Bats don't think so like me. Monica shrugged. She still had no idea about the guy's crime goal. Quite satisfied. That guy usually targets homeless people. He didn't have the guts to continue exploring upwards. But judging from the look of the madman, he probably had the bad luck of being caught by the Bat before he had time. When it comes to the issue of domestic violence, the guys who come to Ultimate Team all think of the same person. The previous Gigantamax was Hank Pym. He was a typical domestic violence man. Although he was taught a lesson by Captain America in the end, no one can figure out the relationship between the two people now. After all, that was life between the two of them. You did a good job indeed, Captain America nodded. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. It's pretty good. After his crazy followers kidnapped the children and rushed into the New York Police Department, I thought he was a pure lunatic. It's probably because of this that the Bats came to find me. If we talk about the behavior of that guy before, if it was acceptable to Monica, then what he did afterwards would be unforgivable in Monica's eyes. Captain America didn't speak, but just focused his gaze on Monica. Feeling Captain America's gaze, Monica just turned her head and smiled at Captain America, of course. For someone like him, let him have a good time. Maybe bungee jumping over the Atlantic Ocean now. After hearing Monica's words, Captain America nodded understandingly. He was right. Monica asked S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to take the guy over the Atlantic Ocean, put handcuffs and shackles on him, and let him do a cordless bungee jump. Normal high-altitude diving carries the risk of death. Not to mention the 1,000-meter dive that Hubble Fagan is going to experience now. It's just that everything experienced here is not important to Bruce, who is now far away in Europe. He is now dealing with the matter at hand. Let the things you design appear in this world. Seeing everything Bruce has done has made the current city's understanding of human beings a step further. It never occurred to me that anyone could actually figure it all out. But now there is still a problem. You have not solved the problem of energy used to travel through the universe. We have enough energy, but that thing cannot be used on a small bracelet. The city spoke to Bruce quite seriously. It is the one who knows best the magnitude of the energy required to travel through the universe. and the intensity of that energy, generally speaking. That kind of energy cannot be miniaturized, even in an epoch-making super-civilized city like the city. Still impossible. Bruce was still sitting carefully at the task at hand. But it answers the questions of today's cities. I'll show you, but then please don't disturb me. Bruce was still working seriously. But he was also working on another task now. He had now re-entered the prison of his own mind. He had already arrived in front of a prison. Clap, clap. Clap. Before Bruce could speak, the guys in the prison clapped. Finally back. A red figure suddenly jumped in front of Bruce. If there wasn't a prison door between them, that guy would probably smash Bruce directly. His hatred for Bruce was second only to his hatred for himself. Why do you plan to continue to make me their puppet this time? Or do you plan to use the guy in my head to talk to me? The Red Death pointed at his head and spoke to Bruce in front of him. It's just that it's obvious that this guy's mental state is quite worrying now. He has none of the calmness of a normal bat for a bat. There is nothing more annoying than being teased by another bat. What's more, the Red Death itself is no longer a normal bat. Not many bats are willing to kill the Flash to obtain the Speed Force, just so that they can end all crimes earlier. You are no longer a bat. Bruce just spoke coldly to the Red Death. I don't want to say anything to you, no, let Bari talk to me. No, you can't see Bari, the Red Death smiled grimly. He has been completely suppressed by me now. There is no possibility for him to talk to you. It's not that the Red Death didn't punish the guy who held him back when he came back here. He knew that in Bari's eyes, the most uncomfortable thing for the Flash was to have him look at him, doing things and not being able to do anything about it. Bruce just looked at the Red Death quietly. You only chose to obtain Bari's Speed Force because of fear. Bruce was not affected by the Red Death's words at all. He just spoke to the Red Death quite calmly. Because of your fear, you start using the Speed Force to send all criminals to death. Because of your fear, you have left your world in ruins. Divclass equals contentad, what do you know? This sentence seemed to step on the Red Death's bottom line. He shouted crazily, and the black bats on his body began to dance wildly. The Red Death moved rapidly in the cell. In Bruce's eyes, it was as if he had never moved. He even kept trying to let the black bat behind him break out of the cage and hit Bruce, who was talking nonsense. Even though he knew that all his efforts were in vain. There was no way the cage would allow his bat to break out of the cage. Go attack Bruce, who comes here, but he did it anyway. I have lost everything. Everything has been taken away from me. I have nothing left. The Red Death stood in front of Bruce again. He did not take off his helmet, but just roared crazily at this stupid bat who had no idea what he had been through. You know what have you ever lost? Can you know the powerlessness you feel when your loved ones die in front of you, when you thought you had the ability to protect them? The Red Death roared. He could still remember the people who died in front of him. People who were very important to him. He knew that it was impossible for the guy in front of him to understand his situation. Without his closest relatives, how could he possibly understand the despair he felt at that time? In the eyes of the Red Deaths, he has never experienced anything as a bat in this universe. I just want to change it all to prevent it all. To prevent it all. To get them punished before all the crimes are committed. To accept their death penalty. As long as I can stop those guys, I can do anything. The Red Death stared at Bruce in front of him. But when Bruce faced the Red Deaths, his eyes did not waver at all. He just watched quietly as the Red Death was hysterical. Quietly observing the eyes of the current Red Death. You just can't accept this, it makes your fear deeper. It makes you more stubborn and extreme at this time. Who had been listening to the conversation suddenly spoke. He can probably understand the situation of the Red Death. But he is not optimistic about the choice of the Red Death. The Red Death placed his gaze on the bat who was speaking. But he didn't say anything. It's not that Lego Bat didn't have a conversation with this bat before. They could also get a rough idea of what this bat had experienced. Just like what I said, they all fell into the cage they drew for themselves in this situation. Extreme, stubborn, and unscrupulous in doing things. It can be said to be their representative behavior at that time. Fortunately for this guy, I changed myself later and understood my problem. But the Red Death did not. It was also at this time that Bruce spoke to the Red Death. We have understood our destiny since we embarked on this road. We have always been lonely. And we have always been prepared for the people around us to leave us. There is no way to stop criminals. Not even with the speed force. What you did was just to comfort yourself. You are not prepared for all that. Bruce's words were like a sharp thorn in the heart of the Red Death. He wanted to say something, but when facing Bruce, he couldn't say anything. Looking at the guy in front of him, Bruce spoke steadily. Because of your one thought, your world turned into ruins. In the Red Death Devil's ears, this sentence sounded like a denial of everything he had done. But he still remembered what the previous guy explained to him. No, that's not the case. Everything is thought to be that damn upper world. We are just nourishment for those guys. The happiness they have is only built by our sacrifices. We should never have been in that situation. The Red Death blames everything that happens in their universe on the upper world above them. A world filled with peace and stability. Even with those so-called supervillains, they actually can't cause any big waves. Everything is just because the guys in the upper world are absorbing the nutrients of their world. Perhaps if you had not killed Barry, none of this would have happened. Bruce was staring into the eyes of the Red Death as he spoke. In the previous situation, Bruce saw the golden touch that belonged to Barry in the eyes of the Red Death. He was sure that he saw it correctly. He was still stimulating the guy in front of him. The Red Death's mind itself is not stable, otherwise he is a bat. How could he kill Barry? And even go so far as to fuse Barry's speed force into his own body? The Red Death shook his head wildly. He didn't think this was his problem. What that guy explained to himself at the beginning was clearly that those guys were gathering the stability of their world in the upper world so that they could enjoy life. But the Red Death knew in his heart that Bruce might be telling the truth. If he hadn't intercepted Barry's speed force, everything in the future would not have happened. Your own world will not completely collapse. When this thought appeared in his mind, his will had already been shaken. The golden light belonging to Barry slowly shone in the Red Death's eyes. No. You just let that guy. The Red Death's voice was gone before he could finish his words. The black bats around him turned into golden speed lightning. Not to mention the red armor, which now turned into golden armor. It seems that I can finally come out and breathe some fresh air. Barry stretched and moved around the prison. But this place is still full of that smell. So why did you call me out? Barry knew his old friend all too well. There was definitely a reason why he put so much effort into trying to gain control of this body. He wants to do something, and what's needed is Barry Allen. The Flash's speed force. Perhaps I will need you to save the world in the future. So what do you need me to do now? Barry Allen is too clear about Bruce's habits. Since being able to get Bruce to speak out is something in the future, it has proven that there are some things that only the speed force can handle. As for now, Barry Allen is really a bit unclear. I need your speed force. As soon as Bruce said these words, Barry Allen was so frightened that he jumped directly to the back of the cell. There's nothing he can do about it. Now he has PTSD from this sentence. The Bruce in his body now spoke to him in the same way, and then tied him to the front of the Batmobile, transformed from a cosmic treadmill. The two people were completely fused together in that extremely fast state. And the pain was truly unspeakable. Now that Bruce said this again, it was really scary. But he soon realized that this Bruce was not what he thought. Because now he is already living in someone else's head. If you really want to be like the Bruce from before, the first thing you need to do is probably how to get yourself out of your head completely. So Barry Allen quickly got out of that panic attitude. But he still approached Bruce cautiously. The psychological shadow that the bat now had on him was too great. Bruce didn't give Barry Allen a chance to shrink back. He opened the cell door directly and grabbed Barry Allen, who was now occupying the body of the Red Death. First of all, let's make sure you don't do anything outrageous. Barry Allen spoke to Bruce with some anxiety. Bruce didn't answer Barry Allen's words, but just dragged the Flash outside at this moment. The city outside was watching Bruce's movements quietly, and Bruce had been standing still there for more than 10 seconds. According to the city's understanding of Bruce and the information collected, this bat will never slack off at this time. And there is obviously something wrong with being motionless for more than 10 seconds. But before the city could ask what happened to Bruce, the city had already sensed that something had happened to the guy in front of him. It can be said that the superhuman city has its own ability to distinguish. And it felt the unique situation of superhumans in Bruce at this moment. Moreover, the city has been monitoring Bruce's physical condition. And at this moment, Bruce's physical fitness has almost doubled. This is obviously wrong. How could an ordinary person evolve himself into a superhuman in such a short period of time? But this is not what surprises the city the most. Golden lightning began to appear on Bruce's body, and the golden armor began to replace the black armor all over his body. But that was only for a moment, but in the eyes of the city, that time was enough for it to record, strictly speaking. The lightning light and armor that appeared on Bruce only appeared for 1/30th of a second. As a top artificial intelligence city, it still captured that moment. It could feel the surging energy bursting out of Bruce at that moment. A force that could almost power the entire city. The specific characteristics of that energy were also recorded. In just that moment, Bruce now returned to the ranks of ordinary people, and the bracelet in his hand had been injected with abundant energy. Such an amazing energy. After the city tested the bracelet, the energy value in the bracelet was really amazing. Are you really an ordinary person? The city can't believe it now. Bruce is just an ordinary person. All his ability to fight criminals is based on his high-tech equipment and his fighting skills. And his brilliant brain, now you can scan it. This is the agreement between us. Bruce placed the shuttle bracelet in front of the city, allowing the artificial intelligence to check the thing inside and out. The AI rejected Bruce. There is no need to have your kind of energy. We still can't reproduce this bracelet. The city knows very well that this bracelet appears based on that energy. Because after recording the energy signature, the city had sent all the information to their energy laboratory. But the answer from the energy laboratory to the city was that they had no way to reproduce this energy. So for the city, it doesn't matter whether you scan the shuttle bracelet in front of you or not. Even if they can make this thing, they don't have the energy to reproduce it. Bruce just nodded when he heard what the city said, and then decisively put the bracelet on his wrist. Watching the bat turn around and leave, Dushi opened his mouth to speak. If there is something similar to this in the future, the city is willing to help you. Bruce didn't say anything and just continued walking outside. But the city didn't try to stop him and just arranged for the Son of Tomorrow to send Bruce out. He turned us down, Tomorrow's son, who has always been with the city, said with some doubts. In their view, Bruce did not give a positive response, which meant that he had chosen not to have any relationship with them anymore. No, he agreed. Although the city is just an artificial intelligence, its long-term evolution and subsequent contact with the outside world and external knowledge through channels have made it understand that sometimes some people will not express their attitudes. But the children of tomorrow don't need this kind of human accident. Nor do they need to understand these things. The people around them are not the kind of people who need to get along with each other like this. It's just that the world outside is much more complicated than here. The city left such a sentence and then stopped talking. The children of tomorrow also understand that the biggest difference between them and the outside world is not only technology and civilization, but also human hearts. After Bruce left the city completely, he also looked back and took a deep look at the existence of the city. To be honest, he had prepared many plans before coming here, but he did not expect that this trip to the city would go so smoothly. Bruce got on his Batwing and instantly disappeared into the city of Europe. But now in the sky, Another pair of eyes was staring closely at Bruce's whereabouts. Boss Iron Man Tony Stark was attacked. It was an Aegis satellite that attacked him. Just as the Batwing was returning, news from Jessica came through. After hearing Jessica's news, Bruce decisively turned on all the invisibility devices on his Batwing. Even when the Batwing cloaking device was turned on, Bruce no longer moved towards the Batcave, but turned around and headed towards South America. The eye that was staring at Bruce in the sky at this moment was obviously very excited after seeing the prey disappear. But no matter how he checked, he could not catch any trace of Bruce's Batwing. Damn. The guy who controlled all of this couldn't help but feel a little resentful when he saw that his plan didn't succeed. But now he had no choice but to keep his sights on the other members of the Ultimate Team. At least let the Ultimate Team lose as many people as possible. Although Bruce is not a member of the Ultimate Team, the significance of that guy's existence is far greater than that of the Ultimate Team. That guy has now almost become a heroic representative in the hearts of the American people. As long as bats exist, the United States will be able to rise again. Divklas equals contentad, but this is not what they want to see. It doesn't matter after we master the ultimate weapon. No matter what kind of guy he is, he will only be our stepping stone in the end. The man who had been sitting on the throne spoke, saying that it didn't matter. Try not to use Aegis satellites in the future. I suspect those guys are probably taking the opportunity to detect our situation. Clear. After expressing their respect to the man on the throne, the people below began to pack up their instruments, erasing all traces to prevent those who boarded the Aegis from discovering that they had once again invaded the Aegis satellite. Remember to send me all the movement tracks of that spider. By the way, the Spider-Woman in S.H.I.E.L.D. must also observe it. The man on the throne stood up, not paying any attention to the people below. The situation disappeared in front of them in the next second. What else can the people below say? All they could do was comply with all the requirements of this person. But to be honest, it was relatively simple for them to monitor the Black Spider. Black Spider appears in the streets of New York City almost every day doing what he can. His movements are very controllable. They even had a pretty mature plan on how to deal with him. That Spider-Woman, I really don't know where she is now. Since the last S.H.I.E.L.D. rebellion, Spider-Woman has almost disappeared from the world and has never been seen by anyone. The person on the throne came to another place after leaving, where an old friend sat, General Thaddeus E. Ross. To be honest, I never thought that Hydra could have anything to do with you. General Ross looked up at the man in front of him, obviously. General Ross was a little surprised by the current situation of Hydra. Same for me, General, I never knew Hydra had contacted you. The man sat down at the head, but there was no surprise in his tone that General Ross appeared here. After all, when integrating these Hydras, the man already had control over every high-ranking government official that Hydra had contact with. Even how many people are still related to Hydra. And he knows all what they want, is that bat dead? General Ross is now very concerned about the life and death of the bat. Because if the bat is not dead, it means that he cannot replace the image of that guy. That masked bastard among the American people, of course. Perhaps because the dead bat will be remembered longer by the American people. But for General Ross there is no difference between the two. All he needed was the death of that masked bastard. There is no need to be so impatient, my friend. What we need now is to slowly resolve all this. The man was obviously more calm about this matter, for a man. Whether the bat is dead or not will not affect his big plan. That bastard put a woman in the position of President of the United States. Really, when General Ross said this, he even crushed the whiskey glass in his hand angrily. But the glass shards did not scratch General Ross's hand. Obviously, this general is no longer the ordinary person he was before. It is understandable for a man to be so irritable about General Ross. As an old-school American military officer, this guy can't stand the new generation of politicians, nor the new generation of superheroes. Perhaps when Captain America became the President of the United States, He could be more mentally balanced in any case. Captain America can be regarded as a veteran who has experienced the war. General Ross wiped the wine from his hand with a calm expression, and then focused on the man. I hope I can see the White House soon. Don't worry, you will get there one day. The man waved his hand, and a glass of whiskey was placed in front of General Ross, while champagne representing victory was placed in front of the man himself. No one saw where those things came from. They seemed to appear suddenly in a trance. A toast to our future, cheers to our future. After the two of them had a drink, the man suddenly spoke to General Ross again. But even if you get the America you sit in the White House, it may not be complete. But when he said this in a light tone, he didn't pay attention to General Ross's face, which became quite disgusting. What do you mean by that? It means that your great American empire will coexist with the West Coast countries. A man came out. General Ross didn't know him, but he always felt that this guy looked familiar. Looks like I forgot to introduce myself. Ford Landon, Governor of Sacramento and future president of the West Coast state. Listening to Ford's introduction, General Ross focused his gaze on the man this time. His eyes were filled with endless anger. He will not accept a divided America. Ford just walked up to General Ross quite calmly, holding a glass of champagne. General, let's just divide and conquer like this. What's wrong with that? Ford sat next to General Ross. But General Ross, a grumpy man, had already stood up the moment he saw Ford sitting down, and even brought down his own chair. I will not allow America to be divided. General Ross said this to Ford righteously, but Ford looked completely indifferent. The next second, the leading man waved his hand, and General Ross' superhuman body that had been injected with serum exploded instantly. Seeing that the champagne in his glass was contaminated by General Ross's blood, Ford said with some pity, "It's a pity that this glass of Dom Perignon. I really can't drink it if I want to." As he spoke, Ford poured the champagne in his glass onto the ground. You must have found what you need, right? The man didn't care about this scene at all. He just sipped the champagne in his glass. Thank you also for allowing me to learn from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents that S.H.I.E.L.D. had actually formed such a team. Ford was obviously very satisfied with what he had obtained. He smiled and saluted the leader of the man, stroking his chest. However, I also want to do something to that bat. When Ford said this, he glanced at the expression of the leading man. The man showed no expression at all, so Ford was relieved. I will also give you whatever you want in the future. Hearing Ford's words, the man laughed. Then he stopped talking and just waved his hand to signal Ford to leave. At this moment, Bruce has used all means to judge whether those guys are continuing to stare at him. Even many methods were continuously confirmed by Bruce and turned on at all times to ensure that he could get the news as soon as he was locked. Bruce still kept circling in the airspace to see if he was paralyzing himself so that he could relax his vigilance. Use it to catch the moment when you let down your guard and hit yourself. Until Bruce was able to confirm that they were no longer staring at him, Bruce chose to return to the Batcave. But even on the way back to the Batcaves, Bruce still did not release his invisibility. When Batwing returned to the Batcaves, a white figure had already landed next to Jessica quite obediently. Bruce had noticed the white figure when he came out of the Batwing, which surprised him. Gwen looked at the man who had just returned with a smile. Hi. Gwen waved her hand to Bruce, obviously happily. Look, I told you that she traveled across thousands of mountains and rivers to come here. At this time, Jessica was sitting on her yoga ball with some pride, quietly watching this scene happen. Why did you come here? Although Bruce himself is also researching instruments that can travel through the multiverse, he does not think that Gwen will come to this world so easily. And when these spiders were able to travel through the multiverse, most of the reasons were because the Master Weaver's network nodes played a role in it. But now there is no news from the Weaving Master. I am now also one of the guardians of the Master Weaver. Gwen smiled. Bruce stared at the girl in front of him carefully. But Gwen suddenly left in front of Bruce. She came to the side of the bat suit. pointed at a cool-looking aircraft and said to Bruce, "I never thought that one day I would be able to have such close contact with something only found in comics." Gwen looked at the slightly worn bat wing in front of her. Her tone seemed to be filled with curiosity and surprise. Bruce walked up to Gwen at this time and grabbed Gwen's wrist. The bat's sudden attack prevented Gwen from reacting for a moment. She turned around and saw the bat's eyes. But she quickly looked away. "Why don't you dare to look at me?" This sentence may have frightened Gwen a little, because Bruce could actually feel Gwen's wrist trembling. "Few people will look at you," Gwen spoke in a low voice. When Jessica heard Gwen's words, she was about to nod, indicating that Gwen was right. She found that Bruce had moved his eyes to her, and she immediately slumped down and sat quietly on her yoga ball. "I can only apologize to Gwen and hope that this child can withstand Bruce's eye attack." Bruce retracted his gaze from Jessica and looked at Gwen, who lowered her head in front of him. He took Gwen's hand and walked in the other direction. Gwen didn't resist and followed Bruce like a docile lamb. Looking at this scene, Jessica tried hard to tighten her face and try not to let her smile bloom from the corners of her mouth. It wasn't until Bruce and Gwen disappeared from her sight that a smile slowly appeared on her lips. Bruce grabbed Gwen's hand and walked toward the Batcave, where Bruce used to exercise, of course. Jessica would come here occasionally, but because of his own ability, he could maintain a pretty perfect body, so he only came here occasionally to visit. With the door closed, it can be said that absolute silence is maintained here, and everything around can ensure the privacy of this conversation. Of course, a certain bat still frantically installed a miniature monitor and listener here. Gwen looked at the gym seriously, and occasionally put her gaze on Bruce, who had not yet completely removed his bat suit. He seemed to be checking Bruce to see if he had made his body so toned here. Bruce didn't express anything about Gwen's look. To be honest, the bats in his mind and the experiences those bats had told him had already made him accustomed to this kind of look. There were few people in Gotham where they were who didn't stare at them like this. Bruce walked up to Gwen and stared closely at the girl in front of him. This time Gwen still moved her eyes away. She looked elsewhere, but she still said, "You don't have to do this." Before Gwen finished speaking, she was interrupted by Bruce. "You were never afraid to look me in the eye." Bruce still remembered that this little guy was not so timid when facing him, and he dared to look directly at him almost every time. "You even dare to shake your fist at me." Speaking of this, Gwen couldn't help but blush. She was indeed too impulsive at the time, most importantly. She was afraid that Bruce would die in front of her. She didn't want to see one of her friends die like that again. This time Gwen didn't say anything to Bruce. She just stood there quietly. "Quiet doesn't sound like a Spider-Man." "The Master Weaver sent you here," Bruce spoke. But this is not surprising to Gwen. Bruce was also involved in that battle and even had a good relationship with Master Weaver. Naturally, he knew that Master Weaver could send Spider-Man to other places. Universes. Bruce didn't say anything else, he just hugged Gwen. Because he had a pretty bold idea. But he felt he shouldn't say it. Gwen, who was suddenly hugged by Bruce, was a little at a loss for a moment. But soon she hugged Bruce back. The two of them didn't say anything. They just hugged each other quietly. But soon a small sob sounded in the small gym. Gwen cried. She cried in Bruce's arms. Bruce just stood there quietly, letting Gwen release her emotions. He was like a completely motionless sculpture. The only function is to give Gwen a hug to vent. Everything is gone to me, father me, home me, school. Everyone I know around me is gone. Gwen was crying and explaining to Bruce what she had experienced. Listening to Gwen's words, Bruce already knew the reason for this. Just like when the British Spider-Man universe disappeared. This was also the reason for his speculation at the time. Divclass equals contentad. Master Weaver can't figure out why the British Spider-Man universe has disappeared. This means that other Spider-Man universes also have the possibility of disappearing. And the Master Weaver also has no way to obtain the cause of the destruction of the universe. It was this uncertainty that made Bruce start working on the shuttle bracelet after returning. Bruce plans to directly use the speed force belonging to the Flash in the shuttle bracelet to start traveling through various universes to see if he can find some patterns and what causes the destruction of the universe. However, this plan has not yet been implemented. And now Gwen has given Bruce some very bad news. Because if this is the case, then what they are experiencing now may not be the sudden destruction of several universes because of some people. What the Master Weaver can know is only things related to the spiders, and whether there is anything in those things that can induce the destruction of the universe. Only then can he roughly speculate on the cause of the destruction of the universe. But he doesn't know, which means that the destruction of the universe has nothing to do with Spider-Man, or even the Earth's. So whether the destruction of the universe was caused by others is the focus of Bruce's investigation. But now it seems the destruction of the universe seems to be completely random. The sobs slowly died down, and Gwen fell asleep in Bruce's arms before she knew it. Picking up this girl who had gone through too many things, Bruce took her out after placing Gwen on the bed. Before Bruce could get up, Gwen had already grabbed his hand. The huge power of the spider made Bruce stagger, but he quickly stabilized his body. Jessica didn't know where it came from. Looking at the scene in front of her, she looked at the two people with a smile. "Do you seem to have a lot of energy?" Jessica looked Bruce up and down like a tease, as if realizing for the first time that her boss had such abundant physical strength. Bruce said nothing but stared at her. This made Jessica a little unbearable. She could only shrug to express that she had said the wrong thing, and made a gesture of sewing her own mouth. By the way, he clasped his hands at Bruce to apologize. Of course, Jessica also knew that this was just a joke. She walked up to Bruce and looked at Gwen, who had fallen asleep deeply. Now she was a little unclear about what the child had experienced. "What happened? I had a quarrel with my family. Ran away from home through the knitting master. And came here." Bruce did not tell Jessica directly. Telling her this kind of thing is of little use. It can only increase Jessica's inner anxiety. After hearing Bruce's answer, Jessica could only look at Gwen, who was already asleep, and shook her head. She has never enjoyed a family. The only thing that gives her a sense of family is the current Batcave and Aunt May. She is extremely longing for family, but she will not comment on the quarrel between Gwen and her family. The environment of each family is different, and what they have experienced between them is not known to outsiders. Perhaps letting this child stay here quietly is the best choice. Jessica patted Bruce's shoulder easily so as not to wake Gwen up. "I'm going to find Aunt May. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it back to you. Anything is fine except red date bread." Bruce did not look at Jessica, but stared closely at Gwen lying on the bed. "Remember to stay on the trail." Bruce still told Jessica to try not to leave from the front, because Bruce felt that those guys staring at him would definitely pay attention to him. Even if those guys won't find the location of the Batcave, Bruce thinks it's better to be cautious. Jessica didn't speak, nodded, and walked out. Gwen, who was lying on the bed, frowned at this moment, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. The hand holding Bruce also used some strength, but Bruce didn't say anything. He just gently stroked Gwen's brow, letting her frown relax. "I'm on your side." Bruce's voice may have been heard by Gwen's brows, which had been unable to relax no matter how much she stretched, finally relaxed at this moment, and her breathing became longer again on Jessica's side. Jessica had just entered New York City. Didn't know that her every move had been noticed. "Find Spider-Woman, report quickly. Do we implement a satellite strike plan?" "Fart, that's what the boss needs." Various voices came from this small room, and they were busy because of Jessica's appearance. But soon a man arrived here. He looked at Jessica on the surveillance screen and Spider-Man on another surveillance screen. "Contact Ford." The man gave the order directly to his subordinates. "Tell him Miracle Tony Stark's matter has been postponed, and the attack on Batman has also been postponed. I will now let him use his manpower to capture those two spiders." Yes, of course. The man's subordinates mainly take the man's orders. And he immediately started communicating with Ford. Sir, Ford has agreed. Listening to his subordinates answer, the man just nodded. Of course he knew that although Ford agreed to the matter, he would still be dissatisfied. Even if Ford was dissatisfied with the man's order, he should also know that without himself, Ford would not be able to have this team now. He can never achieve the goal he wants. The man took a few steps forward and looked carefully at the two specimens he had dreamed of. The light on the screen reflected the man's appearance. The face was covered by a silver-white mask. All that can be seen is a pair of eyes full of ambition and the desire for Jessica and Miles. You will be the sword with which I destroy America. On the other side, Ford had already given orders to his super team. Of course, only two of them facing two spiders. This team does not need to go out in full force, of course. Ford also regarded this operation as the stage for his team to debut. At this moment, Jessica is heading to Aunt May's residence. To be honest, it's not that she doesn't know how to cook. But to be honest, many people are willing to cook. And the food Jessica cooked herself was not as delicious as Aunt May's. But just as she was walking on the road, her spider sense suddenly triggered, and she quickly somersaulted backwards twice. A beam attack landed directly where she had landed. This surprised Jessica. Although the road she was taking now could not be called very prosperous, it was at least not an inaccessible route. These guys dared to directly attack themselves in such a place. They simply didn't take shields stationed in New York seriously. Jessica raised her head, and what she saw was a robot-like thing with a black body and a red light coming from the helmet. According to normal people, this guy is some kind of armor created by Tony Stark. But Jessica's instinct tells her that this is not something Iron Man can create. He doesn't have Iron Man's iconic arc reactor on him. Coming to attack me in broad daylight. Do you think the guys from Ultimate Team are all blind? Jessica slowly made her own battle preparations, and she stared at the black robot in front of her. They have no intention of caring about you right now. When the sound appeared, Jessica had already moved her body and jumped to the building nearby. The black robot didn't speak, but a hairy woman landed in its place. The hair reminded Jessica of a tiger. It's just that now this tiger skin grows on people's bodies, and this guy's destructive power seems to be more than enough. When the tiger girl saw Jessica jumping to the top of the building, she just smiled. The next second she had ejected from the ground and rushed towards Jessica. Jessica did dodge the tiger girl's attack. But what shocked Jessica was the destructive power and strength this guy showed. The guy actually dug his fingers into the wall. The strongest animal in the world is not a spider. After Tigress said such words to Jessica, she once again used her power to catch up with Jessica on the wall. Shit, when Jessica saw this, could only dodge quickly. But the black robot was not just standing there to eat. In the next second, the beam attack had blocked Jessica's escape route and even penetrated the wall of the building. There was a black robot blocking the front, and behind there was a tiger girl who was staring at him with a ferocious smile. The choice Jessica can make is to choose one of the two of them to fight. It is obvious that the tiger girl is easier to deal with than the black robot. Then let's take a look. Jessica pounced directly on Tigress, and the power struggle between the two made all their strength explode at this moment. But it is obvious that the power that the spider brings to Jessica can barely crush the tiger girl in front of her. Jessica directly suppressed the tiger girl and turned the furry big cat towards the black robot with her backhand. Give it to you. The black robot had no intention of taking over Tigress. He dodged Tigress's body, instantly turned on the propeller and rushed towards Jessica. It seems that the relationship between you is not that good either. When Jessica saw the black robot rushing up, the first thing she chose was to collide with him head-on. But at the same time, Ish also shot out Spider Silk, directly blinding the black robot's head. He kicked the black robot hard on the chest. But apart from leaving a footprint, it did not hinder the black robot's movements at all. Jessica was thrown far away by the backlash. It's really hard. The black robot obviously doesn't want to have too much nonsense with Jessica. His most important task now is to capture the guy in front of him. It has to be said that sometimes a simple superhuman body may not be able to match mechanical acceleration. The black robot overtook Jessica in an instant. He stopped beside Jessica and directly pulled out a stun baton with electric light and slashed at Jessica. Although Jessica escaped this attack quite easily, his original idea did not come true. Now she is still trapped here, surrounded by two superhumans who jumped out of nowhere. At this moment, the tiger girl slowly got up and shook her head. It was obvious that she was quite dissatisfied with the fact that she was thrown out directly by Jessica. Her eyes revealed an extremely cruel, and now she just wanted to tear Jessica apart in front of her. This is really bad. Jessica immediately pressed a special button on her web launcher. Spreading out from the spider's silk launcher, the red symbiote metal completely enveloped Jessica's body. At the same time, symbiote metal also sent a distress signal to the Batcave. Quick Decision has sent a distress signal, but it is not sent to Shield. It is most likely to the Bat. The black robot obviously knew the distress message sent by Jessica. The tiger girl didn't care what kind of distress signal Jessica sent out. All she wanted to do now was to completely tear the damn spider in front of her into pieces. It seems that there are some minor differences between you. Jessica has never doubted whether her boss will come to save her. What she needs to do now is to delay as much time as possible. And the relationship between the two of them is obviously what Jessica wants to see. When the black robot saw Tigress, he didn't listen to his command and didn't say anything. He rushed directly towards Tigress and hit Tigress directly on the back with the electric baton in his hand. The huge electric current caused Tiger Girl to fall to the ground with smoke all over her body. This made Tigress even more excited, but she knew that if she did not continue to listen to the black robot, she would most likely be greeted with more violent electric shocks. Tigress shifted the target of her hatred from the black robot to Jessica. It was all that damn spider that made her end up like this. But when she wanted to look for Jessica, the spider disappeared at some point. It seems that our prey has escaped. The tiger girl gritted her teeth. Even those who have not experienced it personally can feel the deep hatred emanating from the tiger girl now. She can't run. Divkles equals contented, the black robot spoke to Tigress quite confidently, and then soared into the sky. Regarding the black robot's confidence, Tigress just curled her lips and did not express her opinion. Tigress knew that the black robot had this ability. He could connect to the various cameras in New York City in real time and monitor the spider's every move. At the same time, Ish also looked at her positioning system, which was broadcasting the position of the black robot to her in real time, as well as the position of the spider transmitted by the guy. She ducked out of here. The surrounding people have long been frightened by this sudden superhuman war. They don't know what they should do, but now they know that it is best to leave this kind of matter to Shield to solve it. Jessica really didn't know what to say to the guys behind her at this moment. They were almost clinging to her traces and refused to leave for a moment. Jessica was sure that she had never had any conflict with these guys, or even met these guys. But why did they want to kill her so much? It has to be said that with the blessing of symbiotic metal, Jessica's movement speed is now much faster than before. But the black robot's movement speed is far faster than Jessica expected. You have no place to run, raise your hands and surrender. Maybe you will suffer less. The black robot landed in front of Jessica. The electric arc on the electric shock baton in his hand became larger at this moment. It was obvious that the black robot in front of him had adjusted the power of the electric baton to the maximum. Otherwise, being incontinent here wouldn't be a good image. The black robot looked around and saw that Jessica was indeed running very fast. And her target was very clear, which was SHILD. At this moment, the black robot has intercepted her in a relatively prosperous area. There are countless residents around here, and they are filming this superhuman battle with their mobile phones. Then I really thank you for taking care of my image. Jessica's sarcastic insinuations sounded completely meaningless to the black robot's ears. His goal is just to capture Jessica. It doesn't matter to the black robot how much time and energy he spends. Even if the Spider-Woman is completely socially dead. It doesn't matter to the black robot. Jessica felt the vibration of her spider's silk launcher. And she already understood that her boss was coming. But I think you might not be able to see the moment when your electric baton fell on me, Jessica said to the black robot with a smile. Before he could react, Jessica had already disappeared in front of him. And then his back exploded. I thought you had been accompanying that little girl. Jessica was now connected to Bruce's communication channel and said teasingly to Bruce. Actually, I'm here too at that time. Gwen's voice was also heard in the communication channel, which made Jessica a little embarrassed. She even got caught for saying such things behind her back. Looking at the steaming fireball in the distance, Jessica asked Bruce with some uncertainty. That guy shouldn't be able to resist, right? No. The armor on that guy's body can be said to be quite strong. I guess it just made him a little slower. Bruce knew very well that although he had just used the more powerful weapon on the Batwing to attack, he definitely did not cause too much damage to the black robot. Sure enough, when the smoke dissipated, the black robot's figure appeared in front of Bruce and the others again. There was only a slight bump in the back, and there was no damage to the inside at all. The black robot now locked its eyes on Bruce's bat wings, and his red light was a little bit penetrating. We found Batman, what do we need to do? The black robot did not attack immediately, but asked for instructions. After all, this was outside their mission. After receiving the notice from the black robot, Ford was extremely excited. His original purpose of finding these guys was to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. and destroy this bat. But he never thought that this gift would come so quickly. Brought it to his mouth, but he quickly calmed down. Because he knew that the most important thing now was to complete the man's mission, not to carry out his own plans. He still distinguishes the priorities very clearly. Don't worry about the bat for now. Let's catch those two spiders first. As soon as Ford finished speaking, Gwen jumped off the bat wings. He landed lightly next to Jessica at this moment. Gwen is no longer wearing the simple spider suit, but the suit built by Bruce with nanorobots. Looking at the sudden appearance of the third spider, the black robot and Ford, who was observing all this, didn't know what they should say. But the masked man who had been observing here became extremely excited. In his eyes, all spiders were the best experimental subjects. Ford, send all your ultimate team out. I want to see these 3 spiders appear in front of me. The man gave Ford his instructions, and Ford could only grit his teeth and follow the man's request. Soon the tiger girl arrived here. She actually laughed when she looked at the potholes behind the black robot. It seems like you're not doing well either. Now we have to catch 2 spiders. The black robot didn't care about Tigress's words at all. He just wanted to complete the task now. Vision and the others are over and are on their way. At this time, Tiger Girl received messages from other companions who were performing tasks. The black robot didn't say anything else, and rushed directly to Gwen, who had just appeared here, with the electric baton in his hand. And the spider from before was handed over to Tigress. Be careful, that thing in his hand is not just for fun. And the armor is quite tough, Jessica reminded Gwen. And at the same time, she also set her sights on Tigress, because now that the hairy guy was already sprinting towards him. But before Gwen could take action against the black robot, Bruce's Batwing had already opened its full firepower and knocked back the black robot. Go and help Jessica deal with that guy. I'll deal with this guy. Bruce sat in the Batwing and stared at the black robot with determined eyes. There was no thought of taking his finger off the trigger. For the black robot, the attack of the Bruce cannon can indeed cause a certain amount of hindrance, but it cannot cause substantial damage. But if he wants to continue to perform his mission in such a heavy firepower environment, it is just like joking. The cannon completely blocked all his movement space. The Black Knight put away the electric baton in his hand, drew out a beam saber, and pointed it towards Bruce's bat wing. The lightsaber thrown out by the black robot was so fast that even Jessica was not sure she could dodge it. But Bruce did control the Batwing and avoided the black robot's attack. However, Earth only avoided the vital point, and still allowed the lightsaber to come into contact with the Batwing's wings. And this attack successfully interrupted Bruce's plan to suppress the black robot with firepower. The next second, the black robot had spread its wings behind it, and its thrusters were turned on to maximum power immediately. The extreme speed coupled with the extremely hard body allowed the black robot to pass through the bat wing in an instant. Gwen, who was currently playing 2-on-1 with Jessica, turned her head and looked at the bat wing that had been cut in half in the sky. She shouted to Jessica to ask Jessica to pay attention, and then rushed in the direction where the bat fell. But how could Gwen be as fast as the black robot? The black robot even grabbed the lightsaber he threw, sprinted downward again, and cut open the cockpit of the Batwing. Do not! Gwen shouted sadly with her eyesight. She had never seen Bruce escape from the Batwing. Now the black robot's attack had obviously given Bruce a death notice in Gwen's eyes. Booms! The black robot landed directly in front of Gwen, and he looked at the spider in front of him that jumped out of nowhere. Not wanting to say anything more, he turned his lightsaber into an electric baton. Then he raised it high, and he was about to take away the spider in front of him. Gwen no longer knew what she should do at this moment. The main reason why she came here was actually because of Bruce's special nature. It can be said that Bruce was the pillar that allowed her to come to this universe. But now this pillar seems to have collapsed. Jessica looked at the black robot holding the electric baton high and preparing to drop it, and shouted anxiously to Gwen, "Wake up. It's better to worry about you first." But the tiger girl still clung to Jessica, completely denying Jessica any possibility of support. Believe me, there is nothing wrong with the boss. But even when fighting Tigress, Jessica was still able to say such words to Gwen. As the person who has followed her boss for the longest time in the world, Jessica had the confidence to say these words. These guys can't be killed, bats. After hearing Jessica's words, Gwen raised her head and looked at the black robot in front of her. Gwen's eyes were no longer filled with sadness and sorrow. She instantly punched the black robot in the abdomen, and then got out of the black robot's attack range. At this moment, she was as nimble as a ballerina on the stage. Standing in a T-step, Gwen stared at the black robot in front of her. Why do you have to resist? The black robot obviously doesn't understand why these guys are often unwilling to fall into his hands like that. Obviously, that is the best choice for them, and they don't have to endure too much pain. But almost everyone chose to resist. Gwen did not choose to answer the black robot's question. He just clenched his fists, intending to teach the tough guy in front of him a lesson. Sometimes the power of human beings is no worse than that of machines. At this moment, Gwen no longer suppressed the power in her body. Just stepping heavily on the ground caused the asphalt road to completely collapse. This is the power a spider should have. She punched the black robot in the chest. It may not be the energy source of the black robot, but it must be the center of operations of the black robot. The place was completely smashed, and Gwen didn't believe that this guy could stand up again. At this moment, the black robot waved the electric baton in his hand and hit Gwen's fist directly. A huge electric current surged over the electric baton in an instant. However, in the black robot's calculations, the scene where Gwen was directly paralyzed by electric current did not appear. Instead, the current was completely absorbed and transformed by Gwen's nanosuit, and returned to the black robot. With a majestic electric current, the electric baton directly destroyed the black robot with one punch. But Gwen's fist did not weaken and hit the black robot's chest forcefully. It has to be said that this electric current did cause the black robot to suffer a bit. He can hardly use his right arm flexibly now. Just when Gwen was about to continue pursuing the victory, the spider sense suddenly rang, "Gwen." Jessica shouted loudly. But it was during this conversation with Gwen that Tigress seized the opportunity and punched Jessica in the face. I'm still worried about others. I'm about to die. At this moment, the tiger girl looked at Jessica, who had been punched to the ground by her fist, and slowly walked towards Jessica with a smile on her face. Gwen jumped up quickly, and a sonic attack landed directly behind Gwen, completely shattering the already tattered road surface. It was a woman with outer armors, using her abilities to slowly descend. Coming with that woman was a guy whose face was red, reminiscent of red paint. It's just that there is a yellow diamond pattern in the middle of the guy's forehead. Obviously, this is the Black Robot and their helper. Black Knight, you look a little embarrassed. When the woman fell down, she obviously did not expect that the Black Knight and the others could be so embarrassed by two spiders. But the Black Knight didn't care what the woman said. He just started to reconnect his mechanical joints that had been detached by the current shock. The red-faced guy flew directly to the Black Robot, the Black Knight, and put his hand on the Black Knight's shoulder, instantly repairing the Black Knight's shoulder. "You are welcome," the guy said this to the Black Knight. It's just that the Black Knight himself has no intention of paying attention to that guy. The suit on this spider is made of nanotechnology. The Black Knight recognized at a glance what kind of technology Gwen's suit used. But it was precisely because of this that they now had the guy who can solve this trouble easily. Hearing the Black Knight's words, the red-faced man next to the Black Knight turned to look at Gwen. "It's very good nanotechnology. It can't be broken in a short time." The red-faced man was quite sure of himself. But the nanobots on Gwen were a bit too cumbersome. Divclass equals contentad, it really takes time to break through. "Then just take it." The other woman didn't have the slightest idea of saying anything. She raised her hand and released her own shock wave. Unfortunately, Gwen also had a perverted ability called Spider Sense and was able to avoid the woman's attack. But not yet when Gwen adjusted her body in the air. The Black Knight had already shot a beam of light at Gwen, directly knocking Gwen down. The red-faced man even rushed forward, grabbed Gwen by the neck and knocked her to the ground. On the other side, the battle situation between Tigress and Jessica has obviously changed greatly. Before, Jessica was able to withstand Tigress's punch due to distraction. When Tigress walked towards Jessica, who was now smashed into the building by herself, she did not forget to lick her paws. There was Jessica's blood on her paws. "I am coming." Perhaps stimulated by the smell of blood, the tiger girl opened her mouth and immediately rushed into the building. But in the next second, the tiger girl's body flew out upside down. She didn't know what was attacking her, and she didn't even have time to react. The tiger girl was knocked away and knocked over the red-faced man. The sudden change caused the Black Knight and the woman present to stop their attacks. They didn't know what kind of changes had occurred. Could it be that the ultimate team is coming? But the problem is that when they were performing their mission, Ford explained to them that the current ultimate team and SHILD were being played around by a woman. Logically speaking, it was impossible to return to New York so soon. The Black Knight and the red-faced man turned on their infrared thermal imaging immediately. But the next second they saw a flash of red speeding towards them. Even if they switched their normal vision in the shortest time, all they could see was a black shadow rushing in front of them. The figure directly knocked away the Black Knight and the red-faced man. Standing next to Gwen, looking at the familiar shape of the helmet, Gwen still didn't know who was standing in front of her. Who else but that bat would wear a helmet like this? His cloak no longer had a velvet-like texture, but instead resembled ink splashed randomly on an ink painting. Unbridled and flecked with ink stains, nano-robot. The red-faced man also recognized the guy in front of him at this time. The thing on his body that could make the cloak flow like ink was the nano-robot. However, the red-faced man is a little confused about the nano-robots on this person, because these nanorobots seem to have been completely integrated with flesh and blood. But the problem is, the man in front of him is obviously a normal human being. The Black Knight didn't care what the red-faced man said. What he had to do now was to complete his mission. He drew out his lightsaber again and struck at Bruce, who reappeared. According to the Black Knight's understanding, even with the help of nanobots, it is impossible for a human to achieve physical fitness that far exceeds that of superhumans. The ability to arrive in front of them so quickly before was probably due to the advancement of nanorobots. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to do it by relying solely on the body. But the problem was that when he struck out with the sword, Bruce's figure mysteriously disappeared from his sight. The speed of disappearing was far faster than any previous spider could escape from his attack. The next second he felt the changes in his body, and his limbs seemed to no longer obey his orders. He fell straight to the ground, and he had time to see what changes had happened to his body. His limbs have been completely severed by Bruce's nanobots. This made the Black Knight unable to believe what he saw. How could such a thing happen to him? The armor on his body could be said to be made in the strongest and toughest way. And it was also filled with all kinds of strange things. The power was solved in this way: attack him. Shockwave Girl during the communication. Ford was roaring at Shockwave Girl. He needed Shockwave Girl to launch her attack and directly destroy the damn bat. Listening to Ford's words, although Shockwave was shocked by Bruce's appearance, she still launched her own attack. His hands burst out with majestic power and attacked Bruce. But Bruce's movements were much faster than hers. In the next second, Shockwave Girl felt that the outer armor on her body, which was used to alleviate the side effects of her abilities, had been completely removed. This made Ford extremely angry. He was angry about why this bat could always have such a thing. But now the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. He needed to let the bat die here and at the same time complete the mission of the adult. After giving instructions to the only tiger girl and red-faced man left on the field, Ford had already turned around and left. He now needed to use the last resort he had reserved. Looking at the battle that was now at a disadvantage, Tigress had no intention of continuing the battle here. She turned around and ran in other directions to get out of here. For her, sometimes she doesn't have to obey orders from above. There is only one life. The question is, how could Jessica let Tigress leave so easily? Although she still has a lot of injuries on her body, the bleeding has been stopped with the help of the symbiote metal. Jessica instantly came to the route where the tiger girl escaped and intercepted her here. I'm not a very broad-minded person. You just hit me and you can't run away like this. This time it was Jessica who said this to the tiger girl with a smile on her face. The red-faced man didn't have much resistance to fighting, even if he was bound to be defeated. Rays shot out directly from his eyes. But his target was not Bruce but Gwen, who was standing aside. Gwen dodged, but the red-faced man had disappeared in the next second. Ford's order to him was not to assist Tiger Girl to delay time. He has more important tasks to do now. The red-faced man rushed directly into the sky and disappeared from their sight in an instant. Even if Bruce was now covered with nanobots, there was no way to catch up with the guy's speed. In addition to the Black Knight, whose limbs have been cut off, and the Shockwave Girl, who can no longer use her superpowers, there was only one Tiger Girl who was stuck there. At this moment, the members of the Ultimate Team are at another Hydra base. There are spies lurking in Aegis here, or guys who defected from Aegis at the same time. There is also this extremely powerful and dangerous weapon. Damn it, what is going on now? Nick Fury on the space carrier looked at the battle in the distance and was quite annoyed. He originally thought that he would be able to find the thing after lurking into Hydra. But he never expected that not only was the thing not found by him, but it had become a weapon in the hands of others. This has led to them now dragging in almost all the idle members of the Ultimate Team. One by one, they have all appeared on this battlefield now. In the end, he still couldn't completely control the guy. Sayuri Kyoto. That thing is not as simple as you think. You will die. Sayuri Kyoto, a former SHIELD agent, almost became the commander of SHIELD. But at that time, she was already a member of Hydra. The fundamental reason for joining Aegis is to help Hydra obtain Aegis weapons and secrets. This time, she also brought that thing to Hydra's base. She also successfully promoted her from a double agent to the commander of Hydra. Codenamed Scarlet, do you really think everyone is a fool? Sayuri Kyoto didn't believe what Nick Fury said at all. In her eyes, Nick Fury, the former director of SHIELD, is not a guy who tells the truth. What he said was to make himself wary of this thing and give up using it. Too bad she won't listen to Nick Fury, Stark. Get that thing. Nick Fury was carefully observing Sayuri Kyoto's every move on the space carrier. When the guy wanted to move that thing, he immediately gave Stark his order, looking at the red, blue and white armor charging towards her. Kyoto Sayuri just smiled because it's too late. She had caught the ruby-like stone. Feeling the power pouring into her body, Kyoto Sayuri smiled. But the next moment she couldn't laugh anymore. That thing had no intention of stopping and poured crazily into Sayuri Kyoto's body. Kyoto Sayuri's body has begun to appear cracks, and red energy glows in the cracks. The intense pain began to erode her sanity. No. Sayuri Kyoto never thought that Nick Fury would actually tell the truth. Now she really understood the meaning of Nick Fury's words. But it was too late. What? The energy index is soaring. Anthony's voice immediately sounded from Stark's armor. The next second, Anthony had already forcibly controlled Stark's Iron Patriot and began to retreat. But even Anthony's speed was already quite fast. Still couldn't avoid being affected by that energy. The huge energy beam connected the sky and the earth. But the aftermath was enough to lift Stark away. The space carrier in the air was even shaken by the energy aftermath. However, with the help of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the output power of all thrusters was adjusted as quickly as possible. Looking at the beam of light that began to slowly dissipate, Nick Fury said to Stark expressionlessly, "Recycle it." "I said that thing won't attack me." Stark still felt that something was not right. According to normal logic, that thing might burst out of energy again at any time. According to the problem determined by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s researchers, the thing will calm down again after a brief explosion. As long as no one tries again, there will be no big problem. Nick Fury still remembers the judgment that S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers made when conducting research. Although the researchers in S.H.I.E.L.D. may not be as smart as Tony Stark and others, there are many of them, remember, Stark spoke to Nick Fury. But Nick Fury has now been attracted by other news. There is a problem in New York. Even though the current commander of S.H.I.E.L.D. is Monica. When receiving this kind of news, Monica still instinctively explained to Nick Fury, "Miles has been captured, let's go. Jessica and Bat are attacked. And there's a Spider-Man we haven't seen yet." And Nick Fury looked at Monica's hesitant look and probably already knew that this matter might have something to do with him. He didn't say anything. He believed Monica would. "Do you remember the team we formed to deal with 9/11? Monica did not explain directly, but as soon as she said this, Nick Fury already knew what happened. Aren't they being imprisoned? Yes. Nick Fury had already formed a team of metahumans before Ultimate Team, made up of Shockwave, Tigress Vision, Wonder Woman, and Black Knight. But the problem is that the super soldier serum created by S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time can be said to be completely random. Just like mutants, to awaken their abilities completely at random. Moreover, the super soldier serum at that time would interfere with their normal thinking to some extent, making it difficult for them to control it. This forced Nick Fury to give them up in the end. Place them in a special Aegis base if that base was attacked. Nick Fury didn't trust the guys inside not to get the message out. There was no way they had not known about it until now. Monica handed the tablet in her hand to Nick Fury. When he saw the screen on the tablet, Nick Fury already knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. could no longer stay here. Take the S.H.I.E.L.D. and live here. Notify the Ultimate Alliance. Maybe there will be some trouble in what follows. Nick Fury said directly to Monica, and then walked out of the command rooms. Monica didn't ask Nick Fury what he planned to do, because she knew that this guy had his own plan and could save his life. That's enough, go back to New York. Monica is also a very decisive person. After knowing these things, she has already made her own judgment, especially now that Miles has been taken away. After becoming the SHIELD commander, the things that Monica had access to were no longer the same as before. Many things can be understood among them. SHIELD has conducted genetic evaluation on Miles and Peter Parker. The report clearly states that Spider-Man is the most perfect parent clone of the super soldier. As long as there are them, they can always produce an army of clones. Looking at the space carrier that had gone away, Stark looked at the red gem under his feet. He was a little unsure at this moment in New York. Tigress has been completely taken care of by Jessica and Gwen. But Bruce still maintained his state and stood quietly. If they hadn't been able to feel Bruce's normal breathing, now Gwen and the others would really feel that Bruce had turned into a lifeless robot. But now they don't dare to get close to Bruce. When do you think he will get out of this situation? Gwen threw a piece of asphalt road towards Bruce. But before it could touch Bruce, the unbridled nanorobot cloak had already covered him. Shattered divkles equals contentadv, I don't know. Jessica was not sure either. Now she was so bored that she used her own spider silk to continuously strengthen the bondage of the Tiger Girl. And she was almost turned into a ball by the Tiger Girl. Shockwave Girl on the other side just hugged her knees and waited quietly, showing no intention of escaping. Now she probably understood that these guys might have been used as weapons. The citizens of New York have long been accustomed to it. They know very well to stay away from this place to avoid having anything to do with it. Who knows if those superhumans have finished the fight? If the fight is not finished and they accidentally get in and die, who can they talk to for explanation? Insurance companies may not pay. Even if you have purchased superhuman accident insurance, it is of no use, because that thing only pays out compensation to those who died when the superhumans were not found fighting. So if you walk in now, you can only say that you are asking for death. Besides, the New York Police Department has now completely sealed off the place. There was no possibility for them to enter, tilde. Space carrier. Jessica heard the voice and looked up at the sky. That thing was quite familiar to Jessica. It's just that I haven't gone up there for a while. It's just that the time it takes to appear here is a little too late. Wow, tilde Gwen actually let out her own exclamation. She had never seen anything like this in her universe. But after experiencing the events in the multiverse, her ability to accept these things is now full. It soon stabilized. Soon the people from SHIELD came down from the space carrier. Monica and Captain America looked at Bruce standing there with some confusion. Captain America originally wanted to step forward to see how Bruce was doing. If I were you, I wouldn't touch my boss. Jessica spoke to remind Captain America. This made Captain America's doubts even more intense. He didn't know why without waiting for him to ask. Jessica had already made her move. When the bricks thrown by Jessica were about to get close to Bruce, they were directly crushed by the nanorobots on Bruce's body. They would be really fools if they didn't know why Jessica stopped them before. What's wrong with him? Captain America walked towards Jessica. There is no way to ask the rightful owner. I can only ask other people who have been here. I don't know. Jessica told the truth. But Monica approached Gwen at this time. She needed to know where this Spider-Man jumped out from before she could get completely close to Gwen. There was already a problem with Bruce. The nanorobot cloak that was originally as flamboyant as ink suddenly quieted down and became peaceful again. Bruce's body, which was originally standing, also fell down. Jessica rushed over with quick eyesight and quick hands. And Gwen was the same as her. The two Spider-Women held Bruce at the same time. The two looked at each other. Obviously, they didn't feel Bruce's injuries now. But why did Bruce become so weak? Take him back. Jessica made this judgment directly. How about going to the space carrier? Monica said to the two Spider-Women at this time. To S.H.I.E.L.D., Bat's identity has always been a secret. It's not like they haven't thought about tracking Bats. But considering that their main system didn't know when someone had a backdoor, the idea was shelved. Until they have their own new and complete main system, they will never give this Bat any thought. Now it's obviously a pretty good opportunity, no need. Jessica shook her head at Monica. She knew Bruce. And the best thing now was to take Bruce back to the Batcave. Not to mention that the medical facilities on the space carrier are no different from those in the Batcave. After all, they were all obtained from S.H.I.E.L.D. It was even given to them by the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wait, Bruce stood up at this time. He got rid of the support of the two people and said to Monica and the others, "There is a guy with them called Vision, who has now reached outer space and is transforming satellites. Well, he probably wanted to turn the satellite into a mobile nuclear weapon that could explode at any time. I have just controlled his body functions. But this is time-limited. He is already destroying the nanobots I injected into his body. You'd better bring him back." After saying these words, Bruce had already left. Jessica and Gwen followed closely behind. After Monica heard what Bruce said, she already connected the communication with Stark, who was returning to New York with the gem, and repeated what Bruce said to Stark exactly. "Stark, did you hear that? I understand, but I think you should pay me overtime," Stark said jokingly, and the next moment he was soaring into the sky. There was still more than 2 hours of air in his armor. Enough for him to go to outer space, come back again. On the other side, Jessica looked at Bruce in front with some worry. She always felt that Bruce was acting a little strange now, but she didn't know where it was. But the next moment she was thinking. Bruce failed to grasp the hook and hit a fire escape. Jessica and Gwen hurried over, and when they came to Bruce's side, they saw that there were beads of sweat on the lower half of Bruce's face. It was obviously not a sweaty exercise, and it was obvious that Bruce was seriously injured. "I remotely controlled the Batmobile to come over. I'll drive back in a while, you guys go first." Bruce's tone was still so steady, without any fluctuation at all. Gwen wanted to say something, but Jessica had already stopped. Gwen just nodded to Bruce and then walked away. Gwen looked at Bruce, who didn't say anything and just jumped off the fire escape. The Batmobile had arrived at the alley entrance at the same time Bruce jumped out. After keeping an eye on Bruce as he got into the car, Gwen followed Jessica again, but when she turned over, Jessica didn't leave at all but was waiting for her here. "You have to know this bat is very stubborn." After Jessica left such a sentence, she started her actions again. Gwen didn't say anything, just followed Jessica silently. The person who drives is always the one who gets home first. Especially the guy driving the car was driving the Batmobile. Bruce arrived in the Batcave ahead of Jessica and the others. The Bat staggered off the Batmobile. The helmet also disappeared, revealing the obviously pale face. That's the problem of blood loss plus pain. The Black Knight's previous attack was indeed unable to take away the Bat's life, but it still caused serious damage to the current Bat. Fortunately, the suit he was wearing had been changed into nanorobots before. Otherwise, he might not have been able to survive today. Of course, this is one of the main reasons why Bruce became like that later. What Bruce needs to do now is to get rid of the injury as soon as possible. He walked towards the Batcave's current infirmary. As someone who collects wool from S.H.I.E.L.D. every day, Bruce has already collected a medical cabin from S.H.I.E.L.D. that is quite well equipped and functional. But Bruce still made his own modifications to the medical cabin to make it more suitable for his problems. At the same time, it is also avoided that there are Aegis items in the medical cabin. I have to say that Bruce made the right choice at that time. The bugs and other things he removed from various medical equipment could almost cover the floor of the medical cabin. After entering the medical cabins, Bruce quickly issued all the instructions, guaranteed to receive treatment as soon as possible. On the way back, Bruce had used nanorobots to observe what his wounds looked like. And Bruce also has a skilled doctor in his mind. After receiving Thomas Wayne's diagnosis, Bruce has been able to ensure that his injuries will allow him to return to normal activities in the shortest possible time. Bruce lay directly on the bed in the medical cabin, and the nanorobots on his body had completely disappeared. After those things left Bruce's body, the wounds on Bruce's back were completely revealed. The scar stretched from Bruce's right shoulder to Bruce's left waist. The wound has been opened, and the bones can even be seen in the spine. This was the injury sustained when the nanorobot blocked the guy's sword. If it weren't for this layer of nanobots, Bruce could be sure that he would be cut open by that guy's sword. The wound now just looks quite scary. Under the emergency treatment of the nanorobot, the bleeding has been stopped as much as possible, and now it just looks a little ferocious. Bruce just lay calmly on the operating bed, waiting for the machine to suture the wound on his back. Bruce simply closed his eyes and walked into the prison of his mind. He didn't look at any of the bats he was familiar with before, but walked directly towards another cage where no bats had ever appeared before. Bruce stood at the door of the building, looking at the scene inside calmly. But if other people came to see it, they would probably be a little surprised or even afraid. When a guy loses his lower body, hands and even his neck, few people would be calm, yes. The bat in front of Bruce looked like this, but his body was still connected by the dense nanorobots, which did not make him lose his life. What, are you scared? The bat was not shy about his current broken body. He actually spoke to Bruce with a smile on his face. Do not. Bruce actually told the truth and expressed his inner emotions. When he chose to release this guy, Bruce already knew what this guy really looked like. So why was there anything to be afraid of? Not to mention that this guy is also Bruce Wayne, just a broken bat who has been imprisoned and tortured for many years. How many people are afraid of themselves, do you know? If you let those monsters go today, those monsters will come back to trouble you sooner or later. The bat controlled the surrounding nanorobots and reassembled his body. And behind him is the unbridled ink-like cloak. It was a picture of countless nanorobots flying in the air without cutting off the connection. It seems like it's just for showing off, just to make him look more awesome, but in fact, the lethality of that thing cannot be underestimated. Today was also the time when Bruce used nanorobots to treat his almost fatal wounds. This guy appeared in Bruce's brain prison. Bruce released the broken bat at that time. Bruce knew that although this guy's personality changed drastically later, he even took over the baton of the Angel of Death and began to rule Gotham. However, he can still be said to be one of the most controllable, powerful bats here. It can be said that all of his abilities depend on the nanobats on his body. The strength of this guy itself is not worth mentioning at all. It was also the best choice to deal with the situation at that time. It's not like Bruce hasn't thought about Barry Allen. The Flash has other uses. Bruce wouldn't waste the Speed Force on something like this. On such small things. Even if Barry Allen can generate the Speed Force when he runs again, Bruce is still unwilling to waste the extreme speed that can reverse everything. So we have to kill them all, right? Bruce just responded coldly after hearing what the broken bat said. Otherwise, they will threaten Bat City. The broken bat smiled. As someone who took over Gotham under the rule of the Angel of Death, how could he be so merciful? I have been imprisoned and tortured for 30 years. And I understand one thing. That is evil and should be exterminated. The broken bat suddenly came to the cell door and stared at Bruce with his yellow eyes. You are just worried that they will endanger your rule over the city. My rule, broken bat seemed to have heard some joke. And he smiled at Bruce. My rule will allow them to have food to eat, a place to sleep in that environment, and even allow them to raise their children. And what have you experienced? You are just a fledgling little guy. Broken Bat obviously had a big reaction to Bruce's words. He didn't think that his rule of Gotham was a bad thing. On the contrary, he thought that it was the happiness of the people of Gotham. Because with him, Gotham was the best. Can become the safest city in the world. No, you are just satisfying your own desire for dominance. Divclass equals contented. Bruce stared at the bat without flinching. As Batman, Bruce clearly knows that Bat has been suppressing his desires. Be it emotion or power. They are all suppressed deep in Batman's heart. He always puts Gotham's safety at the top of his list. He will not let his desires consume him. Nor will he let other things outweigh the safety of Gotham. Unless one day, Gotham truly becomes the safest city in the world. You have long forgotten your original intention of putting on this suit. During those 30 years of torture, you completely gave up on yourself. The two bats are obviously the same height now. But Bruce seems to be looking down at the broken bat. That was the bat crushing a self that had gone astray. What's the difference between you and those Gotham officials who used to sit with Falcone and talk nonsense? Well, Bruce's gaze seemed to be burning the heart of the bat in front of him at this moment. He gritted his teeth and was unwilling to say any soft words. Of course, this was also a common problem among bats. If a bat expresses its weakness to other people and expresses its desire to surrender, then it is best to think about whether the bat has any means secretly prepared to fight back. Do you remember what you said to those guys? Bruce stared at the broken bat, as if he were looking at the bat in front of a judge. Ladies and gentlemen, you are eating so well. You are eating Gotham's wealth and Gotham's spirit. Ben Bat, who was sitting in the cell reading a book, spoke at this time. That was when he returned to Gotham. In his first year, it was also the first time he saw the true darkness and corruption of Gotham. But your feast is over, and from now on, none of you are safe. The last half of the sentence was not said by this bat, but by the Lego bat who ran up to Bruce at some point. At this time, Bruce set his sights on the broken bat again. You let your desires consume you. After leaving such a sentence, Bruce turned around and left. I don't plan to say anything more to this bat. And I don't plan to reactivate the broken bat in the future. In a sense, this bat may just be an accident. The broken bat didn't say anything. He just retreated into the darkness of his cell, leaving only his pair of yellow eyes and the constantly flashing yellow bat on his chest. How is the injury? Just as Bruce was about to exit the prison in his mind, Thomas finally spoke. The nanorobots were used to stop the bleeding before I came back. But the wound still needs to be stitched up. Bruce replied seriously to Thomas. I suggest you not to continue exercising or take any action recently. That knife hurt too many back muscles. Thomas pointed out this to Bruce from the perspective of a doctor and a father. The stakes of his arbitrary actions now, if you act rashly. It will only cause bigger problems in the muscles in your back and leave more hidden injuries. But Bruce didn't answer Thomas this time. He just looked at Thomas and asked, "Can you do it?" Thomas was suddenly speechless because he knew that even after suffering such an injury, he would still go out and continue his plan to eliminate evil. Of course, it's hard for him to be injured like this because he usually lets his gun do the talking. Bruce walked out of the prison in his mind without saying another word. How could a bat give up action because of its injury? Then it's not a bat. I don't know when the Lego bat staggered outside Thomas' cell again. Thomas treats this little Bruce Wayne equally. No matter what size Lego bat is considered his son, although it is a certain variant. And when he looks at Lego bats, he often feels a little relieved. Among the bats in this prison, this little guy is the only one who can always maintain a relatively high and cheerful attitude. The other bats owned by one are basically stuffy jars exuding a strong dark aura. Now that Bruce was back in his body, he could no longer feel the pain of the needle piercing his back. The wound suturing is over, that is to say. He controlled the nanorobot to stop the blood on his back. Otherwise, Bruce would probably have to wipe the blood off his body now. After putting on a t-shirt, Bruce walked out of the medical cabin and walked towards the kitchen. But halfway through, he stopped and thought about his cooking skills. In the end, we had to bite the bullet and go in, after all. The two people who knew how to cook had not come back yet. The only thing I can do is to make something for myself to eat first. At least to have something in my stomach to help me recover from my injuries. After Bruce entered the kitchen, it wasn't long before Jessica and Gwen were back in the Batcave. They only saw the Batmobile, which had already returned to its position. But Jessica knew that when she left, the house didn't have this choking smell of oil smoke. Oops, Jessica hurried to the kitchen. Gwen on the other side was confused. She wanted to ask Jessica what happened. But looking at Jessica's anxious look, she seemed unable to answer her question. I could only follow Jessica, wanting to see what could happen in the kitchen. Didn't I tell you not to come to the kitchen anymore? Jessica rushed into the kitchen and saw the burly figure playing with the kitchen utensils. If we follow the barrels theory, then Bruce is a giant barrel with thousands of wooden boards. And the length of these wooden boards has often reached the extreme. But there is one thing that prevents Bruce from ever becoming a usable barrel. Barrel that's Bruce's cooking. If the other boards are 10 meters long, then when Bruce is cooking, the board may be only 1 centimeter long. You can eat it but not much. After hearing Jessica's words, Bruce just silently turned off the fire and placed the kitchen utensils he had ruined in the sink. Turned around and walked out of the kitchen. Let's go to Aunt May's house to eat. After leaving these words, Bruce had already walked outside, leaving only Jessica, who looked helpless, and Gwen, who looked confused. This time the road to Aunt May's house was calm. As for whether there is an undercurrent, not many people will know about it, Hugh has expected. Coming here to eat is the right thing to do. After helping Aunt May clean up the table, Jessica slumped directly on the sofa without any image. She looked at Gwen, who was obviously still a little reserved, and smiled. Jessica's smile made Gwen a little stunned. But soon she understood what Jessica meant. You must know that none of Spider-Man is sociophobic. But that situation usually exists after wearing a mask. Taking off the mask, Spider-Man may not necessarily be a social terrorist. They may be more of a social phobic. What about Bruce? Only then did Gwen realize that Bruce had disappeared. Don't worry, he won't lose it. Just halfway through Jessica's words, Aunt May had already walked to them, especially with a plate of freshly baked cookies in his hand. Come and have some cookies. Bruce and the others have their business, Aunt May said to Jessica and Gwen with a smile on her face. Of course, Aunt May is more curious now. Why did another girl appear next to Bruce? It's just that she doesn't know how to ask yet. But the more I look at Aunt May's 2 girls, the more I like them at this time. Mary Jane came out and saw Aunt May's situation. I still don't know what Aunt May is thinking now. She helped Aunt May ask. Besides, Mary Jane was interested herself. So what's your relationship with Bruce? Mary Jane sat next to Aunt May with a smile on her face. Hearing Mary Jane ask, Aunt May nodded in Aunt May's eyes. Bruce and Peter Parker are actually the same in some ways, especially now that Bruce is considered another of her children. It was the biscuit Jessica had just eaten that made her choke a little. What a problem this is. Bruce didn't know what they were discussing, but he was discussing the current issue with Peter Parker upstairs. When Bruce came here, didn't just want to eat here, but more importantly, he wanted to know what kind of guy he was until now and wanted to study something from Spider-Man. Are your injuries okay? When the two were alone, Peter Parker said this to Bruce. Bruce was not surprised. The two people are similar in some ways. Didn't you give up your abilities? Bruce said to Peter Parker like a joke. My nose can smell the hurt. Peter Parker spoke to Bruce quite easily. Bruce frowned and looked at the guy next to him, ha. Looking at Bruce's expression, Peter Parker laughed without restraint. It was obvious that guessing other people's little secrets really gave him a great sense of accomplishment. But what I care about now is who is so obsessed with you. Bruce looked at the environment outside the window. He really didn't understand, apart from Hydra and SHIE. LD, what kind of guys would target Spider-Man? Although Spider-Man can be the most perfect cloning material, under the current circumstances, will anyone really choose to take huge risks to capture Spider-Man? Too many people are obsessed with spiders. Peter Parker didn't think there was any problem because he had seen too many people eager to become superhumans and have an army of superhumans. So the kid you brought here is also Spider-Man, right? Peter Parker was naturally pointing at Gwen, who came with Bruce and the others. Bruce nodded and didn't say anything. He was now thinking about what kind of guy would choose to attack the spiders at this juncture. Bruce has found the identities of those attackers in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. If there had not been a backdoor in S.H.I.E.L.D. system before, It would have been impossible for Bruce to retrieve the specific information of that team. Now it is true that Bruce has found the specific information of that team. But Bruce does not think that this matter was done by S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, those guys were obviously quite surprised that this team was able to escape from their custody. To be honest, I don't know either. Peter Parker gave Bruce this answer after thinking carefully. Peter Parker tells the truth. Won by one of his former enemies. They have basically retired or been sent to prison. Who knows who would attack Spider-Man? Bruce also probably guessed this result. But always stop by and see if you can get any news from Peter Parker. Just when Bruce was about to speak, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Taking out the phone, there was a small red dot that had stopped. This red dot marks exactly where Miles is now. Bruce thought they would send Miles to an extremely distant place, but never imagined that Miles' location would not finally stop until now. The location of the red dot was really unexpected for Bruce, because that location is not far from New York. It can even be considered to be under the nose of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Bruce does not rule out that those guys discovered the tracking program he left on Miles and directly discarded the spider silk launcher on Miles. But this possibility is really too low. What's going on? Peter Parker saw Bruce's frown, and he knew that this was definitely something he had encountered. Otherwise, this guy who can keep his expression unchanged even if he is seriously injured would never have such fluctuations in expression. Divclass equals contentad I'm leaving. Bruce opened the window of Peter Parker's room directly. The nanobots finished dressing Bruce in an instant. Don't you need to inform Jessica and the others? You are still injured. Peter Parker doesn't want Bruce to face any kind of powerful enemy now. You must know that Bruce himself is an ordinary person. He is still injured, and it is difficult to deal with someone who can catch Spider-Man. If I take them away, that's what that guy wants to see most. Okay, but I think you should. Peter Parker turned around to find some equipment for Bruce. When he took the thing in his hand and turned to look at the window, Bruce was nowhere to be seen. Take these things. He rubbed his head. I knew it would be like this. These bats always disappear directly at times like this. Put down the weapons you developed in your own hands. Peter Parker also went downstairs helplessly. Peter, where's Bruce? Watching Peter Parker walk out, Aunt May asked curiously. She clearly saw the two children going upstairs together. But why was Peter alone now? He has diarrhea. Peter Parker couldn't think of a particularly good excuse for a while, so he could only blurt out such a sentence. Although after saying this sentence, he felt that this excuse was a bit too difficult. Jessica, who was sitting on the sofa, was no longer slumped at this moment. She sat up straight, stared at Peter Parker and showed a smile. Did you know? My boss has already integrated lying into his life. Jessica said to Peter Parker with a smile. But you obviously don't have what he has, you just lied. Peter Parker was a little embarrassed, but he didn't know how to explain the current situation. After all, Bruce had already said that if he brought these two people there, he would probably fall into someone else's trap. But at this time Jessica slumped on the sofa again, and she no longer paid attention to Peter Parker. Don't worry, I won't ask him where he went. He didn't take us two with him. It's probably because of the previous attack. When Jessica said this, she was explaining it to Gwen rather than explaining it to Peter Parker. After Peter Parker said that lame excuse, Gwen seemed a little unable to sit still, because both of them knew that Bruce's current physical condition was definitely not good. If he went out to do something again, it would be very dangerous. It may have made his injury more serious. And you have to believe that the boss is capable of settling those things. Jessica was really talking to Gwen at this time. It was at this time that Aunt May sat next to Gwen, held the child in her arms, and gently patted Gwen on the shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, I will take care of him when he comes back. When Aunt May said this, she did not forget to give Peter Parker a look. Peter Parker didn't know that this was a warning to himself to talk less, and it was best not to report anything to Bruce. Otherwise, he would be in trouble later. Mary Jane just smiled. And now Bruce has long disappeared in Queens. The Batwing is destroyed. And now all Bruce can control is the Batmobile. Bruce turned on all the stealth devices on the Batmobile to ensure that no one would be monitoring him and that no one would notice that he was heading to that place. He drove the Batmobile quickly towards the red dot. And in the process, he did not forget to give S.H.I.E.L.D. a message. The familiar Bat logo once again appeared on the control screen of the Sanfei Building Command Center. The current S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel are extremely familiar with this Bat logo and have long been used to it. I asked if you cannot directly enter our system in the future. Otherwise, I will always feel that S.H.I.E.L.D. system is just a decoration. Monica complained to Bruce. Have you made any progress regarding Miles? Bruce ignored Monica's complaints and asked Monica directly if there was any progress in Miles's disappearance case. We are now trying to recover the camera data when they captured Miles. I have to say that they were fully prepared at that time and paralyzed all the surrounding camera equipment. Mentioning this matter, Monica was a little confused. It's a headache. Those guys really put in a lot of effort to catch Miles. It even blocked S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance satellites to a certain extent. But it was still captured, but it needs to be restored. By the way, thank you for controlling Vision. Otherwise, that guy would have transformed one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s satellites into a nuclear bomb. When Monica said this, she sincerely thanked Bruce. If at this juncture, an Aegis satellite lands and explodes anywhere on the West Coast, it may cause another resistance from the people on the West Coast and allow the West Coast country to be reestablished. Then they become sinners, but when Monica looked up, the Bat logo on the screen had long disappeared. This made Monica a little embarrassed. He turned to ask the adjutant next to him, when did he leave? Oh, Commander, you hung up when you said you were restoring the things captured by the satellite. The adjutant next to him knew that this matter was quite ugly. But he still explained to Monica when the Bat left. Monica gritted her teeth, but she couldn't say anything. After all, this was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own problem. And its own system allowed people to come in at will. Notify the Ministry of Science and Technology that I need to see them, come up with a complete system solution for me within 12 hours. One that does not leave a backdoor for anyone, yes. When the adjutant heard this, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the Ministry of Science and Technology. Before Monica could completely break away from that emotion, she found that the screen was once again covered by the Bat logo. But this time it was no longer a communication interface, but a map that was updated in real time. Bruce has thoughtfully marked the location of the red dot on it. If Monica didn't know what this map represented, she wouldn't need to sit in the position of commander. Inform the ultimate team and ask them to prepare to go to this location immediately. It is likely that Miles is being held there. While Monica notified the ultimate teams, Bruce had already arrived at the location of the red dot. Looking around, there are no traces of buildings here. It can be said that it is an untouched area. But it is precisely this kind of place that is more suitable for those guys to be their own secret laboratories. Although Bruce now uses a bomb shelter as his Bat cave, he still has a few guys in his mind who use natural caves to make their own Bat caves. It is not easy for Bat to find hidden buildings in such places. He is an expert, and Bruce has already installed detectors on the Batmobile to detect signs of life activity. Originally, this thing was generally used to rescue trapped ordinary people in certain locations. But now it is used properly to find Miles, who was captured. And now here, hundreds of meters deep underground, a man looked at Miles imprisoned in the cube cage with great satisfaction. Mr. Morales, I think you know it too. Looking at Miles in the cage, he opened his eyes. The man wanted to have a conversation with Miles, but Miles recognized who this man was at a glance. Dr. Doom, you're not in La Tavilla, what are you doing here? Miles was quite surprised that Dr. Doom appeared here. After all, this guy can be said to be a well-known super criminal. And under normal circumstances, this guy would only stay in La Tavilla, there he is the king. The master of everyone. And outside of there, he is just an ordinary guy. Does La Tavilla still exist, after hearing Miles' words? Dr. Doom asked in a self-deprecating manner. He really wanted to make Latavilla a world free from the constraints of other countries. And he succeeded. But when cities came to Europe, everything changed. His country is no longer a world independent from other countries, and has no way to compete with those in the city. Although Latavilla has not destroyed the country, it has long been no different from the destruction of the country. Everything he owned has been completely taken away by the city. Everything that once was is gone. Although later cities have announced that they will no longer continue to expand, they have already completed the most basic things. They already have all of Europe's. Even if they only occupy half of Europe, no one will continue to stay in Europe. All they can do is migrate. Except for those countries that have been directly bulldozed. Almost all other countries have been carved up by countries like the United States. Latavilla was not immune, the city is too powerful. And their current situation is quite bleak. But why are you getting together with these guys? Miles couldn't figure out why Dr. Doom, who thought he was superior, would collude with Hydra. But it is true that you are all villains. Miles gave Dr. Doom an excuse. It is indeed a suitable reason for a villain to find a villain. But I have to say, Mr. Morales, you did cause a lot of trouble for Hydra. Dr. Doom was not irritated by Miles's words. He just looked at the little guy hanging in the cube prison and said calmly, I've been thinking about why you think you can be unharmed, even if you form a quarrel with an organization like Hydra all over the world. Dr. Doom looked at Miles' childish face. Now I know. You are just a kid, it all makes sense. Miles looked at the man next to Dr. Doom. He had never seen this guy before. During the battle with Hydra, he didn't even knock this guy unconscious. Although he doesn't have a super brain, Miles feels that he can still remember the faces of the guys he knocked unconscious. I don't seem to have hit you, sir, Miles said to the Hydra people. The man didn't intend to say anything to Miles, but just stared at the current Miles coldly. A child who can't even control his own strength. Norman Osborn actually turned himself into a madman in order to replicate an accident like yours. When Dr. Doom said this, his tone was full of disdain for the Green Goblin. Later, he even tried to copy your accident, as well as Peter Parker's accident before, even at the cost of his life. And you are nothing but the product of a series of accidents. You unexpectedly gained power and accidentally fell into the hands of Hydra. But the happiest accident is also the accident that you should consider yourself lucky. I am now cooperating with Hydra. We've sent agents out to collect resources so we can rebuild what we once were. A young man, you will become the cornerstone of my cooperation with Hydra. After we complete your dissection and unlock the secrets contained in your body, you will become the key to achieving our goals. When Dr. Doom said these words, people around him were also conducting research and genetic comparison on Miles. Perhaps feeling that Miles didn't believe him, Dr. Doom brought out 2 monitors. One of the people in the surveillance picture was his parents who were kidnapped, and the other was his longtime classmate and friend Gan Keeley. A year from now, no one will remember the original appearance of that shattered world, and you will become the starting point for us to spread disaster. As Dr. Doom said these words, the surrounding instruments were activated. Something like a laser transmitter was born out of nowhere and shot out a stream of red light at Miles in the cube cage. Miles felt severe pain and screamed in pain. But all this will not shake the hearts of anyone present. This needleless sampling process is really fascinating. Dr. Doom is obviously very satisfied with the current scene. He actually forgot to look at the surveillance picture. But that picture was not what he needed to pay attention to. Naturally, someone in Hydra has been watching the surveillance footage. The screen flickered for a moment, and Hydra's agent instinctively felt that something was wrong. But after a series of investigations, he found that there was no problems. But he was still worried if there were problems with the cooperation between Dr. Doom and Hydra due to his own reasons. Then it is really possible for him to be killed directly. The Hydra agent responsible for observing the surveillance footage turned around and motioned to the Hydra soldiers behind him, asking them to go there and see what was going on. Naturally, the soldiers would not refuse. They saluted the agents. And then a team went to the underground where Miles's relatives and friends were imprisoned. But none of them noticed that when the team left, a figure followed them quietly. Bruce had already found the entrance to Hydra's secret base early on. He also saw what Hydra and Dr. Doom planned to do to Miles. But the most important thing right now isn't Myers. The most important thing is to rescue Miles's relatives and friends. Otherwise, even if Miles can break free, he will still be afraid. Following the Hydra team all the way down, Bruce finally reached the lowest level of the building. When he arrived here, Bruce had already begun to control the nanorobots to systematically scan the entire underground to see what measures were in place to prevent someone from rescuing people. But it's a pity that Hydra may not think that anyone can come and go freely in this place. It didn't take any big thoughts. It's just that the entire bottom layer of the underground is made like an iron barrel. And basically only the Hydra can enter and exit. It's just that they never thought that a bat would be so bold as to enter their secret base to rescue the hostages. Divklas equals contentadv at this moment. Dr. Doom is still admiring the process of sampling this. We have developed a sampling technology that mixes lethal critical point energy with microscopic laser fields. This technology can extract living tissue samples without interference from the sampling subject. His vital signs are rising, but they are still controllable. This helps reduce sample contamination. The Hydra scientists who studied these things looked at their masterpiece with great satisfaction. For lunatics like them, it is their greatest honor to have something they researched be used by Hydra. Mr. Hydraho had been silent beside Dr. Doom before. Spoke for the first time. Why can't you take a sample from his body? Don't worry, we will do the same, Doctor. Destruction comforted Mr. Hydra. Comparing living tissue samples with corpse tissue samples will be of great benefit to our research. Bishop, we will be able to create a new Spider-Man without any effort. The Hydra super soldier army you have dreamed of is coming soon. The army of soldiers was about to arrive. Listening to Dr. Doom's words, Mr. Hydra, who is also called Bishop by Dr. Doom, suddenly made a cold joke. I really want to hug you, but that's not my style. That's not mine either. Dr. Doom glanced at Miles now. At this time, Miles' energy index was skyrocketing, and he was no longer the simple life index he had before. On the contrary, it's a little scary. Because this little black spider is now like an energy bomb that can explode at any time. The next second, majestic power exploded from Miles' body. Everything around him has been completely destroyed by this energy explosion. Even the cube prison has been shattered. But Dr. Doom was still quite calm. He just calmly asked the Hydra intelligence personnel around him, "How is this going? We don't have the kind of ability he just showed in the intelligence we have." The Hydra intelligence officer next to him responded to Dr. Doom with some trepidation. This may be a new ability he has inspired by physical oppression. At this time, Miles stood up tremblingly. He raised his fist and wanted to attack Dr. Doom. "Give me my dad back." But in the next second, his eyes turned white and he fainted. He did a good job, but still, Dr. Doom did not continue. After as long as this guy didn't leave, there would be no problems. Commanded 2 Hydra soldiers to drag Miles away from here. They also need to rearrange the laboratory to ensure that subsequent sampling of Myers can proceed normally. Until we clean up the lab and make sure it's working properly. Put him in a cell and tie him up securely. Dr. Doom spoke to Bishop, but at this moment, the 2 Hydra soldiers in front suddenly froze. Because the guy they were dragging opened his eyes. With lightning speed, Miles had already knocked down the 2 Hydra soldiers beside him. When the other Hydra soldiers rushed over to control Miles, they found that the spider was very flexible. He had already knocked out 2 Hydra soldiers with just 1 kick. Dr. Doom looked at Miles, who was so lively and vigorous. But he still didn't know that Miles' fainting just now was just a disguise. But it was clear that someone was not going to make it so easy for Miles. Mr. Bishop directly took out the surveillance camera of the prison where his parents were imprisoned, where two rifles had appeared in the prison and were pointed at his parents. Mr. Morales, be honest, looking at this scene. Miles dared not continue to take action. He could only stand there and look at Bishop nervously. Don't worry, it's been solved. Your parents and friends are safe now. Bruce's voice suddenly reached Miles's ears. But Miles could be sure that from the time he fought with those people to the time he was caught here. I have not had any contact with bats. Bruce naturally knew about Miles' worries, and also found a communicator so that Miles' parents and friends could talk to Miles. At this moment, next to Bruce on the bottom floor were Hydra soldiers lying on the ground, and the three people who followed Bruce a little cautiously. Time comes back to the moment when Bruce followed the squad of Hydra soldiers into the lowest level. Due to the special nature of the prisoners, if they want to confirm the prisoner's condition, they can only open every door to confirm. This also gave Bruce a suitable opportunity. The bat landed directly in the middle of the Hydra soldier team. Before the two men could react, Bruce pressed one with each hand and smashed their heads against the solid wall. The sudden change caused the front and rear to take precautions immediately. They raised their guns and wanted to shoot at Bruce. But the next second their guns were unable to fire even if they pulled the triggers. The nanobots had already entered their firearms before Bruce took action. Reaching out and holding the head of a Hydra soldier, Bruce punched the soldier's face, causing his nose to break instantly and blood to flow. Naturally, the rest of the Hydra soldiers were not freeloaders. They took out their fighting sabers and wanted to kill Bruce. When a soldier rushed towards Bruce with a knife, Bruce kicked the soldier directly in the right rib with a powerful and heavy mid-sweep kick. This kick knocked the soldier directly against the wall. If his guess was correct, the soldier's ribs were probably completely broken. Bruce didn't end his fight just now. He stepped forward and hit a soldier on the forearm with the reverse blade on his gauntlet, and then hit the soldier's jaw with his elbow. The hard elbow joint combined with Bruce's suit brought down another soldier in an instant. Stepping forward again, Bruce's hand went directly through the man's armpit and grabbed the man's chest body armor, and his other hand pressed against the man's ribs. He directly dragged the person up and slammed him to the ground. He was given no chance to resist at all. Bruce didn't even think about looking at them. He turned around and started to release the people in the prison. Time returned to the present. Although Miles couldn't believe that Bruce was here, but he heard the voices of his parents and friends. So he naturally had no doubts. He looked at Mr. Bishop opposite him and smiled. Hurry up. The ultimate team rushed here quickly after receiving the news from Monica. Looking at the endless plains, if I hadn't known that Bat told SHILD, Ultimate Team will really feel like they've been tricked. When they landed, they noticed the mark left by Bruce on the ground. It seems that the Bat has arrived first. Captain America looked at Bruce's mark and said with some worry, not many people know the situation inside now as a result. Bruce went in directly know which was really worrying. But thinking about Bruce's situation, Captain America could only sigh. That Bat can be said to be more reliable than most members of the Ultimate Team. Thor was not as particular as Captain America, so he just waved his hammer, trying to attack the place marked by the Bat as the entrance to the secret base. But there will be no defense means in a place that can be set up as a secret base by Hydra. Before Thor could hit it with his hammer, the defense measures around the secret base had already been put in place. Numerous automatic defense firearms appeared directly from the ground and began to shoot at them indiscriminately. Fortunately, the people who came here were not all ordinary SHIELD agents who were members of the Ultimate Team. Otherwise, few agents would have survived under this barrage of firepower. Even the members of the Ultimate Alliance were slightly injured under this outpouring of firepower. If Captain America and Thor hadn't blocked them in front, members like Hawkeye might have been completely killed by now. Iron Man arrived belatedly at this time. He originally set his target as the defensive weapon of Captain America and Thor in front of him. but reset his target to Iron Man. In the initial setting of Hydra, Iron Man was much more harmful to them than Thor and Captain America. At least Captain America and Thor haven't been able to use their scientific methods to find out where they're hiding. But Iron Man can, shouldn't you wait for me? Iron Man told Captain America and the others in the communication that after discovering this place, Iron Man told them that they must wait until he gets here before continuing the operation. But I didn't expect Saul to be so impatient. I thought that the surrounding defense measures were completely taken care of by that bat. Thor said to Stark in the communication with some embarrassment while using his thunder power to defend against incoming bullets. Just when Stark was about to fight back against those defensive weapons, he saw that all the weapons stopped at this time. The door to the secret base that was originally closed was also opened. Bruce walked out step by step and looked at the mess around him. He probably understood, obviously. After these guys discovered the sign they marked, they rushed over to open it without carefully observing the surroundings. Captain America looked at Bruce anxiously. He wanted to know how Miles was doing now. Although the death of the last Spider-Man had nothing to do with him, he was still his friend, and he didn't want such a thing to happen again. Especially this time. Spider-Man can be said to have been taught by him. If there is a problem, he will not be able to escape the blame. But before he arrived in front of Bruce, he saw Miles helping his parents out from behind. "Oh, hello, everyone." Miles waved to the members of the Ultimate Alliance at this time, and then sat down on the ground. He was really tired now. Not only was it the psychological pressure caused by being used as an experimental subject for research, but more importantly, he had just killed a large number of Hydra soldiers and agents, and even teamed up with the Bat to defeat Dr. Doom. All of this made Miles a little physically and mentally tired. "If you go in now, you might be able to bring Dr. Doom out." Miles spoke with a smile, but this news really shocked everyone in the Ultimate Alliance. They never thought that Dr. Doom, who had disappeared for a long time, would appear here. After hearing Miles' words, the members of the Ultimate Alliance did not take immediate measures. They are the people who know the ability of Dr. Destruction best. What Miles defeated might not be the real Dr. Doom, but probably just a robot created by Dr. Doom. I scanned Dr. Doom. It is indeed a normal living life form, not a robot. Bruce understands the concerns of the Ultimate Alliance. He also shared his scan results with Stark as the technological genius here. Bruce believes that Stark can understand the test results he sent to him. Captain America set his sights on Stark. It wasn't that he didn't believe in the Bat, but more importantly, he needed someone else to confirm that what the Bat said was correct. Looking through Bruce's test results, Stark had to admit that this man was indeed a genius in this area. Although, of course, he might still be a little behind compared to himself. "I'll have Anthony send me a set of restraint armor directly." Stark's words were an admission that Bruce's test results were correct. Captain America doesn't want to say anything more about what happened here. The Ultimate Alliance coming here is just like a formality and has no use at all. So it has nothing to do with us now, does it? Thor carried his hammer and looked around, and found that there seemed to be nothing that needed his help. "I'm going back to help Susan continue to look for those gems." Thor always felt that the Infinity Stones in the hands of Susan and the others might be related to bigger things. And the current Dr. Doom and Hydra were just fighting in a small way. Especially after experiencing what his son had done. Thor felt that the power filled in the Infinite Stones might be something they could never imagine. Captain America nodded. But Captain America didn't think the Infinity Stones were that important. He just felt that such a powerful thing could never be in the hands of someone with evil intentions. As Thor left, Stark's restraining armor also came to them. "I'll go down and control that guy first, and then send them to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prison." Stark directly let Anthony control the restraint armor and enter the Hydra secret base. Miles, who was sitting next to him, had already fallen asleep due to fatigue. He probably doesn't want to think about anything right now. He just wants to lie in his bed and have a good sleep. "So what's next?" Captain America turned to look at Bruce. He wanted to know what the Bat's next plans were and whether he needed help from the Ultimate Team. You may have to make a trip to catch this person next. Bruce uploaded the information directly to S.H.I.E.L.D. system. I am afraid that Monica's, who is currently sitting in the S.H.I.E.L.D. building in New York and commanding, has received a copy of the information. Divclass equals Contented. The superhuman team that Nick Fury once formed has indeed been taken into custody by S.H.I.E.L.D. But is the real culprit still out there? While Bruce was invading Hydra's secret base, he was already controlling his own nanorobots to crack Hydra's system. After all, Miles appeared in Hydra's secret base, and the first people who went out to capture Miles were two people from the former superhuman team. In other words, the escape of the superhuman team is definitely related to Hydra. And it is very likely to be related to Dr. Doom. Bruce did find out the man's true identity, but he also received quite shocking news that General Thaddeus E. Ross died here. While Captain America and the others were looking at the information, Bruce had already turned and walked towards his Batmobile. "Wait, aren't you coming with us?" Seeing Bruce's behavior as if he was about to leave, Hawkeye asked Bruce after all. It could be said that the Dark Knight found this matter. Just now, Kingpin's former men broke into the hospital and took the entire hospital hostage, hoping to get the New York Police Department to release their boss. Bruce didn't even look back. He just closed the door of his Batmobile and kicked the accelerator. Disappeared from the sight of the Ultimate Alliance. You really have enough pretense. This sentence was not said by Hawkeye, but by Stark, who was now beside them, to be honest. He always thought that he should be the most capable person in the Ultimate Alliance. But now, compared with Bruce, it seems that he is still a little behind. Listening to Stark's words, Hawkeye directly gave Stark a roll of his eyes and let him experience it himself. Is Dr. Doom done? Captain America didn't care about Stark's words. He was more concerned about Dr. Doom's current situation. I have to say that kid was very ruthless. Even Dr. Doom's armor had some dents. It's just that Dr. Doom's coma seemed to have been impacted by a strong electric current. Stark was a little surprised. According to his calculations, even if the nanorobot on Bruce had the ability to store energy, it would not be able to release such a huge current in an instant to directly stun Dr. Doom. But that child has not shown any ability to release energy so far. Maybe we could ask him. Stark stared at Miles, who was sleeping. Then we have to wait until they wake up before we can make any plans. Captain America had revealed the matter with a quiet word, and then set his sights on Stark. Did you see the information uploaded by that bat? I need you to deal with that guy now, no problem. The red armor instantly rose into the air, streaking across the sky with a streak of light, and sped away into the distance. Captain America just sighed. He couldn't understand this country more and more now. He didn't know why these guys always wanted to divide this once beautiful country. It seems that the country must be torn into pieces in order to meet their expectations. At this moment, Ford was pacing anxiously in his mansion. He couldn't contact the man who claimed to be able to help him realize his wish. And he couldn't even contact the representative of Hydra. This feeling made Ford extremely anxious. He was like an ant on a hot pot. He didn't know what fate he would face next. Sitting in the chair, Ford took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down so that he could deal with what might happen next with the calmest mind. What he was certain of was that his meeting with Hydra and Dr. Doom was handled very cleanly. And not many people would know that he had anything to do with Hydra. As for why he went to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base where the superhuman team was imprisoned, he only went there to inspect. And the orders at the time were quite sufficient. So it was completely impossible to suspect him. All of this was seamless in Ford's eyes. But Ford is also worried. If Hydra really had the video of his visit and the news of his call with Dr. Doom, Ford believed that with the powerful power of S.H.I.E.L.D., he would be able to detect it. And he wouldn't even be able to run away by then. No, I'm going to run. How could a person who could seek an independent country not be a resolute person? He immediately picked up his phone and wanted to dial his secretary's communication. But before he could dial the numbers, the floor-to-ceiling window behind him exploded. If it weren't for the protection of the chair, he might have been scratched by the glass now. The office decoration is good, but it has the feeling of a nouveau riche. Stark, wearing the Iron Patriot armors, fell behind Ford and commented seriously on the decoration of Ford's office. "What do you want to do? I am the governor of Sacramento State. I can consider your behavior as treason." Ford's heart skipped a beat when he saw Iron Man, but he still maintained his basic composure. It was like a treasonous hat was slapped on Iron Man's head, making all of Iron Man's next actions based on the most basic logic. "That means Iron Man is a traitor." Wow, sir, what you said really broke my heart." Stark seemed quite sad, covering the energy source on his chest with his hands. Although Stark's expression could not be seen, it seemed that everyone could feel Stark's troubled look. "Don't you know? The name of the armor I'm wearing now is Iron Patriot. How can someone like me be treasonous? But what's the difference between attacking an American governor in broad daylight and treason?" When Ford said this, he had already pressed a button on his desk. That wasn't the button that called for the guards. That was the button that called for the trump card he had been hiding. "You know what? I learned a really good trick from a bat, which is to give someone a fake command." Stark didn't look in pain at this time. He stood up straight and spoke to Ford calmly. "Before you, I gave an order to the big fool you have been hiding to go to San Francisco. So no one can save you now. All communications have been cut off by me. Now you are the traitors." Bruce didn't care how Stark would treat the guy who was doing things behind the scenes. Although Stark doesn't have a positive image, at least he won't let go of things like this. He would bring Ford back. What Bruce needs to do now is solve the kidnapping case in the hospital. But before that, Bruce planned to visit Kingpin in prison. Just like Falconeth, former underground emperor of Gotham, the power he possesses cannot be wiped out in a short time. Even if the entire New York has been purged by Bruce, it cannot be completely eliminated. New York is too big. Big enough to hide countless sins. New York is also too small, because you can always find the source of everything. New York Presbyterian Hospital. A dragnet has been set up here at this moment, but no one has the courage to rush in directly. The people inside are a group of lunatics, and they almost don't care about their own lives. According to the information observed by observers, almost every one of them has a bomb on their body. If the police attack by force, it is very likely that they will pull off the bombs they carry and die with them. That way, New York can really make international news. Where is Officer Jefferson? As the current on-site commander, Maria Hill still maintains her calm attitude. She knew that these guys inside wouldn't do anything crazy until they got what they wanted. But no one knows whether the guys inside will become animalistic due to the long siege and start shooting the hostages. It's all possible. Hill now needs to discuss countermeasures with others. No contact. The officer responsible for contacting Jefferson shook his head. He had brushed off all the contact information he knew. But no one knew what happened to Jefferson. He even called the hospital where Jefferson's wife worked, only to find that his wife didn't even go to work. This gives Hill a real headache now. She now had some doubts as to why she had rejected S.H.I.E.L.D.'s offer in the first place. Perhaps she would not be responsible for such a difficult matter now. But she quickly slapped her face. How could she think of such a thing? The most important thing now is to rescue the hostages inside. "Can we contact Bat?" a police officer said to Hill. In this situation, maybe bats really need to appear. Hill doesn't know this truth, but the problem is that she has no way to contact the bat now. Could it be that I want to turn on the current bat light in broad daylight in the hope that bats will appear in front of me? Moreover, those guys inside are demanding the release of Kingpin. No one in New York now knows Kingpin's true identity. If the Kingpin is really released, everyone is going to poke the back of the New York Police Department. It was at this time that Hill's phone began to vibrate crazily. She frowned and took out her phone, to be honest. When the Presbyterian hospital was controlled by kidnappers, many people had already called her. Almost all of them are told that they can try their best to meet the requirements of the kidnappers inside. After all, if they can catch the gold medal once, they can catch it a second time. But everyone knows why they were able to capture the kingpin before. It really doesn't have much to do with them. The New York Police Department. But this time Hill saw not a name that he was familiar with, but a bat logo. Hello, Hill answered the phone nervously. Maria Hill, no, I say listen, I will bring the kingpin. And I need you to cooperate with me. Bruce's voice came from the receiver. Hill immediately looked around, wanting to see where the bat was watching all this. Don't look, I'm not theirs. Bruce probably knows what Hill is doing now. He doesn't want to waste time on this kind of thing. He needs the help of the New York Police Department now. Hill was a little embarrassed but didn't show it. How do you need us to help you? Try to avoid irritating them before I give you a signal. Move your people back a certain distance. Bruce has already seen the prison door. And at the other end of Bruce's Batmobile is the current situation in the hospital. Although those guys have turned off the surveillance of the entire hospital. For Bruce, there are no hidden places in New York. All the positions of those guys have been taken into consideration by Bruce. But even so, Bruce still didn't dare to enter the current hospital directly. Bruce has never completely trusted anyone, especially a desperado like the one in the hospital now. Moreover, Bruce believes that this matter is definitely related to the guy in the prison. In the prison, a man was slowly tasting the steak in front of him. The white napkins freshly opened high-end red wine. The waiter holding the red wine beside the man's. And the man's calm look. The place he was in didn't seem to be a prison, but a high-end restaurant, of course. High-end restaurants will never have such a poor decoration environment. Although all the prisoners coveted the men's lunch, none of them dared to say anything. Because even the guy who went to prison for the first time can see that the guy is not easy to deal with. With a height of 2 meters and a burly figure, it is enough to intimidate people. If they knew his former identity, no one would choose to go against him. Wilson Fisk, the former underground emperor of New York. But now he was just enjoying the lunch in front of him indifferently. But before he could finish eating, a figure landed directly in front of him, knocked over the steak in front of him. The waiter next to him was extremely horrified when he saw this scene. He knew what happened to the guy who interrupted his meal last time, but he never thought that someone would dare to overturn Jin Bin's table today. But Wilson Fisk just wiped his mouth calmly and looked at the guy who interrupted his lunch. When the waiter saw the person coming, the waiter suddenly felt that everything could be explained. Because it's a bat, what's wrong, Mr. Bat? Wilson Fisk looked at the bat in front of him calmly. Don't you know it's rude to interrupt someone else's lunch? Suddenly Kingpin, who was originally calm, suddenly became angry and punched Bruce, who landed on his table with both fists. But Bruce just rolled backwards lightly to avoid Kingpin's attack. There's no need to talk to you about etiquette for people like you. Bruce stood up, his eyes were fixed on this burly guy. Kingpin burst out laughing after listening to Bruce's words. He took the red wine from the waiter beside him and poured it into his mouth. Divclass equals contentad. Bruce just watched Jin Bin's movements quietly and did not take any action. Since you're here, it seems like there's a lot of trouble outside. After Jin poured a whole bottle of red wine into his stomach, he wiped his mouth. Really? Bruce stared hard at Kingpin. Ha, just as he had guessed it wouldn't stop in prison. Ha ha ha, you want to take me out? Kingpin suddenly started to move. Perhaps knowing Bruce's purpose of coming here. He obviously has a bear-like body, but he runs like a cheetah. In an instant, he had already rushed out of his cell door and rushed towards Bruce. The impact brought by the huge body is really frightening. Unfortunately, Bruce is already used to this kind of thing. Instead of retreating, Bruce advanced directly towards Kingpin. You couldn't beat me last time. It's even more impossible this time. Kingpin punched Bruce in the face as he rushed towards him. The huge power has even brought about the sound of breaking wind. Huge in size and full of strength. Even in this world where superhumans are rampant, there is no way to completely get rid of the effects of inertia. Bruce had no intention of dealing with Kingpin head-on. He rushed directly into Kingpin's chest and kneed him in the chest. The momentum of Kingpin's attack stopped, and Bruce himself was also ejected by Kingpin's body. After rolling several times, Bruce stopped. Kingpin's strong muscles completely blocked Bruce's knee. Even Bruce's knee strike only left a red mark on his chest. But Bruce has nothing to be discouraged. The most important thing to do when facing a guy like this is to try not to get ahead of him. Then try your best to let the opponent take the lead. Like I once said to you, New York will never be yours. A Kingpin moved his body. No one had practiced with him for a long time. And now his body was almost rusty. I will be the eternal king of New York. Kingpin opened his hands wide, as if welcoming the cheers of his people. And the howls of the criminals in the prison, you know what? I know you're going to come looking for me when you know those guys out there are out to free me. Kingpin took steps to become the blues he is now. But I didn't expect you to come at this time. It's a little slow, just being able to stop you is enough. Bruce rushed towards Kingpin. The actions of the Bat are nothing in Kingpin's eyes. He knows his own power and he also knows the power of the Bat. Do you think I didn't do anything in prison? Kingpin punched Bruce in the chest, but Bruce dodged it. But Kingpin had already grabbed Bruce's cloak with his backhand. You have spies in New York and so do I. Even if the nanorobot disconnects the cloak immediately, Bruce will inevitably be thrown out by Kingpin. I have seen most of your actions, and I have also seen your power. Jin shook the cloak in his hand aside. You're a smart guy, but I'm not bad either. He ran like a tank on the move. He wants to crush everything in front of him. And the Bat was just what he needed to crush. The Bat wanted to move, but the violent dodging action just now had already caused the wound on the Bat's back to open. Although bats have become accustomed to this severe pain, their body functions have been slightly affected. He is slow, but Jin didn't slow down. As a guy who trains all year round, he is very aware of the current situation with bats. This guy has injuries, Jin Bing's powerful and heavy punch. All Bruce can do now is to resist it. He extended his fist and met Jin directly, the fist, which was much bigger than Bruce, and knocked Bruce away. It hit the ground hard, even with the protection of the nanosuit. The injuries on Bruce's back have worsened. Nanometal can only help Bruce control the wound and prevent heavy bleeding. It hurts, Kingpin grinned and smiled. How dare you come to me with injuries on your body? Kingpin rushed in front of the Bat, raised his fists and hit the Bat's abdomen. How much you look down on me. The force even penetrated Bruce's body and hit the concrete floor. The ground has actually cracked. The Kingpin reached out his own hand and grasped Bruce's head. He squeezed Bruce's head hard, as if he was going to crush Bruce's head like a rubber ball. Bruce directly grabbed Jinpin's wrist, gave himself a point of lever-exerted force, and hit the ulnar nerve groove numb at Jinpin's elbow hard with his knee. Damage to the ulnar nerve groove caused Kingpin's hand that was originally holding Bruce to go numb for a moment. The hand that could have firmly grasped Bruce's head actually allowed Bruce to escape directly. But the symptoms caused by the knee to the elbow did not recover in the shortest time. Kingpin could still feel that his right hand was still in a state of paralysis. It's hard to fully mobilize, but there was nothing wrong with Bruce. Not to mention that he was hitting with his own knees. But during the impact, the suit he wore also formed a solid protection there. It even formed a sharp nail and penetrated directly into Jinpin's ulnar nerve groove. Kingpin naturally felt that his right elbow was bleeding. But he just smiled, now we have a fair fight. Kingpin didn't care at all about his bleeding right elbow, still charging towards Bruce like a tiger descending the mountain. With Kingpin missing an arm, the danger in Bruce's eyes has plummeted. Kingpin's attacks basically rely on his hands. And now that Bruce has disabled one of his hands, it means that many powerful attacks cannot be used. He waved his fist, and Bruce directly blocked Kingpin's punch. Kingpin wanted to wave his other arms, but now he couldn't even make a normal fist with his right hand. He could only force his right arm to hit Bruce directly on the head. Jesse's body still has huge power, and he can still knock Bruce away. Now the corners of the Bat's mouth are overflowing with blood. But both he and Bat understand that he is no longer the Kingpin he was before. I am Kingpin, I am the King of New York. Bruce didn't even think of wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He just stood up again and looked at Kingpin, who was now in a crazy state. Yes, I know. Standing up straight, Bruce's eyes were calm. Even at this time, his expression did not change. You are Kingpin, but I think you should still remember. Bruce suddenly got angry, and his own hook gun appeared in his hand and shot directly at the current Kingpin. Jin Xiang dodged to the side and dodged Bruce's hook. Although his movements were a bit awkward, at least he didn't let Bruce shoot him directly. But Kingpin wasn't Bruce's target from the beginning. He instantly pulled the trigger of the hook gun and brought his body directly over. The acceleration brought by the hook gun allowed Bruce to reach Jin Bin in an instant. When approaching Jin Bin, he released the hook gun and kicked Jin Bin's throat. In response to such an attack, Kingpin immediately used his own hands to block Bruce's attack. But he didn't feel Bruce's kick on his arm. Bruce relied on his strong body control ability to forcefully withdraw his attack. He changed the target of his attack and hit Jin Bin on the head with his elbow. Even if Kingpin reacts now, he still has no way to control his defense. And his arm has not fully recovered. Not to mention that Bruce almost went to extreme lengths. Under the heavy blow, Kingpin felt that his whole body was weak. His eyes were bloodshot, but he was still conscious. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been killed by an elbow like Bruce's. Jin Bin's body was strong enough for him to withstand this blow. But it still makes him fall into a coma. I'm Batman. Jin Bin could no longer hold on, and he finally passed out, falling to the ground. If he wasn't still breathing, people might really think that this guy was dead. Bruce didn't stay here any longer. He had other people to deal with at the same time. He also sent a message to Hill, who was currently besieging the Presbyterian hospital. Now you can prepare to negotiate. They are not completely bad guys. You tell them that the bombs on them will not explode again. When Bruce spoke, the cloak that had been ripped off by Kingpin returned to Bruce's body. Delay for time first. I will send you some coordinates, and you can arrange a team to go there to solve the problem. Without giving Hill a chance to speak, he had already started his actions. Hill looked at the extra coordinates on her phone. Although she didn't know what was in those places, it was definitely not a trivial matter to be specifically entrusted by the Bat. Arrange for negotiators to come over. Hill instructed the police officer beside him. But the police officers obviously couldn't figure it out, because they had thought about using this method at first. But the situation of the robbers inside made them hesitate. After all, those guys looked like desperados, and each one of them had it on them. They looked like they were fighting for their lives, as long as they didn't release Kingpin. The police officers felt that these guys wouldn't give up. Sir, I think negotiators are really useless. The police officer tried to persuade Hill to give up this idea. But now Hill was very concerned about the coordinates sent by Russia. What if those guys jump over the wall and blow up their own bombs? So you will. You are the on-site commander, and I am the on-site commander. Hill turned to stare at the police officer who had been persuading him. The officer shut his mouth. Hill also took a deep breath and was on alert for a long time, which already gave her some stress reactions. Sorry, I overreacted a little. Now you take the SWAT team and go to these places I sent you. The police officers also knew how much psychological pressure Hill was under as the scene commander. Of course he can understand it. But when he saw the coordinates Hill sent him, he was indeed a little confused. Where did the on-site commander get these coordinates and let the special police go there? These are sent by bats. This sentence has dispelled all the police officers' doubts. It turned out to be the message sent by the bat. So naturally it is accurate. The police officer saluted Hill and said he would go immediately. But before leaving, the officers tried to persuade Hill not to send in negotiators. After all, those guys can only do a disservice sometimes. Since you said that negotiators are not good, then I will do it. Hill took off his gun and put it in the car, then walked towards the gate of Presbyterian Hospital with his hands raised. How could the police officer next to him imagine that it would unfold like this? As the on-site commander, Hill actually planned to go in on his own. This is simply a test of their psychological quality. The police officer wanted to call Hill back, but it was clear that he could no longer sway the on-scene commander's decision. Fuck. The police officer could only curse under his breath and then went about his work. As for what will happen to Hilthy, can only pray for her now. Get lost, we just need to see Wilson Fisk now. When the kidnappers inside saw Hill approaching, they started shouting loudly to get the police officer in front of them to leave. Hey, I didn't bring anything. I came here to negotiate with you. Hill raised his hands and turned around to show that he had no weapons. We can have a good talk, I know the bomb you have on you. But now that thing can no longer explode. Hill really didn't know the meaning of Bruce asking her to say this. After all, according to normal principles, how could the guy who tied a bomb on his body hand the detonator into the hands of others? She regretted listening to the bat's words. But the next moment, the kidnappers in the lobby of the Presbyterian Hospital looked at each other in confusion. Obviously, this news was a huge shock to them, this bat. Hill probably guessed that the bat definitely knew something. But he didn't tell him. But now the kidnappers inside are still very high-spirited. They dare not put down the guns in their hands, and will still pick up the guns and point them at the hostages inside. What are you talking about? We don't know. Now we just need to get Wilson Fisk here. One robber was so excited that he even started shaking his firearm, as if he was about to shoot and kill someone next moment. But now Hill is convinced of all the news Bruce gave her. Before that, Hill was just doubtful about Bruce's existence. She didn't believe that the bat was as magical as other police officers said. Nor did she believe that that dark and chilling guy could really keep his true feelings. But at least now Hill feels that the bat is really reliable. After obviously telling everyone in the Presbyterian Hospital that their bomb would not explode, the expressions of several kidnappers were obviously relaxed. But what did they think of quickly? He put on a straight face again and faced all the hostages with a fierce expression. But this has given Hill hope. What's more, those few coordinates that the bat sent to me before might actually be able to gain something. Can I come in and talk to you? Hill tried to walk towards the Presbyterian Hospital. This situation was not only inconvenient for communication between her and the kidnappers. What's more important is that Hill can now see several guys who seem to be in serious condition and seem to be dying. Kidnappers look at me, I look at you. You don't know for a moment whether it is good or bad to let this police officer in. In the end, I could only grit their teeth. Arrange for a hostage to go over and open the door. Hill raised his hands high and slowly walked into the door of Presbyterian Hospital step by step. Divkles equals contentad when she entered the hospital and walked a few steps. The kidnappers directly pressed her to the ground and tied her hands. She moved quickly and neatly, not like an amateur kidnapper, but more like a trained kidnapper. But Hill didn't show any intention to resist. She just observed the surrounding situation. Some of the timid guys at Presbyterian Hospital had apparently been so frightened by the kidnappers that they peed their pants. As a result, there is an indescribable smell mixed in the entire lobby of Presbyterian Hospital, which makes people frown. But what else can these people say now? All I could do was tremble and hug each other for warmth, hoping that I would not die in this inexplicable incident. I know you want Wilson Fisk to come out, but we don't need to have a conflict like this. And you see there are already several hostages on the other side. And they are obviously dying if possible. Can you arrange for a doctor to let them do it first? Where's the rescue? Hill tried to use his gentlest voice to speak to the suspected leader of the kidnappers. How do you know the explosives we carry are not under our control? The kidnapper leader was obviously quite vigilant. The bat told me after hearing these words. The leader paused and then looked at the hostages in the hall who were obviously short of breath. He frowned, but he agreed with what Hill said now. He waved his hand to signal his men to let go of several doctors and go over to carry out rescue operations. At this time, Hill finally understood what Bruce meant by what he said to her at the beginning. What does it mean to not be a complete bad guy? On the other side, the SWAT team that Hill had previously directed the police to command had arrived at the coordinates given by Hill and began operations. The first coordinate point they came to was a private house. All members of the SWAT team did not make any sound when they arrived, and they surrounded the place completely silently. Following the order from the team leaders, they rushed into the house instantly. Get down. Get down. The sudden change obviously made no one in the room react. The next moment, a black gun muzzle was pressed against his head. Don't move. This did not affect the speed of the SWAT officers entering the house. They still started their own search of the entire room as quickly as possible. There was no resistance at all, and the special police officers had completely controlled all locations on the grounds of this residential house. The officers found the entrance to a basement, waved to the other SWAT officers and prepared to go down. They were also prepared for diehards to resist them below. When they rushed into the basement to start a routine search, they did not see the stubborn gangsters. Only a mother and daughter tied to a chair. After receiving all safety signals, the team leader also began to report to the top. Location 1, a mother and daughters. While the team leader was reporting, he also noticed the photo frame placed in the living room. It was a man in a United States Army uniform. Other locations have also been uncovered one after another, and almost all of them have one thing in common, that is, the male owners of this house are basically American soldiers. It was obvious that this was a very targeted operation. The police officer who received the news immediately took out his walkie-talkie and shouted in the direction of Presbyterian Hospital. Brothers inside, I know you may have difficulties. Now your family has been rescued. Put down your weapons and let us have a good talk. In the hall, Hill, who was sitting among the hostages, heard the shouts coming from outside and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That bat is really quite capable. The kidnappers who heard this couldn't believe it. They believed that this matter was not told by the police to trick them. After all, none of them had told anyone about the kidnapping of their family members, and it was impossible for them to have the chance to tell anyone. One of the kidnappers put down his weapon and took off his mask. He walked to Hill's side and helped Hill untie him. Sorry we wasted so much of your time. As one kidnapper disarmed himself, the other kidnappers also put down their weapons. Tell Bat to thank him. They slowly walked out of the gate of Presbyterian Hospital with their hands raised, fell to their knees on the ground, held their heads in their hands, waiting for the police to bring them to justice. Hill looked at these guys and didn't know what to say for a moment. When encountering this kind of thing, you will always be filled with emotions, after all. These guys may have never thought that such a thing would happen one day. Hill returned to his police car, took out his cell phone, and sent a message to Bat, "We are safe here." But now Bat will not pay attention to the message Hill sent to him. He has already arrived at the prison warden's office. The warden lit a cigar for himself, took a deep breath, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. He didn't seem surprised at all that the Bats were here. Rather calm. Why do you want to help Kingpin, Wu Tilda? The warden blew out a long puff of smoke. He squinted at the Bat in front of him. The people like you very much, but I don't like you. The warden expressed his feelings about Bats quite directly. Maybe you think you are doing good things for the city, but have you ever thought about what you are doing? What happened also hurt other people. Want to turn this city into a city under the sun. Stop joking, Bat. Where there is sunshine, where can there be no shadows? Aren't you living in the shadows? Bat didn't speak, just looked at the warden quietly. I need to eat too. The warden may have realized that his previous words could not move the bat. So he slapped the table and stood up and shouted at the bat. "You are eating the flesh and blood of New Yorkers. I've passed on what you did to the New York Police Department. You will be arrested." Bruce's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The warden sat in his chair absent-mindedly. But the next moment he raised his head and stared at Bruce. "I wouldn't be the first." He took out a revolver directly from under his desk and pointed it at Bruce. "It won't be the last either." The next second he had turned the gun and shot himself in the head. Oh, the warden's suicide did not surprise Bruce. After all, Bruce had already known that the warden would die. After Bruce said he had called the police, the warden would definitely have no chance of surviving. As a warden who supervises a prison, not many people know what he has done in the prison. But he himself knows it best. If he is really allowed to enter prison, what he will receive may be more cruel treatment than others. The same way he treated those people will treat him the same way. I have long been accustomed to being aloof. How can I bear this kind of pain and torture? For things like calling the police, Bruce didn't think about troublesome police officers who were already in a hurry. Perhaps the warden's survival would allow Bruce to know more people related to this matter. But the warden's death was the best thing in Bruce's eyes. And this is Bruce's best warning to those guys. Bruce took out a batarang from his belt and nailed it directly to Leonardo da Vinci's Salvator Mundi behind the warden. It's just that the savior has already been splattered with red and white things, plus Bruce's batarangs. As for what the warden said, he won't be the last. Bruce already knew that. Whether it's the experience of the bat in his head or himself, everything he sees in this city now has shown that those guys will never completely disappear. All Bruce can do is try to contain them. There is no end to the evil in the world. Bruce walked out. During the previous battle with Kingpins, King's move of tearing off Bruce's cloak just fulfilled Bruce's purpose. The whole body of the suit is made of nanorobots. How could the cape alone not be made of nanorobots? Bruce needs to delay time and make the guy who is helping Wilson Fisk relax his vigilance, so that he can get the information he wants more easily. This was one of the reasons why Bruce didn't stop the guy from committing suicide. Because Bruce had all the lists that guy had. Walking out of the door of the warden's office, Bruce had already seen the prison guard holding a weapon at the door. Hesitating, they clearly heard the gunshots coming from the warden's office at that time. And they also knew clearly that Bat was in prison now. And they were not sure whether it was Bat who fired the gun at the warden. When the Bat suppressed the chaos in New York City, it really could be said that everyone understood that this Bat was not the Bat that always existed in the comics. He dared to kill people originally. Some prison guards said that the Bat was just an ordinary person and could still be knocked down with one shot. However, when they actually faced the Bat, they realized how powerful the pressure it could bring to them was. Bruce really looked at the prison guards in front of him. Although there are many assholes in a place like this, there are also some guys who can always stick to their true intentions. Put your hands up. But now that something like this happens in their prison, they will naturally not ignore it. Not even if the Bat in front of them is a former president. Bruce slowly raised his hand, but in the next second, 2 smoke bombs slipped from his hand. That's right. Which Bat is not a doctor of smoke bombs? The Lego Bat in his mind spoke to Thomas excitedly when he saw this scene. Ben Batu was reading a book on the other side. Shook his head helplessly when he heard Lego Bat's words. Where is the doctor in smoke and bomb science? He didn't think anyone really got a degree. They basically attended classes in every major in every university. But they didn't really study systematically and get a diploma. To put it simply, Bat can only be regarded as a high school graduate. Although many knowledge points and skills have reached the highest level, he still does not have a degree certificate or professional certificate. Cough cough, where's the Bat? What about people? The smoke bomb completely disrupted the sight of all the prison guards. They could not open their eyes at all, let alone try to find the location of the Bat. They could not even see the faces of their colleagues around them clearly. Even if a ruthless person reluctantly opened his eyes, he still couldn't see Bruce. Bruce was always at home in this situation and easily found the prison guards who were colluding with the warden. Of course, the only prison guards Bruce approached were those who participated in the operation of the warden and Wilson Fisk. Other prison guards may also have unclear incidents. But if this is not the case now, we will not care about them. Others will naturally take care of them. Bruce seemed to be dancing in the smoke. Every time he moved his body, he would inevitably come to a prison guard. He punched the man in the face and the guy was already unconscious. When Bruce was completely out of the smoke rain, he released his full coverage mask. This is not all, there are other guys who need to be punished. Bruce began to operate in Clinton Prison and found the prison guards and prisoners who participated in the operation in the shortest possible time. It was only after Bruce finally got rid of all the guys that he walked towards the place where Wilson Fisk was originally imprisoned. "Officer Hill, you can bring people to Clinton Prison." Bruce sent his message to Hill. And Bruce himself has already walked in front of the current Wilson Fisk. Under such a heavy blow, Wilson Fisk was able to recover his consciousness in such a short period of time. And he had to admit that he had trained his body to the limit. But although he couldn't move his body yet, he could clearly see Bruce walking towards him. And he gritted his teeth and said bitterly, looking at Kingpin now lying on the ground. Bruce didn't say anything harsh to him. He just walked over and took out a bundle of extremely tough ropes from his belt. Although Kingpin's body is quite large and heavy, Bruce can still turn it over. Bruce wrapped the rope around Wilson Fisk's body to ensure that he would not be able to break free easily. "I will come out again and I will continue." Kingpin obviously didn't understand what kind of treatment he would receive next. Divkles equals contentad. Bruce didn't talk too much. Walked directly in front of Jin Bins and slashed his neck hard with a hand knife. Wilson Fisk, who had just regained some consciousness, fell into a deep sleep again. Bruce doesn't intend to let such a guy live in an ordinary prison for serious criminals anymore. He can always think of his own way to make the guys in the prison do things for him, to make the people in the prison serve him, so that he can easily contact the outside world. What Bruce has to do now is to completely turn him into a person who can only live. Maybe this thing may be inhumane and cruel, but for Bruce, this is the best way. At least Bruce can ensure that other people's family and friends will not be harmed by him. In this way, Bruce dragged Wilson Fisk's body out of Clinton Prison step by step, put him directly in his co-pilot's seat. As the Batmobile left Clinton Prison, it passed by Hill's police car. "Should we?" the young police officer asked Hill. Although he did not tell the whole story, Hill also roughly knew what the young police officer meant. "Should we give him a Good Citizen Award? Or should we give him a Medal of Bravery?" Hill asked the little police officer helplessly. This sentence also stopped the little police officer from asking. After all, they really had no way to give the Bat anything now. That Bat has sat in the position of president. Although it was only the president during wartime, it was already a position that they had not dared to imagine for a long time. So we just have to do our own thing well. There is no need to do anything else. But when Hill actually arrived at Clinton Prison and saw the situation there, she couldn't help but frown, because the situation here was beyond her imagination. She had thought that the current Clinton Prison was probably a mess, but she had never thought that even the warden of the current Clinton Prison had committed suicide. There were also a dozen prison guards who were completely knocked unconscious by Bruce and whose noses were broken. He really left us a very good job. Hill grabbed his hair, feeling a little crazy. The warden of Clinton Prison is dead, and there are so many issues with the guards. This is already quite an appalling incident. In particular, the people of the United States have complained about privatized prisons in the United States. And now they know about it. Hill could already imagine what kind of storm the news would be like next. But it was at this time that a piece of news interrupted Hill's imagination. Seeing the familiar Bat logo, Hill really wanted to drag him over and beat him up. But when she actually opened the message Bruce sent her, they were relieved. At least Bruce didn't leave everything to them. At least Bruce had already done the preliminary investigation and evidence collection for them. It looks like we need some new guards and a new warden here. On the other side, Bruce has now returned to the Batcave with Kingpin. As Bruce was dragging Wilson Fisk into the infirmary of the Batcave, a phone call came. "Are you okay now?" Jessica's voice came from the other end of the receiver. "I'm very busy, I'll tell you later." Bruce just said this to Jessica coldly and then hung up the communication, continuing to drag Wilson Fisk towards the medical room. At this moment, Wilson Fisk has long lost the high spirits he once had. He couldn't even catch up now. The way he looked when he was sitting in prison eating steak. He looked like a lost dog whose spine had been broken. Bruce placed the current Wilson Fisk on the operating table. He looked at Wilson Fisk, who fell into a coma, and muttered to himself. Each hemisphere of the brain is divided into 4 lobes, and the frontal lobe is the largest of them, accounting for almost 4/1 after removal. People will lose many functions, including a large part of their personality. This is absolutely an extreme and inhumane operation. Even the most stringent mental hospitals will not perform such operations on mental patients. And this type of surgery has been extremely lethal in previous settings. But you won't die because I will be very accurate. Bruce didn't feel any guilt about the surgery he was about to perform on Kingpin. Even if his method has crossed the legal boundary, he will punish these villains with his own lynching. It can even be said that Bruce's move can be said to have killed the king of the New York underground world on a spiritual level. At Aunt May's house, Jessica shrugged helplessly at Aunt May. Aunt May didn't say much. After all, this kind of thing happens all the time. Once the bat gets busy, except for communicating with them on necessary matters, it really won't care about anything else. I think he may need my help now. Although Jessica didn't hear any noise from Bruce's side. As Bruce's assistant, she had long been accustomed to being in the Batcave when Bruce was in action. Help Bruce deal with something. After hearing Jessica's words, Gwen also stood up quickly. She also wanted to see if she could bring any help to the Bat. And many more. Aunt May stopped the 2 people at this time, and she quickly got up and walked towards the kitchen. At this time, Jessica seemed to smell a very familiar smell, which was the smell of a very special kind of bread. Jessica looked towards the kitchen, and sure enough, she saw Aunt May taking out a large piece of bread from the oven and wrapping it for them. Take this back and at least let Bruce eat a little more. Aunt May handed the packaged bread to Jessica with a smile. I will definitely supervise him to eat all this bread. Jessica took the red date bread from Aunt May's hand and nodded confidently to Aunt May, saying that she would definitely send this to Bruce. Hand and watched him finish. Gwen was keenly aware of the uneasiness flashing in Jessica's eyes when she saw the bread. She didn't know what the bread looked like, which could make Jessica express such emotions. And it's not like he has never eaten the food cooked by Aunt May. Although the taste is not as good as that of a good restaurant, it is at least above average for normal people. Especially when Jessica knew that this bread was for Bruce. That uneasiness turned into a feeling of schadenfreude. This made Gwen particularly curious. But she didn't ask at this time. Jessica and Gwen were also talking and laughing when they returned to the Batcave. The 2 of them also had a general understanding of each other. Even though they had fought in another world before, they had never fully understood each other. In that situation, it was enough to know that the other party was not someone who wanted to kill him. As for what happens next, it doesn't matter. But now that Gwen has come to their universe, she naturally wants to learn more about it. So that's why it's weird to hear Aunt May give you red date bread. Gwen listened to Jessica explain why her expression changed when she heard Aunt May bring red date bread. Yes, would you like to try Aunt May's red date bread? Seeing Gwen's obviously disbelieving look, Jessica was also direct, taking a small piece of red date bread and placing it in Gwen's hand. Gwen really didn't believe how bad Aunt May's bread would be. And doesn't this look pretty good? Jessica didn't say anything. Just watched Gwen eat Aunt May's red date bread. Gwen didn't care at all about Jessica's gaze and directly stuffed the small piece of red date bread into her mouth. Before she could chew it a few times, her eyes widened. She wanted to speak, but there was still something in her mouth. Not to mention that she has been taught that it is best not to speak when there is something in her mouth. But now Gwen really can't accept this taste. It's very strange. I can't say it's unpalatable, but I can only say it's strange. But the strangeness was already too much to swallow. Adhering to the mentality of not wasting food, Gwen still swallowed the thing. I understand. Now Gwen understood why Jessica looked a little strange when talking about this thing. Ha ha ha, laughing, Jessica and Gwen entered the Batcave. But he found that the Batcave was not as quiet as before. A guy's voice was coming from the medical room. Jessica frowned. She knew very well that the Batcave could never be invaded by outsiders. Nor could anyone casually enter the depths of the Batcave and enter the medical room. In other words, the guy who first made the sound in the medical room could only be Bat. The person he brought back. Jessica and Gwen looked at each other and made the same choice. They immediately rushed to the medical room deep in the Batcave. They wanted to see what the bat was doing there to make such a noise. But when they actually arrived at the medical room, opened the door, and saw the person tied to the operating table, Jessica and Gwen were stunned. Because this person was really familiar to them. Wilson Fisk. The two people shouted out the name of the person tied to the operating table in unison, and finally looked at each other, focusing on the burly figure on the operating table again. Jessica ducked to the control instrument next to the operating table, which recorded the surgical procedures performed by previous users. However, there is only one surgical procedure, but it still shows that it has not been implemented. Obviously, Bruce planned to operate on this one, but she didn't know why she gave up. According to Jessica's understanding of Bruce, it was difficult for that stubborn man to listen to other people's opinions. He must achieve the goals, he said. When Jessica really opened the surgery plan on the operating table, these cards could not help but widen her eyes. The surgery that Bruce wanted to perform on Wilson Fisk was really too cruel. Is he crazy? Jessica murmured. Although Wilson Fisk didn't know who suddenly rushed in, he knew very well that the person who could appear here must be an accomplice of the bat. Tell that bat and I'll break his bones one by one. Even at this time, Wilson Fisk still did not forget his identity. He was still talking to Jessica, hoping to pass his words to the damn bat through Jessica to shut up. Although the surgery Bruce was about to perform made Jessica feel that Bruce was really crazy, Wilson Fisk still had no say in her, and it was even more impossible for her to tell him. Jessica quickly deleted Bruce's preset surgical procedures. Maybe now we can ask if there is any way to save the bat. After all, the bat has only set up the surgical process, and it has not fully set up automatic start, nor set up manual operation, which means that the current bat is also tangled. Keep an eye on this guy now, and break his hands and feet if necessary as a former agent. Jessica is much more ruthless than the average Spider-Man. Not to mention that she doesn't have a good impression of Wilson Fisk. The most important thing now is to see if the bat is really dead. Crazy hearing Jessica's words, Gwen nodded obediently. Naturally, she could tell that something was wrong with Jessica. And she could also hear what Jessica had said when she was mumbling to herself. But now she knows that her most important thing is to keep an eye on this New York City underground king here. And Jessica will take care of the other things. Jessica probably guessed where Bruce would be. She hurried towards the meditation room. That room had previously held the Prowler and a mysterious visitor from another world. But they were all sent to other prisons by Bruce. And now the easiest place to find Bruce is in the meditation room. When Jessica really came to the meditation room, it was just as she thought. The door that would never close had been completely locked. Through the observation window on the door, Jessica saw Bruce sitting in the center. He had his back to the window and did not move at all. Hey. Jessica slapped the observation window, hoping that Bruce would give her a response. But the guy still sat there extremely calmly. Of course, this was only what Jessica saw at this moment. Bruce can be said to be experiencing the noisiest moment in his mind. The Devastator Thomas and Lego Bat were all chattering to Bruce, of course. Barry Allen, who has now begun to take control of his body, is also indispensable among them. He keeps saying things that the other bats completely ignore. Divclass equals contented, hey big guy. What were you thinking at the time? You actually wanted to perform a lobotomy on that guy. The Lego Bat came to Bruce's side. He was too small, so he could only vent his emotions by constantly carrying Bruce's shoes. He wanted Bruce to discover him as soon as possible. But now Bruce didn't react at all and stood there quietly. Ha ha ha, it's impossible for him to hear your voice. The Ravager's voice was so loud that it even shook the entire prison and echoes began to appear. No matter how loud Lego Bat's voice is under his voice, it can't cover up the loud voice of the Ravager. Why did you stop at that time? Is it really because these guys in your head were persuading you? The Destroyer was obviously happy to see Bruce. And he also wanted to see Wilson Fisk during surgery. That scene during the crackdown in New York. It was those who were killed by Bruce during the crackdown who awakened him. But those are nothing to the Ravager. And only when Bruce himself actually kills a person. It has proved that this bat has begun to embark on an extreme path. You can't show mercy to your enemies. What you have to do is to eradicate them. Broken Bat also asked Bruce at this time, obviously. Bruce's behavior of stopping at the last moment made him quite dissatisfied. In his eyes, Wilson Fisk is Bruce's enemy. The guy he should kill. Whether it was a lobotomy or slit his throat and bled directly on the operating table. Those are all ways to kill the enemy, no, Bruce. You can't do this, you should think about it carefully. There are always things that we don't need to kill to solve. We can build a persona strong prison, so that these guys will never have any chance of success again. There is no need to provide them with anything. Just ensure that they survive. Barry Allen's mouth was like a machine gun constantly talking to Bruce. He wanted to make Bruce clearly understand that killing sometimes doesn't solve everything. But it is a pity that anything said by the Flash, who occupies the body of the bat, still did not receive any feedback from other bats. He seemed to be just saying useless words. But Barry Allen saw it. Bruce's eyes shook. And he already felt that he had done what he was supposed to do. At least he prevented this bat from being bewitched and instigated by other bats. Only then did Thomas speak. Do you really think so? Thomas looked at Bruce in front of him. He didn't make any sense. He just asked what Bruce was thinking at the time and why he thought of dealing with Wilson Fisk in this way. Bruce lowered his head and said nothing. He was like a child who had made a mistake, standing there quietly listening to everyone's accusations against him, and also listening to the roars of those who wanted him to do better. He didn't say anything, just listened. Seeing Bruce like this, Lego Bat got even more excited. He tried to climb up along Bruce's cloak. But even if Bruce's consciousness entered, the suit on Bruce's body was still that of nanobots. After trying several times and failing to do so, Lego Bat took out his batarang a little angrily. I want to use batarangs to climb up bit by bit. But suddenly Bruce bent down and stretched out his hand towards the Lego Bat. Lego Bat didn't care what this guy meant and jumped on it. Anyway, even if this guy wanted to kill himself, there was nothing he could do in this prison. He was punched by the Ravager before in the opposite cage. But there is nothing wrong with his body. If you know the Ravager, it will be the day of destruction. This also made Lego Bat understand that no one may be able to kill anyone in this prison. Of course, Bruce Yuho is the main body outside. May be able to do it, but he will not do it. As Bruce placed the Lego Bat on his shoulder, Lego Bat was still a little angry, so he hit Bruce on the chin, trying to make Bruce wake up. I think you should think clearly about what you want to do, Thomas said, looking at Bruce. He always knew what he was supposed to do. It was just Benba, who had been silent until now, closed the book in his hand and spoke. Just what? What do you want to say? He didn't eradicate the root cause. This is the biggest disaster. The broken bat didn't know why he always hated the bat that had been reading in the cage. He always felt that there was something strange about that bat. Like after falling into despair, was given hope again. But he did not reach a crazy and extreme state, but became more peaceful. I don't want to pay attention to that nano bat at all. I understand his thoughts. He just thinks that people like that shouldn't be allowed to kill countless people again. This bat walked to the cell door and looked at Bruce, who was looking at him there. The eyes of the two bats converged together. I understand that Bruce at this moment is like himself, who is being misled and wants to use extreme methods against Superman. He was just blinded by anger. Is it because of the families of those who were innocently kidnapped? Listening to Ben's words, Thomas probably understood why Bruce would want to perform such a cruel operation on Kingpin. Because Kingpin in this plan used the families of those American soldiers and used their families to coerce those people into serving him. If it was just a siege and kidnapping of the Presbyterian hospital, maybe Bruce wouldn't have such a big reaction. Once Kingpin's plan succeeds, the most likely thing in the end is that the bodies of the soldiers who were used will be gone. And the families who were kidnapped will also be killed. And even if the police can rescue Presbyterian Hospital, they will inevitably see a dozen families broken up. This was the most important reason that made Bruce determined to perform lobotomy on Wilson Fisk. Because I have seen families broken. That's why I don't want to see other people's families broken up. Bruce placed the Lego bat on his shoulder on the ground again, turned around and left the prison. Even until the moment he left the prison, Barry Allen was still nagging Bruce. Even if Bruce could no longer hear him, would he still do it? Thomas set his sights on Ben Bat, maybe. There was no way for me to guarantee this. He could only return to his cell and continue to read his books. Because every bat is different. No one can know exactly what that bat will do. Bruce stood up slowly. He didn't want to stay in the prison in his mind any longer. When he was about to attack Kingpin, the guys in his head stopped him, of course. There are also guys who are constantly encouraging themselves to kill Kingpin directly. However, all of this has made Bruce understand what he really wants. Seeing Bruce get up, Jessica also took 2 steps back. She folded her arms and waited quietly for Bruce to come out. The door opened and Bruce stepped out. Jessica originally wanted to say something to the current Bruce, but all the words she had just thought of were swallowed back at this moment. Bruce's current state is really not good. His face was pale. And if he hadn't been quite strong, Jessica might have thought that Bruce could have blown him down with just a breeze. After pursing her lips, Jessica finally failed to say the words she wanted to scold Bruce. "Aunt May baked red date bread for you." Jessica turned and left. Although she was not going to talk about Bruce, she still didn't plan to say anything else to Bruce. What about the guys in the medical bay? But this doesn't mean that she won't ask about how to deal with Jin Bin now. Of course, if Bruce still wants to do that, Jessica guarantees that her fist will hit Bruce's pretty face directly. To S.H.I.E.L.D., Bruce walked slowly outside. "I will hand it over to S.H.I.E.L.D. myself. I'm going with you." Listening to Bruce's plan to personally hand over Wilson Fisk to S.H.I.E.L.D., Jessica quickly followed up. She was really afraid that Bruce would do something irrational to Kingpin on the way, such as killing him directly. Die. Bruce turned his head and glanced at Jessica, but said nothing. He knew what Jessica was worried about, but he would never do anything like that again. Aegis has a special prison, and he will be in it when the time comes. As someone who knows S.H.I.E.L.D. better than S.H.I.E.L.D., Bruce naturally knows that S.H.I.E.L.D. has always had a special cage to hold super criminals. And now Hulk and the Creator are imprisoned in it. Kingpin may not be that good, but in some way Hulk and the Creator are all the same. Jessica also roughly knew about that prison, but she really didn't know much about it before that. All she needs to do is usually arrest and collect intelligence. In the infirmary, Gwen is still looking at the big man in front of her honestly. It was this guy who caused the entanglement in the multiverse last time and brought him to this universe. However, Gwen had to thank this guy. Otherwise, how could she have met so many good friends? "I recognize you. You entered my laboratory last time with another group of spiders." For Kingpin remembers spiders, who are almost the biggest stumbling blocks in his life. It is impossible to forget these spiders in this life. Is it, if Gwen didn't care about Kingpin and knew herself? To be honest, I don't know what you think. Do you know how big a problem will be when the universes are connected? The collision between parallel universes is likely to cause accidents that are much bigger than you think. Even if you only want to bring two people back, it may directly create a huge black hole. The whole of Brooklyn and maybe even the whole planet could be destroyed in an instant. Gwen chattered endlessly, pointing out how stupid the Kingpin's previous harebrained collider plan to connect the multiverse was. But Jin completely ignored Gwen's. His eyes were just staring at the female spider in front of him. And you know what? Just now you almost experienced the most terrifying hand in your life. Gwen hadn't finished speaking, but Bruce had already returned at this time. He put on his suit again, his face once again covered by the angry bat mask. Although Gwen didn't finish her sentence, Kingpin had a rough idea of what Gwen was talking about. Whether it was surgery or tampering with his own body. It was obviously what the bat wanted to do. How come your bat don't want to be your masked vigilante, but instead turn around and become a doctor? Yes, psychiatrist, but I think it's better for someone like you to be shot. Bruce's voice is as painful as the north wind blowing in the cold winter months. Bruce walked to the operating instruments next to the operating table and began to perform his own operations. Gwen thought that Bruce had not given up on his plan, so she wanted to stop Bruce, but Jessica held Gwen's hand. Turning to look at Jessica, Gwen only saw Jessica shaking her head. Although she didn't know what happened, Gwen still chose to believe Jessica and watched Bruce's actions quietly. As Bruce's operation ended, there was movement on the operating table, and a needle went straight into Jin Bin's body. Are you going to start the operation on me? There is no need for anesthesia. Kingpin was very open-minded. If he fell into the hands of the bat, he would die at most. For a person like him who is traveling in the dark world, how can he didn't expect today? Bruce didn't answer what this guy said. He just watched meticulously as the anesthetic entered Kingpin's body bit by bit. Even Jin Bin, whose physical fitness has reached the peak of human beings, has no way to keep himself awake at this time. His brain began to feel drowsy, and the things he saw in front of him slowly began to become blurry. And finally he fell asleep again, until the meter next to the operating table began to show that Jin Bin had completely fallen asleep. Only then did Bruce take action. Let's go. Bruce untied the restraints on the operating table, grabbed Kingpin's collar and dragged him off the operating table. When it comes to Kingpin, Bruce can be said to have no style at all. He just does what he can to save effort. Jessica didn't say anything. After all, he was a heinous guy. Gwen felt even less. No matter which universe he is in, Wilson Fisk or Gwen has never been a good person in the eyes of these spiders. Even if he has a reputation as a philanthropist, there was still no way to cover up the nasty things he had done. Jessica winked at Gwen as if to remind Gwen something. The moment she received Jessica's eyes, Gwen already understood what Jessica meant. Aunt May brought bread. Are you going to eat it now or not? Gwen quickly took out the red date bread that she and Jessica brought back from Aunt May's house, which was still warm even now. Bruce didn't speak, just glanced at Jessica and Gwen, and finally took away the red date bread from Gwen's hand with his free hand. He really needs to add some carbohydrates now. Bruce and I will go to S.H.I.E.L.D. Just stay home and take care of yourself. Divkles equals contentad. Jessica gave Gwen instructions at this time. Receive. The Spider-Woman was obviously not an unreasonable person. She immediately saluted Jessica, and then sat on Jessica's yoga ball with a smile. Watching the Batmobile leave the Batcaves, Gwen looked at the entire Batcave with her little face propped up. Although she herself is not a particularly clean person, the Batcave is indeed a bit messy now. It is good. After cheering herself up, Gwen made her decision. Now she has to clean up the entire Batcave and make sure everything is done before the Bats and Jessica come back. On the Batmobiles, Jessica looked at Bruce without changing her expression and completely ate up the whole piece of red date bread. Jessica swallowed and looked at Bruce in disbelief. But she seemed unable to say anything, after all. Bruce had the same expression when eating this kind of food before. And there was no change at all. To be honest, I really think you are a robot or something. Don't you have a sense of taste? Bruce didn't answer Jessica's question. He just drove the Batmobile straight to the Sanfei building. At this moment in the Sanfei costume, Monica is observing what the Ultimate Team is doing now, and is also receiving information from all aspects of SH. ITLD, Commander, the Bat has come in. An agent reported to Monica the current whereabouts of the Bat. Monica just rubbed her head and didn't say anything. The agent probably knew what her commander meant, so she stopped asking. That Bat can be said to be the only superhero that S.H.I.E.L.D. has no control over. Who knows that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own people don't know as much about S.H.I.E.L.D. as others? I'll tell you some news. I don't know whether it's good news or bad news. Bats have come to S.H.I.E.L.D. Monica thought about it again and again, but decided to tell the following members of the Ultimate Team this news. Captain America raised his head to look at Monica at this time, and then focused his gaze on the thing in front of them again. Perhaps he can also provide us with some ideas that we don't understand. Listening to Captain America's speech, Monica probably understood what Captain America was thinking. Captain America wanted to get the Bat involved in what's going on with the Ultimates right now. In any cases can be considered a good thing. At least it allows them to get another person's thinking direction to explore what those things are. After the Bat comes in, notify the Bat. Before Monica finished speaking, she heard that low and terrifying voice rang through her communication. I know what you are doing, no, and I will get there. But first, I need to send this guy to the prison below your base. Bruce didn't care at all whether he was quite offensive. He just calmly stated what he wanted to do, things to do. Jessica will go up first, after saying that. He had already hung up the communication. This made Monica really angry. But there was nothing she could do. Counting everyone present. How many people can handle that Bat? Not to mention his own Aegis at this moment. Bruce was dragging Wilson Fisk's body down through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s special elevator to a mile below their base. Even deeper than when dealing with spider clones before. Looks like someone disrupted my plan. A slightly magnetic voice echoed throughout the underground cave. Apparently because Bruce appeared here and interfered with her plan. Bruce was quite vigilant and looked up at this prison. Directly above the prison was a transparent cave. And sitting inside was Bruce Banner. It's just that Bruce Banner now has a special mechanical device around his neck that continuously injects tranquilizers into his body to inhibit Bruce Banner from becoming the Hulk. I have never seen you in my universe. The figure slowly appeared beside Bruce. She first glanced at Wilson Fisk, who was being dragged by Bruce's hand, and then set her sights on the Bat in front of her. I've never seen you in this universe either. Bruce didn't show any problems. He just looked at the woman in front of him quietly, wearing purple and green clothes. Being here already shows that you are an important figure in S.H.I.E.L.D. The woman held her chin and looked at Bruce seriously. Maybe I should get rid of you here to avoid any further trouble. You're here to free Bruce Banner. You guessed it right, but there is no reward. The woman clapped her hands happily. As if appreciating Bruce, you seem to be a smart person too. Do you want to help me? The woman reached out to Bruce, wanting to invite him to join her plan. I don't know what your plans are. I've seen all the endings, I know all the developments. And I'm here just to protect this universe. When the woman heard Bruce's words, she didn't show much excitement. She just calmly said that she already knew everything. You want to save this universe. Bruce thought about everything he had observed before, as well as the inexplicable disappearance of the spider universe before. This had already sounded the alarm for him. And now the appearance of this woman could confirm that there was a problem in the current universe. And the problem is huge. Want to join me? The woman reached out to Bruce. Bruce just looked at the woman quietly on top of the cage. The current Ultimate Team is studying the thing in front of them. It was a pair of gloves and a pair of yellow gloves, each with 4 holes for installing gems. Why hasn't that bat come yet? Monica looked at the time anxiously. She was afraid that Blossom would do something to her down there. The bat's ability to cause trouble has always been quite powerful. Captain America waved his hand nonchalantly. He believed that bruising that bat could bring them good news. Every Infinity Stone so far seems to have been born from a trauma on Earth. The death of the Paleolithic Ragnarok's ultimate tsunami. The sinking of Atlantis. And Lemuria, Susan the Invisible Woman is talking to the other Ultimate Team members. He explained everything he knew. Wait a minute. You mean these super powerful stones just appeared naturally? Tony Stark obviously couldn't understand what Susan meant. He didn't understand why the Earth could give birth to such powerful stones. I think they're like scar tissue forming to prevent infection. So to speak. Susan gave an example to help Tony understand the matter. In other words, these are all scabs of the Earth. But they didn't notice that Monacoho was standing high up. Looked a little panicked what brought him out. While Monica was anxious, the members of the Ultimate Team continued to discuss the pair of gloves in front of them. Susan investigated the Infinity Stones through science. And I looked up the history of Asgard. There are indeed legends about these dark and powerful substances. But I thought they were fairy tales. Thor was even more interested at this time. He explained the results of his investigation to others. Hawkeye grinned as he looked at the Infinity Gauntlet in front of him. Well, if Thor is scared, then we'll have a good time. Hawkeye, don't be mean in your words. Captain America's words made Hawkeye raise his hands to express his surrender and would never say such words again. Then Captain America set his sights on Susan again. Have you tried interstellar communication? I have contacted Marvel and sent a signal to the Silver Glider. But I think this matter must be taken into consideration by you. What? Susan had already put on a glove and held out her hand as she spoke. If you concentrate on the Infinity Gauntlet, matter can be transformed and teleported, in fact. All transformation processes probably occur at the same time. And the laws of physics are completely distorted. Even worse than negative space beyond our cognition. And let me say one more thing. We still have 3 Infinity Stones unaccounted for. Following Susan's movement, a sundae appeared on the empty table. I'll have a good talk with him, you will get your wish. I have seen the ending, the time has come. The Sanfei decoration building exploded in an instant. Without Susan's protective force field, they would all have become part of the ruins. Boom. Are you sure he will assist us, die them all? When you meet such a persona, as long as you punch him twice, he will no longer be able to show off. But now she still needs to have a good talk with the Bat and explain her next plan. I never thought that you would actually stand with us. Although the creator has never fought against Bruce, the previous city can be said to have collected information on most heroes, including this Bat. Hulk knocked out the current Captain America with one punch, but did not completely kill him. But Pietro's eyes were focused on Bruce, who was slowly walking out of the smoke. The woman stepped aside and released her hold on the creator. Oh, yes, Pietro will retrieve the gems from your fallen city immediately. The woman explained everything to the creator quite confidently. Reed and Hulk are so powerful that even the Ultimate Team cannot compete with the current Reed and Hulk. In the next second, Susan had opened the protective force field, shrouding everyone in it, although she didn't know. The woman felt that she had never missed anyone. We want to save the universe. The creator answered an answer that was completely unrelated to Hulk's question. Where is your courage, creator? The woman was obviously mocking the current Reed. The two of them had immediately caught up with S.H.I.E.L.'s superhuman confinement device, the Cube Cage. There is only one Thor left here who has the combat power to threaten the Hulk. Bruce didn't show up at this moment. He just stood beside the woman and quietly watched all the developments. In his information, Bat is a standard superhero. Bruce just watched it all happen calmly. Don't you think I will deceive you? The woman in purple and green clothes seemed to be a little unsure about Bruce trusting her so easily. Seeing the two people singing together, Bruce didn't say anything. He just watched everything quietly and searched for all the information about the infinite stones. The Hulk has escaped from prison. He is trapped in the basement, so he can't run far. You guys are going to capture him, the ultimate team. Not yet. When Monica finished speaking, they could already hear that there was a rumbling sound. And it was obvious that the Hulk had broken through the basement and was impacting upwards. This was too much of a load for her. The woman stepped on the ruins suspended in midair and walked to them step by step. Suddenly opening such a large protective force field and resisting such a powerful explosion caused Susan to have a nosebleed in an instant. No matter how you look at it, they who have directly defeated the ultimate team now look more like villains who do all kinds of evil. The two of them have already entered the cubic prison. With two infinity gauntlets in hand, the universe can be transformed as we wish. When we find the remaining two infinity stones, we can do it. Captain America has fallen into our hands, and they will not leave it alone. The woman spoke to the Creator and the Hulk quite firmly. Oh, why should we let them go? Hulk obviously doesn't know. They obviously have the ability to keep everyone, but now they have let most of them escape, leaving only Captain America, who is not very useful. The Creator didn't think anything of it. He just continued to say, I did something that is not allowed by nature. When I did it, my purpose was to create a better world. If this is the price of saving mankind. Conqueror Kang looked at Bruce's slowly retreating figure and nodded. She knew very well that in this guy's eyes, being able to protect the universe was of course important. I just took a quick look at the information about you. To be honest, would someone like you agree to my plan? The woman obviously didn't believe that Bruce would really agree to be with them to implement those plans. The woman could remember that when she first met Reed Richards. Even Reed Richards was unwilling to believe her words. But now the man standing next to her could do so easily. Just believed in myself. Now Stark can only deal with the tumor in his head. And Anthony transfers all the spare armor. I know everything's. Listen to me, things will definitely develop like this. The ultimate team will play their roles and then fall one after another. The woman heard this and glanced at Bruce again, after all. She had never met Bruce in her universe, so she naturally didn't know what his situation would be. It was only then that the woman revealed her true identity. I want to crush him, Hulk said it bluntly in his eyes. The posture of the bat was a typical example of a pretentious criminal. Kang the Conqueror will not let this world perish again. Reed Richards, it's time now. The woman spoke directly to the Creator, who was torn into pieces by the machine like a flatbread. Looks like some of you haven't watched Ghostbusters. And what will happen after you collect all the gems? The ultimate team now looked at Monica, who was so anxious with curious faces. They didn't know what was going on. Stark picked up the sundae and asked strangely, I have two questions. Why ice cream at this moment, Hulk? Who is wearing the Infinity Gauntlet outside? Is obviously crushing the ultimate team. The Creator looked at himself, who had regained his freedom, and was not overly happy. He was just asking the woman. For all these years you have abused, tortured, imprisoned me, and continued to force me to destroy those monsters in your eyes. I can finally take revenge. Bruce didn't answer her question, just glanced at her. Friends, please stop playing riddles. This kind of childish fighting behavior is too detrimental to our identity. I apologize for my strategy, but in order to ensure that it is foolproof, I need some time to prepare. The Creator said with his voice open, both hands. And an infinity gauntlet has been put on his hands. Use my life as a guarantee. There are still 2 infinity stones left, and you should be almost invincible. At the same time, subdue the Hulk. This made the woman understand why the man in front of her believed in her so easily. Because this man definitely had the confidence to save everything. Oh my God, I feel like my brain is going to explode. Bruce left such a sentence, turned around and disappeared into the thick smoke, not caring what they would think of him. All Captain America can do is delay time so that Thor can take the others away. Susan responded, I just wanted to get something non-lethal. If I met you first, maybe I wouldn't fall in love with anyone else. After leaving such a sentence, the woman began to slowly walk towards the scene of the battle. The universe is coming to an end, and we are the only hope left. Please give me another helping hand from God. Wait a minute, not yet. While waiting for Captain America to comfort Susan, a rather violent voice came from behind them. Are you sure this will work? The creator was obviously not surprised by the woman's arrival, but he had already seen Bruce beside the woman the next moment. Captain, we have another problem. Tony Stark looked behind them, wanting to say something to Captain America. Although I don't know how this woman got together with this bat. The creator probably knows about this bat's deeds. It has to be said that with the help of this bat, their plan is likely to go more smoothly. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, 1 tilde 10. Chinese letter, 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 2 Chinese letter, 5 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, 18 Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. At the same time, Susan also said another thing to Captain America, the Infinity Gauntlet. They are gone, you trust him. At this moment, Thor suddenly jumped out. Then the show begins now. Don't think that you are the only one who has seen the ending. Only then did Bruce turn his head and look at the woman beside him. Logically speaking, such a thing would not be done. They have tried to use various methods against Hulk before. But Hulk is obviously not the big guy before. All the attacks on Hulk are just tickling. Even if they beat him to pieces in the end, they were able to put it back together again. Hulk, who has the Infinity Stones, is not afraid of these guys at all. Just to protect the universe, Bruce just stood aside quietly, studying the two people like statues. At this moment, Bruce also slowly walked to their side. Although Pietro felt fatal danger in Bruce's body, at least now this bat was still in the same camp as them. The fate of the universe has been sealed from the moment you stepped into negative space. But the Infinity Stones will make up for your mistakes. Rewind time to after Bruce and the woman in purple and green clothes release the Hulk. All survivors evacuate the bomber immediately and will arrive within 5 minutes. Monica's choice was more decisive. Before Susan could answer Tony Stark's question, Monica had already rushed to their side, her tone full of anxiety. Susan can now only use a protective stance to protect herself and Monica from harm. Divkles equals contentative as for Captain America. They are now thinking about how to get the Infinity Gauntlet from Hulk. Thor raised his battle axe high and wanted to hit Hulk on the head with the axe. But at this time, an energy beam completely subdued Thor. There is no need for my friend. Not to mention that now he is also our ally. The creator stopped Hulk and turned to look at the current Conqueror Kang. I am Commander Monica's. Please answer the site within FanFic decoration. The situation on the field is now quite clear. After Pietro brought the Infinity Stone, Reed's power has reached a state of near invincibility. Hopefully this will carry out my plans. Susan, are you okay? Captain America did not pay attention to Monica's current order. Instead, I looked at Susan, who was already kneeling on the lawns, and asked her about her physical condition. That was Hulk wearing the Infinity Gauntlet at this moment. He was roaring at everyone in the Ultimate Team, you guys are fucked now. With these words, Kang the Conqueror disappeared from the creator's side. I know what you said is true. Bruce did not look at the woman, but just looked at the battle between the creator and the Ultimate Team in the field. In Bruce's body, he felt a sense of extreme danger. Nothing in the world can make up for my mistakes. Another gem is already on the way. Even Pietro didn't see clearly how Kang the Conqueror left. He could only say that it was the power of technology or magic. Anyway, it was definitely not a mutant like him. Okay. What we need to do now is to make the whole world into the world we imagined. The creator opened his arms, as if he wanted to take the whole world into his arms. A perfect sin-free world is about to be born, Bruce, who returned to the Batcaves, sat at the center of the console and observed the current situation in New York City. Things are really quiet right now in New York, except for the initial explosion of the FanFic decoration. All other commotions did not occur. Everything has been controlled in time. Guaranteed nothing will go wrong. Looking at the large robots that have landed in New York City, Bruce can ensure that all their creators' plans are complete. With the Infinity Gauntlet possessing that kind of power, it would be easy to create robots that could maintain law and order. Similarly, they themselves are now releasing all the preparations they made at the beginning, based on the previous dialogue between Conqueror Kang and the creator, as well as what he said to himself. Bruce has been able to roughly guess the time when these guys started this plan, and it is estimated to be quite early. The methods used by those guys were not so much negotiation as bloody suppression. Those who disobeyed the creator were killed by the robots. This inspiration comes from mutant society, and this is what we encourage all societies to continue to strive to inspire us. Whether it is human society or mutant society, the ultimate team is still wandering outside, and that is someone they will never let go. However, Bruce only believed in this. Jessica and Gwen's eyes were also attracted by the voice of the creator. They wanted to see what this guy who had just escaped from S.H.I.E.L.D. had to say. My name is Reed Richards and I was once called Mr. Fantastic at this time. The voice of the creator came out from the computer. It may even be far longer than the time you came into this world. Bruce was silent. It was obvious that the creator had now reached the scene that Bruce least wanted to see. In this case, it said who is innocent is naturally innocent. And conversely, whoever is guilty is naturally guilty. Goodbye, wait, Gwen stopped Bruce, who was now walking towards Kang the Conqueror. Welcome to my fortress, dear Bat. The hands wearing the Infinity Gauntlet clasped each other as if the creator was in control of everything. Now that Bruce is sitting here, it makes them feel at least a little bit more relaxed. Prison break. This little place of yours is really hidden, Bruce said lightly, not even taking his eyes off the screen in front of him. There is no need, Bat, explain it to me. The face of the creator appeared on the screen, although they already have invincible infinite gems in their hands. According to the information they collected, this Bat is indeed a hero, but he also has countless plans, and even betrays his allies at the time. He is really a smart man, isn't he? Conqueror Kang shook his head, and then set his sights on the two Spider-Women. Tehran Parliament buildings. The mutant consciousness seed developed by Stark has been distributed around the world. After being modified, it was used to produce fruits and vegetables and yields that could reach unheard of heights, effectively solving the problem of world hunger. But before they could go out, they already saw Bruce sitting there. Hey, Bat. I originally thought you would ask me how I found you and how I walked in from your traps. As a result, you turned out to be so ordinary. Conqueror Kang spread his hands and was obviously not very satisfied. Now Bruce gave her the answer. But this was also the purpose of her coming here, which was to take this Bat to their current base. Bruce could even imagine what the creator would say next. And he also knew what they were going to do next. Bruce didn't reply, but just adjusted his gaze to the center of the console again. To make our dreams a reality, we eliminated debt and lifted financial blockades. We created a society without financial worries. Banks no longer exist. From today on, all money is just a piece of printed paper. Alpha 1 now Reed Richards' suspended fortress. There are countless airships like space carriers floating over Washington, as well as a huge floating fortress. All Bruce has to do now is find an Infinity Stone before they do. Jessica and Gwen shouted frantically at Bruce, but all they saw was Bruce's back. And even though Kang the Conqueror was in contact with Pietro, no matter how he looked at it, Bruce didn't see that Kang the Conqueror had any trust in Pietro. I know, logically speaking, there is no way for this guy to escape from S.H.I.E.L.D. no matter what. But when thinking about what Bruce said about the escape from S.H.I.E.L.D. at the beginning, It seems that everything can be answered. So if there is a problem with Sanfei decoration, Bruce will definitely get involved according to his temperament. The next most important thing is to find the two remaining Infinity Stones. Opening her hands, the completely transparent barrier has trapped the Spider-Woman inside. Even if the Spider-Woman hit the surrounding barriers with all their strength, there is no way to break the things around them. Bruce's words made Conqueror Kang stunned for a moment. I didn't understand some of what you said. Not just to ensure the long-term stability of this planet, but the entire galaxy, and unlike our predecessors, the ultimate, we are completely open and transparent in what we do. Everything is just for the success of the final plan. Although they don't know what the relationship between this bat and the guy in the comics is. For the sake of caution, it is better to put this bat under their noses. Listening to what the guy said, Jessica and Gwen quite appreciated what the guy did. Of course, they also saw everything displayed on the console screen. While the creator said these words, the screen was also updated in real time with the current situation in the Capitol building in Tehran. But just like the creator himself said, those robots tend to broadcast the most appropriate pictures. Not them how it actually looks like mutants similarly. The robots in New York now rushed directly into the Stark Tower. But for such a smart man, be careful no one likes him. Not only Stark Tower but also Roxxon, Hammer and Osborn technology were also invaded by those robots. Although they all had powerful counterattack firepower, they were still dwarfed by those robots. What happened to Sanfei? Jessica was in a battle suit at the moment. And even Gwen was in a battle suit and ready to go out at any time. Kang the Conqueror pretended to talk to Bruce, as if she really didn't know what Bruce was talking about. You can protect them here. Bruce stopped listening and disconnected the normal computer. But now the creator only has 6 Infinity Stones on them. When Kang the Conqueror brought Bruce in, he saw the creator. Like a ball of plasticine that could be stretched infinitely. He stretched out countless hands and performed his own operations on various operation screens. Bruce stood up without saying much, and just said this to Kang the Conqueror. But speaking of which, wouldn't it be nice to kill these 2 guys? Even the creator once asked Conqueror Kang if he could trust Pietro. It was obvious that neither of these guys had much trust in Pietro. The first step is to reach global peace through negotiation. Any country that is unwilling to obey us will be punished as it should be. And the lives of innocent people will be protected to the greatest extent. My new Hebatron machine army, equipped with the most advanced technology. They have become thoughtful and logical soldiers capable of completing this seemingly impossible task. Bruce slowly walked past Kang the Conqueror. Can't you do it with just your technology? Do you want to add 2 more generals to the ultimate team? But before Bruce could continue to explore, he saw another picture appear on the screen he usually used to simulate a normal computer. In the console, the satellite used by Bruce to monitor the Capitol building in Tehran has already transmitted everything that happened at that time to Bruce. What do you think, Susan Stone? Bruce never thought he'd be able to find 2. It seemed that Pietro was always on guard. Rather than saying that they are wary of Pietro, it is better to say that they are wary of the race that Pietro represents. But without giving them much time to discuss, the creator had already begun to record his declaration. Bruce, don't tell me that this matter has anything to do with you. Jessica is the one who knows best what kind of backup Bruce has left in S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, she only knows those things that she knows. Others, Jessica is still clueless. Kang the Conqueror waved his hand and spoke to the 2 Spider-Women. You must know that one of the reasons why they are so anxious is because Bruce is rushing to Sanfei Decoration to hand over Kingpin to S.H.I.E.L.D. Jessica still remembers the big event caused by the creator, which was also one of the opportunities for Bruce to become president. Conqueror Kang naturally felt the meaning in Bruce's eyes, and she nodded helplessly. Even though the creator has always emphasized that they are protecting the lives of innocent people. The problem is that the so-called innocent people are just the words of the creator. With the help of my allies, I will transform the world at every level ecologically. Politically and socially, a figure suddenly appeared in the Bat Cave. The purple-green clothes revealed the identity of the person. Kang the Conquerors. Those robots directly invaded the Capitol building in an extremely brutal manner and hijacked all government officials inside. Let's go. What the plan between them is, Bruce is not sure now. According to the appearance of the glove I saw at the beginning, it should have 8 Infinity Stones. We are currently working to liberate Stark Roxxon Hammer, an Osborn Technology Corporation, and we are also protecting the lives of innocent people to the greatest extent possible. Divclass equals contentad by working together to innovate. We can build a better future together. I ask for nothing but that your ideals and dreams can surpass mine. The Creator now possesses 6 Infinity Stones and is almost completely invincible on Earth today. What others would never be able to do in a lifetime, they have completely accomplished in just a few hours. I have made many mistakes, these evil, painful and stupid mistakes have brought irreparable harm to the world. Despite saying this, there was no regret on the indestructible face on the screen. What he meant was that his eyes were completely hidden under that helmet, and no one could clearly see the look in them at this moment. Reed Richards was wearing the pair of infinity gauntlets, looking at the dozens of computer screens in front of him, and was able to make his own judgments and issue appropriate instructions in the shortest possible time. Neither the creator nor Bruce Banner, nor herself felt that Bruce should be left outside like this. But when I first saw the situation that Conqueror Kang explained to herself, she was not lying. She obviously really knew the final outcome of the current universe. This makes Conqueror Kang a little boring. Why not continue? This makes them a little worried. What appears above is what is happening in various places around the world, especially robots similar to those appearing on the streets of New York, which Bruce focuses on, and looking at the calm situation in New York on the console screen. There is no need for them to take action. Isn't he already locked up? But now everything is about to change. Even so, he still had the time to control his chair to turn around so that he could face Bruce. But as long as he doesn't collect all the Infinity Stones in one day, he still has weaknesses. We revoke the Global Patent and Copyright Standards statute with immediate effect, placing all designs, concepts, and scientific processes in the public domain. Bruce didn't speak but looked back at Kang the Conqueror. But Bruce said nothing to her, but looked up at Kang the Conqueror, who stood there. While the guy was talking, Bruce had already seen those robots appearing all over the world. He instantly mobilized all the satellites he had invaded to monitor those robots. Bruce was unsure of everything else. To be honest, it's really hard to find your bat nest. If you hadn't left a backdoor in S.H.I.E.L.D. system, it would be really difficult for me to find you through that backdoor. The creator actually showed some distress when he said this. It can be seen that finding Bruce's Batcave really cost him a lot of trouble. Why don't you finish my speech? At least you are our ally, right? Watch it all, aren't they all the same? Bruce said this to the creator quite calmly. The creator stretched his neck and put his face close to Bruce, trying to see something from it. But he quickly retracted his action, because the bat in front of him had not changed at all. It had always been so dull. Even if he used his own perception ability, he did not notice that Bruce's heartbeat and blood flow rate had accelerated. Then you should know what we are going to do next. The creator no longer laid eyes on Bruce. He retracted his stretched body and faced the computer screens again. Bruce didn't say anything, just turned and left. By the way, there are some places here that are not accessible. Please pay attention to safety. The creator suddenly turned around and said this to Bruce. And then he no longer had any thoughts of speaking. Bruce did not stop, but walked directly out of the control room where the creator was. Pietro now had to wonder if that bat had any superpowers. At this moment, he looked back and saw the bat slowly walking away and said these words. Just like Conqueror Kang said, the spider silk in Pietro's hand slowly disappeared. Hang in there, Steve, I'm going to get you out. Although Kang the Conqueror had not been in contact with Bruce for long, According to the information they knew, this bat would never leave anything harmful to him. I could only watch quietly as the bat disappeared at the end of the corridor. Speaking of which, there are really not many people in this world who can make me feel dangerous. You are one of them, but no matter how you look at you, you are just an ordinary person. Bruce still didn't answer Pietro's words. He just continued to move forward silently, and even turned sideways to avoid Pietro. Hey boss. A figure glowing with energy walked in. Placing his hand on the door, Bruce attempted to hack the door, but did his best to avoid triggering Alpha One's alarm. When the creator said this name, he didn't even look back. After Kang the Conqueror left, he had already felt someone entering his control room, but he never paid attention to it. Captain America's current appearance cannot be said to be miserable. He is tied tightly with iron chains and his face is covered in blood. Conqueror Kang didn't care about this kind of thing. She just walked slowly towards her original location, where they would quietly wait for the guys from the Ultimate Team to come to their door. Pietro didn't dare to move now because his surroundings were covered with extremely sharp transparent spider silk. But when he saw the scene in front of him, Bruce couldn't help but be a little surprised, because the opposite side of the door was negative space. Maybe it's because except for bad, the three of them are all people who have made mistakes. Hebtron's No. 4 environmental engineering team will increase the antibacterial liquid output rate to 300%. The Ganges will be purified within an hour. And then you will be responsible for the European regional tributaries. Well, it's just that this kind of thing is not a big deal to Kang the Conqueror. The most important thing is only that Kang the Conqueror used his powers to envelop Pietro, while the creator was fighting Susan and Stone Ben. Another figure had already sneaked into Alpha 1 quietly. When Alpha 1 undergoes great changes, Bruce has now reached a closed door. But Susan is still a member of the Fantastic Four who has experienced hundreds of battles. And she has activated her protective force field in the shortest possible time. Perhaps he wanted to see the bat speak. Or perhaps Pietro deliberately wanted to anger the bat. Hebtronix No 40 Fleet No. Heads to Saudi Arabia for safety protection. For Ultimate Team, knowing that Captain America is in our hands will make them sure to find us. And knowing that Bat is with us. Go back to your place soon, Pietro. But after he knew that this Bat was just an ordinary person, relying on those technologies to fight crime, Pietro had no idea about bats, after all. What kind of trouble could an ordinary person make? Watching Bruce leave, the creator in the control room just smiled, and then continued to deal with his various affairs. When Susan was disturbed by the image, the creator suddenly stretched his figure, and countless hands shot towards Susan. Hold on a little longer, Steve. But Susan didn't come alone. Those spider threads completely imprisoned him here. Pietro has always been quite hostile to the bat that joined later. This door allowed him to successfully open it. The creator emphasized his voice on the word best friend, and anyone could hear his dissatisfaction. Pietro was certain that if he had not taken them off, these things would probably have been there forever, trapping him alive in this corridor. But the next second, his words were swallowed back in his throat before he even spoke. With just a slight movement, the spider silk had cut open his suit and even cut into his flesh. Bruce did not answer the voice but walked forward silently, as if he had no purpose, just wandering around Alpha 1. I'm so sorry, Clint. Kang the Conqueror had not finished her words, but the creator had cleared her mind. The bat still didn't answer, but the pace of moving forward became a little slow. Listening to these words left by Kang the Conqueror, Pietro also clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Walking inside Alpha 1, all Bruce could see were machinery and technology. There were not many living people inside, and everything was done by those robots. I told her we parted ways a long time ago. You gave me chills long before you turned into this ghost. But that's not why I'm here. Susan slowly landed, and she landed behind her creator, looking at the old friend in front of him who has long since lost his appearance. Bruce did not go in directly, instead I closed the door, turned around and left, and erased all records of his coming here. However, Pietro did not dare to be too aggressive now. He could only listen to Conqueror Kang's words and quickly disappear into the corridor. Divklas equals contented Bruce, who had already left long ago, stopped now and walked through the window on the edge of the corridor to observe the situation outside. Conqueror Kang slowly approached the spider threads. She just stretched out a hand to touch them, but she already felt a sting. The spider threads could actually cut through her armor and hurt her. Susan, you can come out now. My perception has been greatly improved. Suddenly the voice of the creator, which had been giving order, stopped. You can leave here now, don't mess with that bat, this. But the next second he couldn't continue to think, because a figure had appeared in front of him. And that was Kang the Conqueror. Once he activates his ability to run, he will be completely chopped into pieces by these spider silks in the next second. The disappearance of the spider silk is obviously quite mysterious. The reason why I came here is to tell you that I will no longer be afraid of you. You are just a child who has been bullied and tried every means to make himself a bully. Your story is too cliché at this moment. Susan, a force field slowly began to gather in her hand, and she planned to launch an attack on the creator. Don't mess with that bat, he is very dangerous. Conqueror Kang's voice came slowly until this moment, and she had already seen everything. The fact is that Bruce succeeded. Pietro was about to say something, perhaps to mock the bat. But sometimes even the smartest people will make some mistakes. The creator has already been attracted by what happened to the controlling forces and the battle on Conqueror Kang's side. Not to mention that Pietro is now trying to bring back the 7th Infinity Stone. Sometimes when technology develops to a certain extent, it is a very magical thing in itself, isn't it? This is impossible. I just thought of 1,000 ways to kill you. But every time I want to get close to you, I always feel that I will die in the next second. Pietro held his chin and looked at it curiously as the fastest man in the world. Pietro had already observed Bruce in front of him. All of this has allowed the creator to relax his control over the bat. What he wants now more is to collect the Infinity Stones and eliminate the Ultimate Team. Don't think about it, that guy won't leave you any weapons. On the computer screen was Bruce's figure wandering among Alpha 1. The ability to be invisible allows her to easily invade any place in the world, and the force field allows her to easily float in the sky. He quickly activated his ability and dismantled all the spider threads in an instant. It's really a good thing. Looking at those sharp spider silks, Pietro probably knew how to use this thing. Monica sent me to convince you, but I told her it was all in vain. Susan's figure slowly appeared above the control room. Susan never expected that Bruce would appear here. And looking at Bruce's appearance, it was obvious that he was not under coercion. He came to Alpha 1 voluntarily. Although he no longer had that iconic stone body, that familiar face still made the creator recognize him immediately. And many more. The 63rd, 42nd Hobotron platoon is preparing for a compound invasion. And don't let go of a single poppy. The Hobotron mining group No. 1224 increases mining volume by 8%. The owner of the voice finally couldn't bear it anymore and appeared in front of Bruce. Pietro, wearing a silver-white suit, was already standing in front of Bruce. Stone Renbin used special technology to compress all his cosmic energy to the extreme, and he was born into his current form. However, this kind of thing has a time limit. Benjamin Green, my best friend, he didn't have any time to talk nonsense. He rushed forward and punched the creator in the face. While Susan and the Stone Man attracted the attention of the creator, Hawkeye has now touched Captain America's cell. What he needs to do now is to rescue Captain America. I do happen to know your physiology better than anyone on the planet. So let's cut the crap, and I'm going to beat the crap out of you. Clint, Captain America may have recognized Hawkeye's voice, and he tried to have a conversation with Hawkeye. What do you think it would be like if I went to your place now and killed those 2 little girls? He is a very difficult guy. Even though the creator was dealing with the many things in front of him, he still did not forget to talk to Kang the Conqueror, who had not yet left. The creator stopped at this time, and Susan, who was about to attack, brought up a computer screen and placed it in front of Susan. "You don't need to apologize, Captain. You just did what you did. Are you really going to attack me, strictly speaking? We are actually more orthodox in America, no aren't we? It's the negative space that has troubled the creator for a long time. But it has been built by the creator into a prison for those criminals." Pietro took a tentative step outside, sure enough. The spider silk would still hinder him. But he was not harmed because Kang the Conqueror's protective force field had completely protected him. "What a scary bat, Susan, strictly speaking. I can't be considered alive now. I survived in a vacuum environment. I don't even need to eat or excrete my vascular system. It doesn't even exist anymore. What can you do to me?" He knew that the creator never trusted him, WTF. Clint was stunned by the scene in front of him. Otherwise, why should we treat him as an ally? Conqueror Kang didn't care about all this. She slowly flew behind the creator and watched the creator issue dazzling instructions to those screens. When, before Hawkeye could comfort Captain America, the figure tied to the chains suddenly began to dissipate. And even the tough chains began to scatter on the ground. "To be honest, I don't know why they brought you in." A somewhat frivolous voice echoed in Bruce's ears. But no one was seen. After quietly admiring the city scenery for a while, Bruce, perhaps hurt by the sunlight, squinted his eyes and left the window. In the negative space prison, Captain America is sitting dejectedly in the cage. Captain America looked at the Herbitron robot slowly walking toward him and understood that it was time to deliver food again. But this time, what was displayed on the electronic display on the Herbitron robot that came over was not a simple emoticon, but a bat. Although Captain America is a little unclear about what is going on, he knows that the bat must be looking at him now. In other words, he has already entered here. As a veteran who has experienced hundreds of battles, Captain America still knows what he should do now. Who knows if the guys outside are monitoring me? He was still sitting where he was, without any thought of moving. It's like he's used to this kind of thing. The Herbitron robot didn't stay in front of Captain America's cage for too long before it moved on, as if it was just inspecting the prisoner's physical condition. Bruce Yuho was making a U-turn. Met Kang the Conqueror on the road. She was holding on to the unconscious Hawkeye and walking slowly towards here. "Why don't you want to continue shopping?" Kang the Conqueror floated in the air and looked at Bruce, asking questions. She didn't care about the Hawkeye in her hand at all. She seemed to be more concerned about Bruce's current situation. "It's over." Bruce didn't even look at Hawkeye, just into Kang the Conqueror's eyes. Not afraid to look at this person in the slightest. The two people just looked at each other and said nothing. Just looking at each other. Are we playing a game of whoever blinks first loses first? In the end, Conqueror Kang gave up and looked away first. "It's not impossible to continue playing this kind of game with you." Bruce did not move his gaze away, still looking into Conqueror Kang's eyes. Although Kang the Conqueror no longer looks at him, Kang the Conqueror didn't speak, and just floated past Bruce. No more words to say to Bruce, no more words to say to Bruce. Maybe she's afraid of something. There seemed to be some illusion in her back. Bruce also left after Kang the Conqueror left. But for Kang the Conqueror's state, Bruce's back has always been like that. Dark, gloomy, untouched. It seemed like he was meant to be alone. Of course, maybe that's just Bruce in other people's eyes. Now Bruce is doing his own thing. And he has already settled all his own things. What needs to be done next is to wait for things to develop. But obviously, some people will not let Bruce continue to carry out his plans on the entire Alpha One so easily. "Oh hey my ally, do you want to go with me now?" The creator suddenly appeared in front of Bruce. With a smile on his face, Bruce clearly remembered that the creator was still making arrangements in his control room at that time. How could he come back at this time? I have to say that the creators have indeed done great things. But this also brings huge hidden dangers, that is. They must pay attention to the changes in the world situation at all times. And they may step into the abyss if they are not careful. Bruce didn't speak but just walked to the creator's side. The creator stretched out his arm and put it directly on Bruce's shoulder. Even though his height and wingspan did not allow him to make such an action, his ability allowed him to do all this easily, you know. I have been dreaming since I was very young. I hope I can become Tony Stark or that guy Justin Hammer. The creator put his arm around Bruce's shoulders, chattering in Bruce's ear. You know the resources those guys have can be said to crush 99% of people, but what have they brought to the world? Nothing. If you insist on talking about it, maybe only killing. At that time I was thinking that in their position, I can definitely do what they can do. Or even do it better than them. But it's a pity that this thing is impossible. Even if I have a building of my own in the end, a company of my own, and a lover of my own, I still have no way to catch up with them. Because their existence has already completely occupied all feasible resources. Even I can't get leftovers from them, let alone ordinary people's. And now look at what I have accomplished. I have made it possible for people all over the world to enjoy a peaceful life. The creator had already brought Bruce to the gate of Yishin. As the gate slowly opened, two people appeared in front of them. Oh, I've brought the gem back. Quicksilver patted Tony Stark, who was now completely fixed on the operating table. But next to Tony Stark, what was being played was the scene of the invisible woman Susan and the stone man Ben fighting the creator. Bruce naturally noticed the screen. But now Bruce didn't say anything and just followed the creator into here step by step. Honestly, you really should let me have some fun. The Quicksilver shrugged. It was obvious that Stark's arrest made the speedster quite unhappy. After all, he could obviously kill this guy. After struggling through life and deaths, the creator actually asked him to bring the person back intact. It's not like he brought it back completely, in order to ensure that the Infinity Stones were still in Stark's head. Quicksilver cut them open a little bit to see the condition of the stones. As one of the smartest people in the world, Tony Stark still maintains his sanity even in this situation. He was not surprised when he saw the creator. But when he saw Bruce, there was deep disbelief in those blue eyes. Bat. Stark just said such a sentence and didn't know how to continue. Now the bat is also standing opposite them. Based on Stark's behavior towards the bat, he knows that the backhand he prepared may not be able to do it. Look, now there are two smartest people on the planet in this room. The creator was obviously very excited, and he clapped his hands. It's like where they are now is a science and technology exchange exhibition. And everyone is just here to exchange knowledge. But everyone knows that in this case, one guy will always die. Bruce walked slowly in front of Stark, and he carefully looked at Stark, who was now covered in blood. Oh. Look at me, I have forgotten. Let me introduce to you our Tony Stark, the great Iron Man. The creator naturally knows that these two people know each other, and is also aware of the friendship between them. But what he wants to tell Bruce now is not these things. You don't know our great Mr. Iron Man has an Infinity Stone in his mind when he said this. The creator had been observing Bruce's expression. But Bruce obviously did not show the surprise he expected. Instead, he looked at Tony Stark's head seriously. I really want to take a look at Tony Stark's head. It seems that you, like me, are also interested in him. Divkles equals contentad. The creator stretched his body. His arm was resting on the device that restrained Stark's body. And he looked at Bruce with a smile on his face. I'm only interested in the Infinity Stones in his head. Upon hearing this, Stark looked at Bruce in shock. And then at the creator next to him who couldn't see his face at all. Ha ha ha, the creator suddenly laughed. I knew it, I knew we were actually the same person. We were both madmen. The kind of guys who could abandon humanity for everything. The creator withdrew his body and immediately came to Bruce. Grabbing Bruce's hand, shouted excitedly over his shoulder, "You are defeated." Bruce pointed to the screen and spoke these words to the creator. The creator naturally knew that Bruce was not talking about himself, but the self who was completely beaten into a puddle of liquid by Ben and Susan on the screen. This good friend of mine does indeed have some abilities. The creator was actually commenting on the energy that killed him, looking at Reed Richards, who had turned into liquid all over the floor. The stone man felt a little lonely. I didn't mean to hurt him, he left us with no choice, Ben. Susan comforted Stone Man Ben. But this didn't give Stone Man Ben much peace of mind. He was still a little disappointed, I know Ziosu. He's just, this fool doesn't know what he's doing. Regarding this sentence, Susan and Shirenben hold completely different concepts. Believe me, he knew it from beginning to end. Perhaps seeing that the stone man was still not calming down, Susan took 2 steps forward and grabbed the big man's hand. Then he held the stone man's face and kissed it. And this scene was clearly seen by the creator and Bruce. Do you think it would ruin the atmosphere if I told them at this time that the one I just beat was just a clone of me? The creator turned to look at the bat beside him at this time. But when he saw the bat has already started to use the knife on the Iron Man. Hey, what are you doing? The creator was obviously very angry at Bat's direct use of the knife. Because in the eyes of the creator, Tony Stark had always been his prey always. But it's a pity that he took action too late. Bruce had already removed the gem from Tony Stark's mind. I have a steady hand. Bruce took out the Infinity Stone quite easily and placed it on the tray nearby. The shining Infinity Stone made the creator unable to say anything for a moment. Should he say that the reason why he brought Tony Stark over instead of letting Quicksilver take the Infinity Stones directly was because he wanted to torture the Iron Man himself? Now Bruce has taken out the Infinity Stones for him. But the act of taking away the Infinity Stones also caused Tony Stark to completely lose his life. Even with life support devices that far surpass modern technology, there is still no way to prevent the death of this Iron Man. The creator carefully observed the device that recorded Tony Stark's life state. He was now certain that Tony Stark in front of him was indeed dead, and there was no way to resurrect him. What a pity, I still wanted to tell him what I discovered. That would definitely destroy all the knowledge of this self-righteous genius. What a pity I can't see it anymore. The creator had suppressed his anger in a short period of time, and was even able to say such words to Bruce in a teasing way. But I think you should ask me about this kind of thing in the future. After all, I am the creators. The creator no longer observed Tony Stark's appearance, but turned to Quicksilver and said, Quicksilver, let's go find my ex-girlfriend and ex-best friend and have a good chat. Before leaving, the creator turned to Bruce and said these words. You know what we're doing now is saving the world, right? I am clear, Bruce answered affirmatively. After receiving Bruce's answer, the creator turned around and disappeared without saying anything. Quicksilver looked at Bruce carefully and then left. At this time, Bruce put his hands on Stark's body again. Something followed Stark's ruptured blood vessels and returned to Bruce's suit. Stark, who was completely dead in the next second, suddenly breathed again. I have isolated this place, there won't be any problems. Bruce said this to Stark calmly, and began to cover the previously cut skull again. With the help of nanorobots, Stark's current injury was quickly stabilized. So what happened? Stark now doesn't know why Bruce saved himself. And he doesn't know why Bruce took such a big risk to do such a small trick at this time. But these issues can all be pushed back a little. What he wants to know more now is what makes Reed so crazy that even Bruce has stood by Reed's side. The multiverse is collapsing, and according to the current calculations of the creator, the center point of the collapse of all universes is the Earth. After hearing Bruce's explanation, Stark already understood what they were going to do now. You plan to use the Infinity Stones to save the universe. Those things are equivalent to white blood cells, right? Sometimes white blood cells may not survive their death. Bruce shook his head although from every aspect. Reed's plan was perfect. But like Bruce said, the multiverse. Is there no one in those destroyed universes who can match the IQ of Reed Richards? Wouldn't they think of using the Infinity Stones to protect their own universe? But they all failed without exception. The price of failure is that your universe is completely destroyed. If you want to act now, I suggest you hurry up. Bruce released the nanobots towards Stark's head, allowing Stark to connect to his armored core in Stark Tower. In the prison in his mind, Barry Allen was shivering in his cell. It's so disgusting. I will never do anything like this again.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.